Hello everybody, I am here. I just need to quickly go grab and make a cup of tea, and yeah, everything else should be hunky-dory, I think. Got some Clove gameplay and stuff ready to come out in 20 minutes. So we should get all of the information about the new agent then. And hopefully I sound good as well. Sort of messed with my microphone a little bit. I'm not sure if I fucked it at all. But everything should be okay. But yeah, don't give me 2 minutes and then I'll be on and we can talk about the veto, and then we got 10 minutes before the game actually starts. So I imagine that with the show match happening at 3 and the grand final starting at 4, it probably is going to be a very streamlined approach of pretty much as soon as this timer goes off, we're just going to be straight into Clover-related stuff. Yeah, hopefully I don't sound too loud or anything like that. Yeah, be right back. Hello Spineless, hello Galv, welcome in. Alright, everything should be good to go. Music's getting very intense, but I guess it suits. I'm EP in my back hurts. Please end it quickly. Why end it quickly, I guess? You want it to be a long, drawn out, super close series, surely. How's your day been? It's been good, Asp. How's yours been? Everything should be good on the stream as well. I got to set up now that I can sort of see myself and the chat at the same time, which is a little bit. But hopefully it comes across pretty well. I mean, it should do. Mostly to just sort of keep an eye on my lighting more than anything. Maybe I need another way to be able to do that. Excited for the match today? Yeah, me too. Do I need to change the title at all? I don't think so. Was that hide for clove? Yeah, me as well. You pronounce it as aspects. How did I pronounce it? Did I say aspects? We will get a find split Lotus Sunset. It's a good point, actually. Looking at what we might get is probably a good place to start, and doing it now before all of the Cove stuff is good. We do also have like the Cove gameplay that was shown on Twitch that we can look at, but this starts in like 4 minutes. I haven't got this set up to work for best of 5 one. Is it gonna work fine? Yeah, good. What can I do? Can I do it like this? S2, place it with BF5. Benjamin formulas for place. There we go. And then maybe try and set it as... I can do it like this. Okay. Did you use first pick? No. I don't know how it would work actually, but maybe. Because they get 2 bands. And then first pick. And so they'd get choice of the last 2 maps. I don't know. So I need to fix something with the DO here. Maybe put the DO or the folder. Oh, I could do it like this. Did I duplicate it or not? I don't think I did. Can't concentrate with his music as well. No spoiler, please. Okay. But yeah, I haven't watched it. Okay, I was thinking of maybe we'd watch it on the stream beforehand, but I guess the same cinematic is going to get played. Also, hello everybody on YouTube as well. Breeze is going to get vetoed. Perhaps. I think GenG would be more... Actually, no. I think they'd be comfortable to play it against Sentinels. Better or for worse. I think what's a given is the Sunset's going to get banned out. And then it's a case of like Ascent/Find. Whichever of the two the GenG isn't as comfortable with. What are they like on Lotus? 5 and 2. They lost to Sentinels last time on Lotus. So maybe they could ban out Lotus. Like that could be like a possibility. The Sen did win it yesterday against Paper X too, even though it went to overtime. Can't believe it right. I had to publish the cinematic early because the content creator leaked video gameplay flow. I genuinely think that it was a honest mistake from the person that leaked it too. I think the embargo's like 4 PM for a lot of the content, but essentially they released it at 4 AM instead of 4 PM. Because if they did it purposefully, I think they'd leak it on TikTok more. So I am curious on what Riot's response to that would be. Whether they would just kind of go, a mistake's a mistake, or whether they'd like throw the book at the guy, you know, don't invite him to any more press events in the future. I'd feel a bit bad for him if that happened, but also at the same point, he made a really bad mistake that almost is inexcusable.
May affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitivity.
I don't know if that's fair.
Other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
Germany's 12 hours forward from whatever time zone in America, right? Yeah, it would be, but like we know that the embargo is 4 p.m. like CST.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are tuning in from.
Why is
Welcome to
Pansy
the
doing
grand
this?
Finals day. Now, of course, you may realize I am not Yinzu, nor am I GB, or anyone else who is actually qualified.
Instantly, yeah, noticed.
I am just a caster, so you might be thinking, what the hell is going on? Well, I have a special guest. I also have Hypark. I guess you could be a special guest too.
I'll take it.
Oh, it's Penguin. I thought it was Raikou that was doing it.
Man in just a moment's time. But if you are wondering what we are doing, we are just now moments away, about 10 minutes.
He looks really nervous.
From getting to see
something pretty exciting, yeah.
Yeah, getting to get a little hands-on action with Clove. So I know some of you out there, if you have Twitter,
Yeah, Penguin led
read
this
it,
agent.
maybe
That's
have
what
a little
Raikou
clip,
told
but
me.
We promise you, this is way
Because
better.
I thought
So you don't
Raikou was
watch
on it.
there, you want to watch it here.
Hey,
But,
Smart 7.
it is a pleasure to have
Ready
you
to
here.
see the new
They
agent?
haven't already seen your Twitter handle. They may know who you are at this point. But Dan, why don't you introduce yourself to the lovely people at home?
Sure. So my name is Dan Hardison. I'm a game designer on the Valorant's Agents team. You may know me as Penguin. That's my gamer tag handle, whatever you want to say.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it.
That's
That's
it.
it. That's
That's
it.
pretty much it, yeah.
Okay, so
Short
any of
and
you,
sweet, right?
yeah, short and sweet, it works. But again,
Yeah.
if you
I would
don't
check it. I mean, we're gonna find out now. Like, we have Gen. I know sort of what the abilities do. I mean, on test server, I don't think that's on until later.
Speaking of
Good point,
socials,
actually. Let me double
this
check.
is your time. We want your thoughts. Get in touch with us before the finals really kicks off. Obviously, GenG and Sentinels are waiting. This is when we want your thoughts. The MasterCard fan poll, QR card down below. QR code down below. Scan it. Let us know who you think is winning. Now,
I saw Haven in the gameplay. Yeah, but I don't think that means anything.
Social-wise,
On a
I
poll.
think Sentinels might win
Yeah,
that
just a little
poll
bit.
just
Just
by
a
a little
little
bit.
bit.
But series,
But we'll see. Maybe there's some changes coming into Haven.
Oh, I mean,
I'll just say,
But
thoughts?
the
Yeah,
background.
I mean, I think GenG has looked insane on this event so far. Like, they have took W Gaming to another level. They challenged PRX
Reinvented,
and
yeah.
Sentinels, both split
The players
maps.
on
They kinda took it to
stage.
them. I was really impressed.
Just looks like the
I mean,
practice
we've been
range to
given
me.
A dev who actually watches esports, which is wild. So we are going to harass you throughout the game, and I'm going to put myself in front of the bus.
Maybe there's
rather than
one.
them.
Yeah, it
But
looks
we
like
get to
all
talk about
testing range. Yeah.
Okay, look, we'll talk about Clove in a little bit of time. Once the players are ready, they're taking their time. You know who's coming out. They're getting ready. But we get to kind of pick your brain a little bit about, I guess, the bigger picture. And I kind of want to get those at home to know you as well as we do, who've harassed you, followed you, and DM'd you on Twitter. And it's mostly, let's kind of roll it back to the start. So is this the first agent you've personally launched here? And could you break down a little process of that? I know Mike's been dying to kind of get the behind-the-scenes process, but is this your first agent you've brought in?
Yeah, this is the first agent I've done from start to finish. So I did a little bit of balance work prior to starting this agent to kind of onboard onto the team. But this was the first one I started, I prototyped. You know, obviously there's a lot of help, a lot of other people involved throughout the whole thing. But this was like the whole, you know.
This is your shebang, right?
Yeah,
This is
yeah.
yours.
Sorry, I just realized that I don't have my login for the playtest later, so I'm like, do I need that now?
For, you
Hey,
know,
Jim.
Phoenix, I made his flash a little good. That might have been, might have gone a little too far on that, but now I don't really know if I want to undo a nerf or a buff to Phoenix, at this point. So it's kind of worked out better than I expected it to. It things really fast. Then I also, made the very unpopular first chamber change, where I removed the trap or the second
The
global,
second, yeah.
the second global chamber trap. That was a pretty good ability.
Hey, look,
wow.
look. This now, you've put that out.
It's a safe space.
Yeah, you're fine. You're safe here.
Yeah, I'm here.
The internet, less so.
Not so
However,
much.
speaking of other people, the outside world, we have the delights of the vertical stream joining us for a moment here. They're actually set up right up there. I can kind of see them. Zoe, Chrissy, how
Can we
are
get the
you doing?
finals drops from your stream, Ryan?
How's the day going
Yes.
so
Drops
far?
are available on the stream. It should be.
Now too. We're very far
Why are you not
away.
casting, by the way, broski? Just wasn't asked.
Typically
So
because
vertical, yeah.
we are tall.
I think it's just,
We are tall.
We
Also,
one of those things.
Horizontal screen.
they just couldn't fit us. They couldn't fit our egos.
I think typically I don't get asked to do EMEA when it's like
Speaking of
only a
which,
certain amount of
you're not
spots available.
qualified for this? I think you're the best person for the job.
I love the lies you tell to me, Chrissy. That's the sort of energy we need coming into this. Just big me up. But what can people expect from the vertical stream? Give us a brief little like.
I'd love to do some like
What's going on?
stream content stuff for the vertical stream.
This is
Like a little bit of casting, a little bit of a breakdown.
Here, actually. Yeah, no, we're talking about Valorant, obviously. We're kind of low-key commentating.
Need to get back into the
going on. But also we just
pleb
have fun with
content.
it. So if you want to...
Did they show the agent in detail already? No. They are waiting until the hour.
We're bringing in a lot of really fun guests.
So they are
actually abandoned Mitch
basically
and Tom over at the
fluffing
merch booth.
people
So they
for
are
now.
just. We're live on TikTok and on YouTube in the shorts format for the Valorant esports channel for both. And Mitch and Tom are holding down the fort right now. They are just at the merch booth. We don't really know what's happened to them. We may never come back, but but we're hanging out here for now.
What beverages are we hydrating on? I have a cup of tea and I have...
Over there. If you haven't already checked it out, you absolutely should.
I'm in a bittersweet point where I've gone for a bottle of apple and blackcurrant juice from Asda, or Tesco, sorry. And I only had a certain amount of cordial left, so I filled up the bottle with water. So I've got like a full... How many liters is this?
You had a couple of questions to fire at this.
750 milliliters.
Anything at the tip of your mind that you wanted to bring in here?
I guess the big question is where does the inspiration come from? I guess from idea, conception-wise. Where do you start with that process? And I guess how was that for you?
Yeah. So
Did it say I
ideation
needed to?
process, like obviously there's some amount of that that's like product driven. Some of that it's like, hey, what do we need within the game? And you know, honestly, when I heard that we wanted to work on a controller, I wanted to jump on that problem because I actually play a lot of controller, and I was like, oh, I think I have some ideas.
No bias, right?
Yeah, no bias here. But I felt like I had some ideas that we could, you know, test around, see how they worked in the game, and we were pleasantly surprised with how some of the stuff worked. Honestly, like we were kind of expecting a
I'm
lot
so
of the abilities to be,
unprepared.
like, way too crazy, way too wild early, and then you know
I
people.
see a
weren't
KO in the
sure about
background.
them initially,
Yeah.
which is, like, really crazy.
pretty good.
Bonus?
Looks like it's
really
clove
rare
in the
in
center
games
middle.
that
Mixwell's
you
on
get
it.
to use these abilities, and someone else isn't having
they're all a
lot
scent?
less fun as a result. So
Okay.
we were really excited about that.
Okay, so
Well, it could be
guess in
Sunset,
terms of
actually.
Development, how different is Clove now versus the first version?
Oh my god, the first version was an entirely different character. Unbelievable.
Really?
We spent a ton of time prototyping these like really wild stuff because when we knew we wanted to experiment with post-death, we wanted to make sure we kind of covered that whole design space. So I tried
Stop
like,
spreading
tons of different
misinformation.
versions where like you could cast every
That's
ability
part of
after
the
death.
fun.
You could cast some hilariously powerful abilities after death. It was really bad. It was really frustrating. Really
toned
OP.
down a little
Yeah,
bit.
we had to kind of keep chipping around until we figured out what exactly worked, what was the best, the most fun for all parties involved.
Ooh.
And I'm pretty happy with the results. Honestly.
That's me looking
I
at...
think we're going to see the proof of
Yeah,
that
me
in
having
moments
some
time. I know I've just
Pathfinder
seen the audience
traits.
starting to get towards the walkout
Me
area.
fucking about with
Everyone's
sensitivity
outside
to work
around
out
because
what
the players coming
EDPI
out
it
to, we're gonna
was.
have, like, something
And then some
mixed
clips I
coming out
wanted
of
to
the
highlight
range.
ages ago.
Right? You know, as said, there are some genuinely incredible players here. So, like, look at this roster. You've got Team Spain. Now, you know, I know Mixwell. The rest a
Let's
little
do
less
it
so,
like
but there
this.
are big names here. And I just hope Mixwell's playing that agent. I want to see what he does, right? Like, I want to see what Mixwell
We
can
can
do
like
with that
take
on
this
the other side of
information
the
as we get it.
international
I don't know where this
team.
would go. Where's a
Around the
good
globe
place to
before you
put
saw the
this?
best people possible.
Probably like here.
Mike, is there anything you're looking out for in this game? Is there anything you're, especially with Clove in play?
I mean,
anything you're
I'm
looking for?
hoping to see the Mimi Mixwell Clove head-to-head.
Oh, that would be kind of good. That'd be kind of good. No, I'm on board.
Best
I'm on
possible.
board.
No,
True.
no bias, obviously.
Well,
What are the other abilities?
EMEA bias.
Q,
Like Pock and
It
Pansy
doesn't-
classics.
C.
Yeah,
No.
true.
Only in Reddit.
So many things only exist on Reddit. Now, before we get you into trouble, is there anything with Clove, as we're getting very, very close to getting to see it in action, is there anything you're wanting to see specifically? Ult-wise, some of the abilities, something you'd love to see
Monster
happen
Ultra
with
Evolves the
this game?
grind.
So much?
Yeah, I think the
Also, I don't know if you can hear my washing machine going off in the
There's a lot of,
background.
like,
I
honestly,
left that
comedy
late.
comes about as a result of the ult. Like, one
I got
of
my
the things
snacks
that
and my
we
drinks
saw
and I'm
is
ready
players
to lock in
playing
for
with the
hours.
other
For
players and making
hours.
sure the ultimate times out.
Oh.
That's kind of like the playing against case that is really funny and really entertaining to look out for. I think playing as, it's really
I don't know if there's
powerful.
going to be much of a
Those
chance
plans
to
kind of like these really
stream
crazy, like, turnaround
Clove stuff
situations or
today.
just straight execing
Like
onto a
going
site.
from this
Kind of similar to
into
Arena Dismiss
like
in
the
that way, that it
full
just kind of breaks timings and makes things
this
get a
best
little
of 5 going into playing a lot of Clove. I don't think that's likely, but the plan is for tomorrow, probably about like
I think we were just hoping maybe
10, 11 o'clock in the morning.
Aggressive
We'll we're just gonna myth bust a lot of stuff to do with Clove. See what like how her abilities interact. I still need to like rag somebody, pull them and getting them involved to maybe help out, be a bit of a guinea pig.
Everyone's starting to build into this. Mike, I'll get your prediction on the game.
The build goes live at 9 p.m.
Unlucky.
So yeah, that's kind of late.
It's got to be
just pandering?
Home crowd pandering?
They can't even hear us!
They can't, but I'm kind of with them, to be honest.
Okay, and you, which team are you going for?
I think communication is huge in Valorant. I think I gotta go with Team Spain. I don't know how much, how much the skills match up, but I think like really I gotta go with comms.
Okay, we've alluded to it. Let's get really in-depth, hands-on with Clove.
All right, here we go. Not TDM, right? Can you imagine they shoved a new agent in just like fucking Swift play? Is this going to be the cinematic? I imagine so. Also, they, them. Call me out if I get pronouns wrong. Nice to get some gecko representation as well. You just said an M. Yeah, can do.
Anytime you clock a butterfly, I flip a switch, keep a secret, let you come inside. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep.
Is this like the astral plane with Astra as well?
When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing.
Astra's just like in the corner watching Clove do all this shit and she's like, what's she doing? What are they doing? Everything so far feels like the, like the drowning child meme in the pool. That's like Astra. Because not only do I think this agent has a chance to outpower Astra and do some of the utility in a similar way, but more aggressive, it's also taken more of like an astral Radianite vibe. Smoker Duelists, a hyper aggressive smoke controller. I don't like saying controller duelist, but like they are arguably more aggressive of a controller than maybe Brimstone and even Omen. It's very like punchy.
Sasha and Bren joined by John Gasecki, Agents Lead on Valorant, and Dan Hardison, Game Designer on Valorant as well. That was a vibe, that video.
Oh, yeah.
But I'm not exactly sure what I saw.
I mean, the aesthetic is awesome, for one. Yeah, I mean, with Clove, there was something going on with, like, post-death, but coming back to life in some way or form. But generally as well, I mean, you look at the art style, you look at the direction you guys are taking.
Paul Robinson is on the song, it would bang.
So damn cool and so
be a hell of an ask, I think, to get somebody like that involved.
Skull and bones and a bit more grungy. But talk to me a bit about that process as well, where you went with this design choice for Clove.
The team definitely talked about the darker, grungier aesthetic right from the get-go, and Dan was like, hey, I'm going to give you post-death. What can you do with this? And we really wanted to challenge ourselves in finding a twist to that. What is something that could be different? Early
on, you got DJ Khaled.
In this spot around what we called,
yeah, maybe you'd get them for champs, but I don't think you would get them for just, well, maybe you could get them a song.
And that contrast, that double take, was something that kind of colored the entirety of Clove, from the way their abilities look to this really appealing, cool fashion sense that has a little bit of an edge to it, to their personality that's mischievous and risk-taking, but also warm and inviting. And so that contrast really was the through.
I wonder what the China broadcast would be like actually for
Well, we normally go through the agents by kind of working our way along, but I really think it makes more sense with Clove to work backwards and start with the ultimate. So that's where I want to ask my first question. You're talking about there being something after death, almost a spiritual sense. What is the ultimate then? How is this working?
Yeah, so the way the ultimate works is after you die, you have a few seconds where you can still press your ultimate key. And then after you press your ultimate, you have a 12-second window where you need to get a kill or a damaging assist to stay within the round. You also get like a 2-second window where you can reposition, move around, kind of similar to Reyna's Dismiss, so you can pick where you come back and start to plan to take your next fight.
I think it's called Pick Me Up.
Not dead yet. Just not dead yet, straight up.
That's a great name.
It's really cool.
It is a great name. So I want to move on then to the smoke ability for Clove, which is called Ruse. And because there is a twist here as well, it's not like other standard controller agents. You can also use Ruse while you've died. So can you walk me through that?
We kind of wanted Clove to be a more aggressive agent who would be more...
I wonder where it's in range of.
Being proactive and
because it does look like Ruse's range is a lot less. Like it's on Brimstone.
Just saying, hey, you can still do this after you die.
2 charges
so
too.
That's kind of the design inspiration behind Ruse.
I'm not going to get flamed for going down first in my ranked games.
I mean, you might still, maybe.
I might do. It depends how I die, really.
Depends if you get kills, yeah. But that's like an intentional decision by you guys in terms of trying to fulfill a niche that you thought was missing from the game.
Yeah, we kind of felt like there wasn't that much competition within the controller role for really aggressive agents who wanted to make plays.
How long is it?
Individually. We felt like there was kind of a lot of role competition for really cerebral characters who really rewarded you for staying alive and playing in the back and making sure you got
kind of ass though.
Your team. But there wasn't much for the more impulsive, aggressive type of.
Almost about but smaller.
So you mentioned that the
but it's like the right between what Brimstone and Omen could do, like the tempo of the smoke.
Medal seems really interesting because that is
whether they come back or not.
Damaging ability, but using a decay mechanic. So can you walk us through how players might use this?
Yeah, this is the one.
So
I think this is an overheal.
With the Q. You really want to make sure that you.
So this must be Pick Me Up.
The Q, and then if you kill them or assist them, then you'll.
No, actually, no.
You'll manage to stay alive in the ultimate. So that's kind of intended by design that you can use this Q when you're back alive to try to get a last-minute save.
Decayed to 10.
Yeah, and it's not something you can use for lineups. It debts on a timer when you throw it, right? So yeah, it's very like intentional. Do you think people are going to be like cooking up like specific spots where you throw it out?
Yeah, I think there will be specific spots where it's like quite powerful. I think a lot of the staging space fights on
isn't Seize the same type of decay?
Running out, and it's kind of the war zone of.
Yeah.
If not, why not?
It's really good in spots like that, especially combining with other agents' utility. So just kind of trying to play.
Yes, but it snares you. Yeah, that too.
Expected to shine most because it can kind of just explode. On
because they added in. Well, we should have really probably called this. They added in the visual effect of being decayed. The purple. It's like being vulnerable, but it's purple instead of white. It's purple.
For as long as possible, it gives you something, a reward for going out there and getting kills.
Yeah, we really wanted to make sure that there were really clear signals for players that you want to play this character aggressively compared to other controllers. A lot of controller players, when we were first testing the character, were really, really afraid to take risks, and it was like, oh, we needed to give them clear incentives. And the easiest way to do that from a design perspective is to say,
so this is Reyna, but a controller.
If you've killed someone or if you've damaged someone. So that was kind of like the leading design inspiration there.
And what is Clove getting from Pick Me Up?
Clove gets a speed boost and a temporary overheal that is kind of similar to Reyna's overheal, a little bit different on the texture side of things in that.
Is that a speed boost or is that like a stim?
If you don't use the speed boost to go get more kills with your overheal, then it'll all go away. So you kind of have to assess if it's worth pushing the limits, and I kind of hope people decide it's worth it most of the time.
I'm a smokes main because I tend to just pick what my team needs. I don't think my team's going to let me pick smokes anymore. This is going to be insta-locked immediately.
Your role is going to be stolen.
Yeah. Well, I'm very excited
Speed
to see
boost plus rapid fire like Reyna.
We've got something cooked up right after this. So thank you very much.
I do feel, I know everybody loves to cry power creep when these kind of things happen, but I do think that like you've got a little stim for yourself. You've got like self-res. I don't think it competes with Omen all that much in the pro scene, but I do think that it makes Astra just kind of crap for me. But also they might go into Brimstone's territory as well on maps like Bind. If you pick this agent, you can't flash setups like Omen. No, that's what I think Omen stays where he is. But I think on the maps where you might consider playing Astra, like Lotus, Sunset, not Sunset, Split, and then Brimstone on maps like Bind, I think you could go Clove instead. How many charges on Smokes? 2. I think everything else was 2 charges. Can we just go back and look at the UI stuff? Sorry, I don't care about the team intros. Sorry, Mixwell. Sorry, Kaide. I don't.
Clear incentives.
So the only main weakness is just 1 charge on... Wait, yeah. Oh, so 2 charges there.
From a design perspective is to say, hey, you can actually only press this and...
Of course, as soon as the UI drops, that's when we switch to Omen's POV.
Aggressive playstyle, rather than trying to stay alive for as long as possible, it gives you something, a reward for going out.
Hello, Diva.
Yeah, we really wanted to make sure that there were really clear signals for
All right, 2 charges on the Smoke.
We want to play this character aggressively compared to other controllers.
And like, you got quite a while of getting a kill before you can activate Pick Me Up.
And it was like, oh, we needed to give them clear incentives, and they...
Yeah, like 10-second overheal. Oops.
Team Spain is stacked, and they got pumped up. The audience, you can hear it, they're behind them. And look, I'm a little biased, I do like that jersey as well there, that looks kind of good. But look, we were saying we'd love to see Mixwell kind of getting hands-on with that agent. We'd love to see Mimi on the other side as well. You know, it's, you know, see what they can come up with,
All I
right?
saw, Mimi's wearing a sleeve.
So like that.
She's
she is locked in for this.
No, you're absolutely right. And I was trying to see if we could sneak a peek and see if they've already done the agent select. You know what I mean? Just catch a little glance. But again,
where do we
so
put this so
cool
it's not in the way as
come out
much?
here. I mean, look at Mixwell. He's already pandering to the audience. But he's brought out Wingman. He couldn't even be bothered to get the new agent scribbled out.
I hope that's not a spoiler.
Yeah, please don't play Gecko if you don't mind. But expectations here.
Which of the Clove abilities is rechargeable? Good question. We don't know yet, Pudding. I would imagine Ruse.
What are you dreaming of here?
Yeah. I think the thing I'm looking forward to the most is one of the things when you have these Clove mirror matchups that we saw in Dev is you do have rounds where both teams know it's very important to win. It's the important buy round. So you see some absolutely hysterical double Clove ult situations where everyone is trying to frag and it becomes just a huge, you know, bloodbath.
Here we go. We got it locked in. Do we get?
Oh wait, so you,
Mixwell,
if you activate it, you're alive for 10 seconds, and if you get another kill, you stay alive. If you don't, you go back to being dead. That's sick.
You talk to us, and we appreciate it. Thoughts, feelings, who's winning?
That's actually a fucking great ult. I love that because it's, I mean, it's going to be horrible to play up against. All of the Clove Smurfs that are going to be coming in.
I see the sleeve, I'm on board.
All of the shit-ass content creators that are going from like, oh, I'm going from Iron to Radiant playing Clove only.
How about you, Mixwell? Mimi, where are we going?
And they spend the majority of it just shitting on silver players, making fun of them, and then being hard stuck Ascendant for the rest.
Yeah, the comms buff, I don't even want to talk about that because it's such a real thing as well, right? It's like, we've got such a variety of players from different regions, different influences coming in to celebrate this, to show off this new agent, and I
Keo, lol. I like Keo.
see this in action.
But
unfortunately,
I'm not going to call out names. I don't mind agents to Radiant as much, but people that do like Shorty or Marshall or Bucky to Immortal,
yeah, you know what's up.
in the politest way, they can get fucked.
They said, look, have fun today, Lauren. You get to be funny and Dan's coming out, you know, you can have some fun with it. So I'm just going to keep it a little.
If your only redeeming quality of people that watch you is that you're quite good with silly guns, you're not a great content creator, for me at least.
Necessarily, but it really suits it in action because you get so much more of a reward for it. So
I mean, Curry just gets to Radiant. He doesn't get a count that lowers him down to Iron, and then he just makes a new account and then runs it to Radiant, which I don't mind as much, because I do think the anti-smurf system that's in this game is pretty good. But if you're account sharing and you've bought a bronze account or iron account, that's a great audience. They ruin the game for other ranks. Yeah, I mean, Clove is OP. I guess we'll see, but I don't know. Do we get rid of this? Do we keep this?
Mimi, show us what you got here.
Yeah, really interesting.
Right, so first smoke is used, and it is rechargeable. What was it, 35
Actually,
seconds?
just kind of the classic, and then opting for the utility
Same as
a
Omen.
little heavier, and also
30 seconds, sorry.
Only one smoke, Mixwell?
I love the judgment. I
Oh,
love
yeah.
it. Pretty
Immediately, yeah.
instantaneous.
He's
Mimi has
dead.
fallen, however.
Now the observer needs to go to Mimi's UI to see what she does with that second smoke.
To do some damage now. Show us a
Oh,
little
can
something,
you?
Mixwell.
That's a good question, actually. Can you go and observe
Little pinch in middle, and
the
crowd
POV of a
love
dead
it.
player when they're
They're
using the
absolutely
util?
pumped up for this.
I don't think you can.
Play here. Nice try from Kai.
You have to kind of literally go to their screen and show that, but you won't have barracks.
Close work there.
And interesting, look at this.
Jisoo left now.
They actually have like incorporated it into barracks, which is really good.
I'll be honest.
No, probably not.
Well, not anymore.
Look at the map. Oh, is that effective range from when they can smoke
Let's start
from?
with. Not bad.
That's what, like footstep range?
See that, and I noticed on the mini-map, obviously, I believe once Mimi fell in market, we have the AoE there. Is that actually for the smokes?
Yeah, that's the range of the post-death smoke from Clove, the Ruse ability.
That's the Ruse.
That's actually a good example.
Ruse is really good on pistol.
Love to see that straight through being shown. Look at him. Any excuse.
I think like Clove Sova would be really good because you could do a lot of like Ruse shock dart lineups, and that would instantly kill people.
Spain are giving it up there. This is meant to be a friendly show match, guys. All right, let's see if we get to see some more of this then, because it looks like we are going to be heading towards.
Well, I should have thought about that before the match. True, but I guess it's like barracks are so far ahead of it that they actually have that utility. Telling the difference between attack or defense team. Oh, the Ruse there. Okay, Ruse is gonna get nerfed. A medal, sorry. Medal is 100% gonna get nerfed.
Utilities stacking on top of each other here, Mike.
Like an ability that just puts you into one-shot terrain. Like combine Ruse with any gun. Like it's really good on ecos. I think 140 instant decay is crazy.
Might even catch it on the replay. Yes, actually coming through right here. So
who needs an outlaw? Yeah, just get a ghost.
Talk about this before we came in. Is it damage mitigation? Is it regardless of HP with shields?
Yeah, it doesn't ignore shields.
I'll move this out the way.
90 simple damage. Obviously really strong when comboed into a smoke. That was kind of one of the things I was thinking about when making this kind of projectile that just explodes after a set delay. So that was kind of a perfect example of what I was hoping for. So really pleased there.
Way to go, Mixwell. You'll be invited back.
Would have got some set pieces here.
Yeah, so like KO Knife gets information, you Ruse, you medal it, you molly it, they're dead.
I've never seen Mixwell try this hard on the stage before. Nice kill count too. I'm kidding. Mixwell fans like this is gonna be tough to break here. Yeah, that's the spike noted too. You already see them responding in kind. Yeah, this is a shutdown. Team Spain, relax.
Spain just too good.
They've got the setups.
They absolutely do.
And
they've already got such a nice idea of how to combo this utility, lock down areas of the map, make it incredibly difficult.
This is looking like a 13-0.
Chance here for a little bit of fun though.
To be fair, Mimi's used to those, unfortunately. Almost feels horrible to say, but like last time that Mimi played an off-season LAN, she got 13-0'd by what, Foot?
Kind of players.
Or was it Team Heretics?
Consider the creativity with what you can achieve with this agent.
Yeah, so I guess outside of that, what are the best sort of combos? What should we be looking at?
Ruse isn't just a smoke. Ruse is just a smoke. I'm just mixing up the names. It's medal. It's the
did go down to 10 HP, but
the decay ability.
The synergies to look out for.
Yeah, really good with basically any damaging utility. So really good with.
I think honestly, if Riot want to change it around, give ISO medal, and then give Clove undercut.
I guess as well the AoE does it go through walls or
no?
Because if ISO had medal as an ability, he would be super strong.
Think of it very similar to like a Raze explosion. It uses kind of that same back-end technology.
Okay, thanks for another opportunity.
There's the medal again.
Could have isolated. Look at the damage.
The only issue I think is it's not as clear when somebody gets decayed in comparison to getting vulnerable. I think the purple effect it isn't that clear.
Mimi.
Fugu's fighting back.
Yeah, Fugu is putting up numbers.
Overheal and double damage? No, just stim. Overheal and stim.
Oh, the timing! No! Just turns away.
Nice shot.
Off, though.
Also, comms are gonna like Spain is naturally going to win this because they all speak the fucking same language.
drifted through that smoke, and I'm still sitting going, but wait.
Because I think Jisoo, YJJ, they're like,
these smokes can be coming in.
I'm guessing like, what, they're Asian, but I don't know if they're like Japanese content creators or... Oh, look at this.
There's an opportunity.
Fucking Obi-Wan Kenobi with the Force Ghost.
So it's a little bit smaller when you're dead, I believe by like 10 meters. So it starts at Brimstone's range and then scales down just a little bit. I just wanted to give myself a balancing lever for, you know, future Dan if I ever had to adjust it.
You know the whole, like, you know the picture that Hazard got?
Now online, so the opportunity.
Where it's the picture of Alex, the Paper X coach, on the side, talking to his team? That is effectively Clove. But it's like when you smoke for your team,
Offshore,
and they go the other way or some shit whilst you're dead.
See if there's anything to disrupt this. I can't quite connect with that judge already.
Or the fucking Ben Affleck meme with a cigarette.
Look at him, Mixwell getting closer now.
He's on the balcony. There's so much meme potential with this agent.
4v3, a tricky scenario, and already Black gonna try and close that gap and makes a meal.
Brave, but I mean, Leviathan.
Mixwell now looking for a little bit more. Leviathan having a round here. Mimi up against Mixwell.
Oh, that's a good point. In a clutch, if she gets her ult, she goes for a peek in a 1 versus 1.
And my, we are getting
oh my god, 1 versus 1s with like Clove alive is so clutch, because you could be like, here's the attacker, like the Clove's here, you're in a 1 versus 1, somebody's defusing, they peek out, kill you, you can ult at any point to like dismiss out and then take a fight.
Giving you confidence to take fights, because we'd run into these situations where people don't.
Can they shoot her ult? No, it's a dismiss.
I'm like, I don't think I need to fix you having a good game.
However, like it does, I don't think you can cancel it early. Like Reyna can cancel out of her dismiss. If you can, that would be broken as shit. But obviously, you might be able to get the timing on like being able to stick it.
And dropping smokes immediately after death, because it's a short window to reactivate, right?
Yeah, so we simplified the paradigm.
You need to kill Clove 7 times. I don't think it's that though. I don't think that's how it works. It's more
like this crazy frenzied APM check.
If
you had to do both.
If you die and you use your ultimate, you get rezzed, you have a 2-second dismiss, and then you have 10 seconds to get a kill. If you don't, you just die instantly. But if you get a kill, you're back alive, full stop. It's not like you can keep dying and then keep dismissing. Like now they can't get the ult. If Mixwell doesn't get an ultimate, he dies.
But this is now dangerous.
But if he gets an ult, survives, and then dies again, I don't think that he could use it. So it's almost like a run it back. It's sort of similar to like the priest ability. I think it's Holy Priest. But when you die, you can still do stuff. But then you're just there for like a brief period.
This circle that appears on the minimap, is that Mixwell slipping into the smokes UI? Right.
Yeah, that's him activating the smoke UI.
That's interesting.
That turret's a real problem. And the flash as well. Hitbox going to swing through. For the last two, Mimi and Kaide. A potential dream team here. Ult ready for Mimi and Kaide. Still got the turret as well, so got a lot to be able to try and make this a difficult retake here. What can Mimi do with this, though?
Can play aggressive, though.
This is the opportunity.
Yeah. This is great.
She wants to decide here if she wants to play time with the Clove ultimate or if she wants to get aggressive and try to make a difference. Really,
they're so close by. She wants the pick first, which she's going to get. Opportunity now. Lockdown going to come into effect as well. Mimi's fallen there. It's all going to come in, but already there's that readjust we were looking for. Evading any of the damage. On the repunish though, but it's just Kaide now. A 1v2, so difficult. And just going to get caught here.
Oh, the turret.
The turret.
Kaide's turret is clutch.
What is going on? At the time, Kaide's got a chance on this now. Kaide can clutch the hell up here.
Oh, she does.
What a round! That was so good.
But one of the situations we're talking about, Mimi can go and challenge this lockdown.
That's a life moment that you're never going to forget. Winning a clutch like that in front of an audience.
The counter lockdown, I think Mimi re-challenging here. To try and
they did 120 too.
Shots time and time again here.
I like that with like hitboxes like detained. So when Leviathan goes down, his hands are up, so it's like Phoenix is going, no, Killjoy.
It is that player's choice, right? You're in a 2v3 scenario. I've now got my ult. Do I try and run this? Do I get
The
it?
ruse could be used after death, yeah.
A little bit because I have that. And speaking of aggression, Mike, they're getting right back to this.
Yep, that's them fighting for that staging space like I talked about. People generally respect the decay.
So when they do this, that means that they're in smoke, UI.
The speed on that.
Because every time I see that, I think that it's like
you're not used to it.
Iso's
What are
undercut.
the timings there, the decay to take effect? How long does it last as well?
So the total duration of the
But it's because
buff
when you
is
do
5
that, you have
seconds,
the
but only maximally
UI of the smoke in
6.5.
it, don't
Again,
you?
This is some kind of nerdy, back-end math, just so I can tune it down the line if I ever need to buff or nerf it. Maybe.
Heard about your buffing and nerfing.
Yeah,
I don't know,
yeah.
man.
Good track record.
Mhm.
Hey,
Hey, look, it's worked well so far. All right. Let's see what we get now going forward here. Both ults burned
Is this an
up.
attack
See
or
if they can
defense
get those
smoke?
back online within this half comfortably. Mixwell going to challenge. Going to be peeling away again. The international side, Mimi with a belt.
I also think that like Clove Viper as a combo is just incredible,
Potentially go back towards that A site, but a drift towards B.
especially on
It
defense.
looks pretty available. This is going to be
Because
hard
you
to
could
hold
just
again,
put
just a ghost
Clove on, like, for example, on Split. You got the Viper Wall on A to go across ramp and A main. You put the Clove on B. You have an instant decay that's going to stall people out on both sides of the map.
Mixwell slipped side though, so a little bit of room to work here, but
I actually love this agent.
taking a lot of damage.
I think this is such a well-designed one.
Duty as well. Spike gonna go down, trying to go for a little bit of a spam. Swings in, Fugu punishes. Beautiful work. Hitbox through middle, gonna find Fugu. So again, keeping track of this one. This is much better from the international side, finding their footing here now. What can Sergio Ferrara do?
Her smoke range is a little bit better than Brim's, I think. It might be the same as Brim's.
Very well.
Yeah, if I may interject.
Anders will mold at this agent, I feel like. I don't know.
In CT, so we saw kind of that.
What was he looking for? He wanted more like a mid-range
I mean, a tricast could work.
controller.
Oh, yeah, see it just here.
Right.
Whereas I think that you have that mid-range.
That was so good.
So damage-wise for the half shield and full
It's not like a true one-for-one mid-range, but you have like a lot of... It's more aggro than mid-range for sure. However, like being able to use smokes after death, having those smokes recharge, a heal for yourself.
Yeah, that was one of the things that we kind of got. We felt good about smokes in the kind of post-death world is they're usually kind of symmetric. People can sneak into them. Sometimes there are timings where things get a little spicy. So I just wanted to give Clove a little bit of a tool to, if they have the read that there's
I feel that the problem with this agent is similar to what Anders was talking about with the like Ring of Power, as he called it, where you have agents that are really like involved in aggro, mid-range, and control. I think that Clove is kind of in that pocket as well. Yeah, on Split, I think Clove is probably the better choice now.
More comfortable here, but a lovely bomb flash and the swing. Good trade though.
I think on Bind, you could play them over Brim, but kind of like you said before, like post-plant utility is a little bit better.
And now we got to look towards where the hell that spike's going. Trying to find a little info. Spots no one out by Wine, so again, knowing they're still drifting around here. Mixwell.
Also, like, yeah, Clove Viper as a combo is really good. Because if you're running something like a Viper where you have like this wall,
Finally looking to slip the smoke here.
like this one, if you lose your Omen early, you're kind of forced into going towards A because of like your Viper utilities over there, and that's the only smoke you have. But if you have your Clove dying towards here, that they can use the smoke later on,
10 seconds now.
like on maps like Breeze, why are you bald? Great question.
There's a keyboard mash going on right now.
No!
Is this keybind diff?
Oh no, the setup's not there. What's happened?
Tech pause.
They had to go out and get the keybind set up earlier, man. What's happened? Whose keyboard's he got? Don't give us a
After she dies, the range decreases? No. I think if anything, it gets bigger.
That's our final straw.
I don't think it gets smaller. It either stays the same or gets bigger, but I think it stays the same. Because it's like footstep range.
But luckily, it is just a show match, so no harm, no
Which I think is probably about where the smokes are. I think, knowing Riot, they'd want to keep it consistent, and so they would keep it the same.
I haven't kept track of an ult's progress in a long time, but actually Mixwell catching up pretty well.
I bet his keyboard doesn't have the number 4, so he can't plan.
I went for a tear here. To hold the angle.
I thought it was smaller in trailer.
low. That's a bit of a problem. Gonna hear the being popped.
I think it was smaller in the trailer, but I think that was just artistic choice to show that the Clove can smoke after death.
What are we up to now? What can you do with 3 HP in a dream? This is.
I thought the range was smaller. It is centered around Clove's dead body, but I think it is based off of like footsteps. You'll see the UI flash up with a circle. That's when the Clove is dead, and in the UI to do a smoke.
It's true.
Because as well, like if you're dead and your smokes still come off recharge every 30 seconds, holy shit. Oh, you can call it early. So now she stays alive, but now that she's dead, she can't then use her ultimate again. Does that make sense? So she can't just keep rezzing, going up, going down, going up, going down. It is just an extra life if you get a kill.
So low on HP, just gotta watch that smoke. They've done it. Black Balls game back on.
And that's the scenario we were talking about earlier. Mimi obviously running forward, playing very, very
This is more hype than any of the games that we've had so far. You can cancel a dismiss early. That's really strong.
Opening double shocked our pick. And then the 3K to clutch out the round. That was big.
Ridiculous, right? No,
I feel like if you wanted to put Rain in a power, you make it so she can't cancel a dismiss early.
Situations that aren't sitting favorably, maybe in, as said, a 2v3, but you've got a bit of space, maybe.
And then start the timer for her second life as the dismiss ends.
Kind of readjust once you come back in, so you're not instantly punished.
Because like in 1v1 clutches, I think she's too strong.
Hitbox getting proactive though, clean shot on YJJ this time. Not allowing any of those shock darts to be unleashed.
But I also, how long is it that you have before you can res?
At this point, slow progress across the map, but you can see Hitbox getting curious towards middle.
If you use Cloval, you still die at the end.
Coming out, this round, a sheriff in hand for Mixwell.
If you don't get a kill, yes.
Push too far, Fugu though. He's fixed those keybinds. Leviathan's just been fragging, by the way.
Yeah, Leviathan's kind of nuts. Kind of nuts.
2-second dismiss and 8 seconds to kill. I meant more like when you die, how long can you stay dead
Oh, he just heard the drop.
before you can't use your ultimate anymore?
How does he decide to play this? Re-smokes and
Because there's definitely a window. It's not like you can wait a minute and then I'm dead. I'm alive again. That also mean works. I'm alive. I'm dead. I'm alive again. I'm looking at you. Fuck you.
30 seconds left.
You can see there that how short the window is to try and get it. It's not something you do have a get out of jail free card. It's a small window to be able to reposition.
Yeah, it's 2 seconds long, not very short. If you're alone, sometimes you can run into some awkward situations. I think part of the skill, the ultimate, is knowing when you're actually
So you can see...
You should hold the button. Yeah. That is one tempting button, you know what I mean?
I also think you need to show where they are with the ultimate.
So, got to bring it up. Said you'll buy me a drink for every single one. Yeah, wait a second here. Fugu.
Oh, no, I just didn't expect him.
The crowd just heartbroken. They were so ready for it, getting so riled up.
Yeah, you still get these off charge. So I think there's a lot of aggressive elements to Clove's kit, but I do think that that is at mid-range.
Oh, look at Kaide just hunting down poor old Mixwell.
I guess as well.
Also, if you can't cancel your dismiss early,
I guess window for pulling out.
you get caught in those sort of situations where people can chase you if they can. But obviously, they can dismiss, cancel, and then veer a different direction, which might catch you by surprise. What do you think of their kit? It's fucking amazing. Even if it's not like super meta or optimal, it's like a great addition to have for the game.
No, in about 5 minutes. He's been counting. Already YJJ. Thought he might have had an
8 obs for the ult. I think it's 7.
Like trying to back away, but the rest of the team's here. And look, if Kaide's still standing, there's still a chance. Kaide's been popping off here. Does have the.
I think this is going to require a lot of fine tuning. I think for the devs.
So many players up against them. 5-5. Not ready. Close affair between these two. Mixwell.
So this is them putting up a smoke. We can't see the range of these smokes at all, but I think...
Keeping them locked out at this
I mean, I don't know if Miska's the right person to ask for this, but I think for the smoke range, it is the same when you're alive and dead. It doesn't increase or decrease. But it is based on where you're stood. So if you die in middle, Miska works for Val, yeah, kinda not really. He works for Riot, but he works like as part of
They are drifting away.
development, I guess, brand development for the Nordic region. When will Club be available? Good question. Tuesday, Wednesday?
Yeah, they've got to go. Hitbox been sharp too. Just waiting around that corner. Does get outdone. Okay, game back on. This plays in Mixwell. This plays back in Black as well. Trying to do some story.
Good medal.
How impressive that is.
Did it get both of them? It must have done, because there were 2 assists for Mixwell.
Using that util on Mixwell so well there. Clove looking fantastic.
Yeah, really well cast Q from Mixwell there.
Miska's not involved in the development, but I didn't know if Miska had any of that info handy. I guess you'd probably get the same as we do with like the little like press sheets.
Yeah, you absolutely called it.
And I guess the burning question is Clove's ability to kind of play solo controller, or is this more leaning towards a flex controller, something to maybe back up in some of the double controller compositions we see?
Yeah, I think
Great question.
A little bit weaker if you're playing as a solo controller on maps where you want to play really fast. I think you can pull it off if you play a little slower and wait for the smokes to recharge and you're willing to default and play picks. But I think if you're only rushing, you're going to get outdone by like Omen or Brimstone.
So maybe actually scarily enough alongside a Viper.
Yeah.
The decay and the vulnerability and everything.
Yeah, now I'm scared. I always wish we'd seen
So it feels like Riot are just actively saying we made her in mind to play double controller. So they're not really from the general, and it might be overanalyzing the answer a little bit, but I do think that feels like they're not too concerned about like Riot's place as a secondary controller.
Just down to 2 here. Leviathan has been really solid though.
I still remember when you guys did a Battle Pass review. I mean, that was a lot of fun, but it is really nice to see like Preety and Sean especially like climb the ranks of Riot. Like Preety's one of the most like important people now that's involved in like Riot development.
Turn the tide a little, done very well.
And same with like Raikou. Raikou and Preety were the ones that looked after us in like the first Valorant playtest. And Preety's now one of the senior producers with like cosmetics and stuff. And Raikou is lead in development on like creating agents.
So right now, and this is definitely on the watch list, it does not interact at all. That's something I'll have to keep an eye out for. We just wanted to see the consistent power of the abilities, see how they work, but right now it is not affected by suppression.
Let's go, you guys. Interesting. Yeah, bigger question to that. It seems like you guys are being able to see it once it's been put.
I mean, I think an ultimate overpowering suppression is fair.
It's not just a final product the second it's out, right?
Yeah, I mean,
but it's such a unique case that you can go either or, and it doesn't feel like it's inconsistent. So I think one thing that Riot has had a big problem with in the past that they're getting better with is that a lot of their like rules that they make within their game are super inconsistent.
Obviously the final not too far away. The second this is finished,
You can't suppress those who are dead, so yeah, it makes sense. Yeah.
The grand final starts. So if you're wondering, once this ends,
that might be something worth changing if we see more post-mortem utility. Also, I want to be clear, like, when we're talking about whether Anders would like it or agree with it, he kind of guessed from a lot of the utility that we saw early on that it was going to be a controller with post-mortem utility. He was the person that I first heard say it, and I was like, oh shit, that makes so much sense. Because we all heard the Phoenix voice lines of like somebody that can come back from the dead.
70 HP. Oh, we'll find it. Come soon.
Wow. Nice, Mixwell.
And a Red Bull clutch here.
You could also like smoke and one-way the plant in clutches if you're dead. Or smoke the plant if your teammate's diffusing.
What are the sort of timings on that as well?
Yeah, so right now it lasts 10 seconds, and you get the overhealing and the speed for that whole duration.
So we can see it here on the bar, just down on the utility bar, yeah.
Yep.
But how does that get?
Come off it.
Still got that player mentality. Love that.
Looking like a Heretics player all over.
But what's the comparison, for example, versus Neon's ability to move a little quicker?
Yeah, so I kind of justified it to myself, and maybe this is a little bit of designer copium, but I kind of justified it to myself by saying like, hey, everything you get is temporary compared to like Reyna's heal. You only get the speed boost and the healing while it's active. Everything else falls off. So I really wanted you to press that gas pedal or get nothing. And so I think this is a 10 seconds is aggressive. It's a long time for a speed boost for sure.
I like that. Yeah, I really like them too.
Version of being able to run around the map.
Now, let's see if any opportunities present themselves here, but again, the buy not going to be ideal.
Especially in comparison to the last controller we got of Harbor. This is such a good engine.
The Viatant going to be falling. Well, noting the player
Because I said the one thing I wanted from a new controller was something along the lines of Chamber. Maybe not as how powerful Chamber was, but an agent that fulfills a role within that like skill set.
Absolutely confirms. Mimi and Kaide still standing up against Black.
She was overhealing to 150. Yeah. That's the pick me up. That's her C.
We're tied up this game. Pretty damn close.
It's a MasterCard thrifty. I never got to say that before.
There you go. Look,
Yeah, we've been
don't. Look,
We'll give you the next Red Bull.
Harbor is just good on Pearl. I mean, there's a lot of areas where Harbor's good. It's just incredibly high skill ceiling, but really unforgiving to play.
Yeah, this job's pretty fun.
Okay, so
And you don't have as much like skill expression as you would do on like an Omen or a Clove in this case.
Wait, was Kaide teabagging? I love this. It's probably like, am I?
The fine has to come through now.
You're Kaide, you're fine. You kidding? Like, jeez. But can we get a replay of that, however, if possible?
Euroflash fighting.
Hitbox. Maybe not loving what happened to him last round, so answering back pretty quickly. Mixwell very close to the ult. How dare you steal that? How dare you? We could have had the ult online right now. Well, let's see what we have coming out here. Again, having to respect this side take. There's so much.
The smokes look almost see-through.
Forging a clean path.
No,
they're going to be coming in as well.
They definitely smoke. You can't see through them at all, it looks like.
Rough round.
There was something about if you're in the smokes that you can't hear out of them, but I think that was horseshit.
Heaven. Waiting just on the other side here. Ult now ready.
Can play aggro.
He's looking like he wants to as well. Even just with that Sheriff, he fancies it. Maybe the best way to turn the odds this round.
Color. Yeah, I mean,
short, maybe expecting.
A shot.
Belting shot.
I wonder as well if they added in the whole scene when the smoke drops.
Doesn't even get the chance.
Oh my god, that must be one of the main, not one of the main reasons.
Mixwell has not dead yet, doesn't he?
Nice shot. God, this game. I think that the change where the smoke effect happens when they're about to drop had a lot to do with Clove's addition to the game.
And basically have another shot at it.
Yep, yeah, you can put a lot of pressure, especially when that spike's ticking. People start to get nervous, they start to freak out, they're shaking. You just run around the corner and make them fight you again.
Yeah, you're right.
Because I imagine without that effect of when the smokes drop, especially when you've got a character that's putting smokes down whilst they're dead,
Potentially something to keep an eye on.
that could be really like hard to track and you just get caught out by it.
Get going off the back of this, Mixwell. Showing plenty of opportunities here. Maybe not the nicest weapon to use it with, but you know.
I mean, seeing the Odin here, first thing that comes to mind. Oh, okay. YJJ previously good with the Sheriff, but not landed this
Spain
time
also
around.
takes this shit super seriously.
The Odin spam,
Like from like I casted Spagnations last year, and like even though Spain didn't do that well, they were very serious. Like they scrimmed and practiced and stuff.
Really well this time. Kaide going down. So the Clutch Queen has been removed. Fugu, the one with the rifle, going to be eliminated. This is rough now. And yeah, well handled by Hitbox. Team Spain taking a stronger lead now.
Spain doesn't want to lose in front of their home crowd either, no.
There's much to bring to the plate here.
Actually, I just thought of a good question. Has this venue for Masters been used at other Valorant events before?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just starting to
like events that have happened in Spain and the like.
Where there are choke points around the map.
The only way EU wins the finals day, yeah. It's not even EU, like Spain are just taking it for themselves. Europe doesn't have a say in this one.
Similar, I think it's 8 meters, but I'm not 100% sure on that.
So slightly larger than the KO fragment.
I think so. Maybe. I don't know. This is a quiz. A quiz
Yeah,
that
I know.
I'm
Mike,
failing right
the
now.
problem is that you've started Mike off.
Yeah.
Like normally, Mike's
I'm thinking lineups already.
He's like, hold on, I need to get the server.
That's a great question too, is like, what's the movement like? Does it move like a snake bite? Does it move like a molly? Like a killjoy molly?
Line them up for us so we can see. But again, Fugu, clean. Oh!
Very clean.
Oh, nice from Fugu. Mixwell still has that ult though, so keep that in the back of your mind.
One question I was going to ask as well, with the ultimate, can you retrieve the spike?
Oh God,
I'm getting the hard hit.
Oh, as in like you can ult whilst you're dismissing?
I don't think so, but I could be wrong.
We'll harass you on Twitter.
Can a Reyna pick up the spike with her dismiss? Because if she can do it, then yeah, Clove should be able to do it. That's what I mean. Like, there's been a lot of stuff like that in the past with Valorant where, let's say Reyna can pick up the spike with a dismiss, but then Clove wouldn't be able to for whatever reason. Ooh, nice flick.
What a snap! I thought Sergio had that every day of the week.
So yeah, that would be a really interesting interaction to see if, obviously, the spike will fall when Clove dies, and then the ultimate's activated, whether or not you can retrieve that, potentially get it back out of harm's way, back into a safer position to recover, potentially.
Yeah, I think usually because the timer is so short at 2 seconds, you want to get somewhere and then fight.
Yeah.
If the spike is down, I think if you're trying to, like, you know, jump off.
Valve League always reference other character cuts to not make the game heavy. It's definitely been a lot of cases where there hasn't been true. Oh wow, they're heated. Yeah, they do take it seriously.
Which is wild. Like normally, it can be a little one-sided show matches, but whoever picked these players, pick good.
Clover's still useful for retake even if they're down. It's like, yeah, exactly. There's no tabbing out whilst you're dead with this agent, which is why I like her.
Oh my God, look at why JJ just sprints away.
Can't get out.
The damage, the ability to just close down gaps.
You'd put your IGL on Clove too. Like, genuinely, put Angel back on this fucking put Angel on this agent full time and you're good. And then he just gets sprayed for the smoke.
He puts him to the grave this time. For the second time of asking. More to be done though, having to respect that lockdown for a little longer.
Even like Bowstrong Clove.
Bring it back. Let's go. Again, just heard the ult come out from Jisoo, I believe.
Yep.
Because Boaster's been clicking heads a lot recently.
Yeah, time is ticking.
I saw a flash, but there we go. The Vitan gonna find Fugu. Is now down on the side. That's fantastic from Jisoo as well. The time.
Boaster after aim training on Clove, yeah.
Yeah, not a problem in the end. I was about to say not a problem. It is close. No, I think they got it. They got it.
Oh my God, that is close.
That looks so on.
That looks so
0-0-2.
Mike, I went by the method of the little boop.
When the boop blips.
The bloop. I thought we were in the time frame.
What's the official term for the bubble?
Mike, why are you around me?
Oh my God, I'm shaking now. I think boot blips is probably as good as I've got without looking at the files.
Let's get that in turn. There.
Wow, that's incredibly close.
Legit, my brain didn't.
Yeah, this is just a best of one. Be weird if it was a best of 3.
You know? But here we are.
It's just a show match before the grand finals, which should be in about 15 minutes. So they've timed this really well. I thought that an hour to just show off all of the Clove-related stuff wouldn't be enough, but that's worked. Marketing and esports.
But it doesn't matter. Overwhelming.
Connecting at the right time.
Wait, what?
TP invested here and committed.
Nuts.
This was a set piece coming out from Spain.
They've been running.
Hang on.
What?
Whoa.
JJ, where have you just done that from?
JJ stands for GG.
They could do some serious work here.
I don't know if she would. This is the smoke post-mortem. You can see the range and it looks like it's headshot range, footstep range.
The timing excellent. Just dipping around that smoke, put into play. The lockdown is there though. Kaide, what can one player do?
Nice. Oh, one player below.
She had it again. Not this time though.
Beautiful timing on the smoke from the grave though, keeping.
If it's best of 3, I'll sleep. Yeah, I mean that's valid. We got a best of 5 after this.
Unfortunately, yeah, it's caught off guard here. The sort of situation, again, if there's a teammate swinging onto this, that window is short. It seems a little OP, but the window, it's not a get out of jail free card.
Yeah, we wanted to make sure there was teamwork involved, you know?
Yeah, absolutely.
You have to strategize around this ability, that it's not just you get to do whatever you want. Yeah, sometimes you mess
I don't know what, I'm thinking like Deadlock, if there's any interactions there with utility that would be good.
You hit your teammates too, you know?
I think the general answer is no, because Deadlock is ass.
Trying to take the lead here. That's an incredible round so far, though. Already Hunter's Fury just getting posted. Actually catches. Oh, why JJ's kind of nuts?
What? Nearly catching Black.
One of the other interactions it showed with Clove and her medal, they one-shot killed a ISO that had his shield.
The close-up. YJJ though.
Yeah, this is a Georgiamo agent as well, isn't it? Holy shit.
Down to 3. Spike should be going down soon. Looking at Mimi. Coming around, still plenty of kit to play with as well.
Scanning ahead.
I think YJJ trying to play Mimi in here. The synergy off the
Perfect bait,
charts. Love that.
Pick me up.
We were worried about the comms, but looking pretty clean.
So if you've got full armor, the pick me up doesn't give you an overheal.
All the players, probably just 2 at this point, but still.
It just gives you the
Nice shot there
stim.
towards YJJ.
Fade and Clove could be good, yeah. I just think more like Clove and Sova. Clover.
Again. Oh, it's lovely, Mimi. You got something for us here, though. A 1v1. Mixwell.
Oh,
Mimi. It's gonna be
nicely done. And he had the overheal on 2, but it doesn't give him any extra overheal because they had full armor. Well,
yeah, you could tell
they had 36 armor.
He still had the speed and was like, well, I guess I'm gonna go wide.
Neither does Reyna. No, I figured.
Straight to Mimi.
Now we're starting to get towards the
So
end.
I guess it's either the players don't realize it that much themselves, or they're valuing the little stim that you get from it.
Don't say that, Michael. We've got a final.
The crowd wants it.
I know, but
What's the time?
I think it's a good idea, though. Even like,
because they'll start panicking. You know,
if the devs just looked at it and went, let's take some of the cool stuff we have for Reyna.
it's not gonna go.
How do we make it like good?
You know what? I'll take it. I'm down. I'm down to clown. If I get to see more of the agent, I get to see this matchup.
I might look. See you around. See you, golf.
Hell yeah. But again, opting straight in for this A take. All
They didn't use the
players
medal.
present. It's down. That's gonna be down to the international squad to try and retake this one.
Use buff to smoke, so.
Well, doors removed. Well ahead of the plant here, so. Not sure if
Penguin said that Clove isn't as good as Omen for being aggressive,
Back towards heaven. Kaide, great impact.
which I think for like the TP and the paranoia, that's true.
And now down to 1.
But I think
Jisoo gonna have to do some
the speed of putting down the smokes is a lot faster for Clove.
This is a 1v5 too. Mixwell with not dead yet.
Oh god, you're absolutely right. The odds.
Oh yeah, you've got to track that. This is basically a 1 versus 5.
Trying to find a fair fight, and none of it. No, not the knife.
Oh, just ends it that way.
What a way to round it out, Team Spain.
It's a TP that makes Omen aggressive.
Picking up the show match victory.
Yeah.
A fitting end. And that's a taster for the crowd today, Long.
But I think that, I don't know. I'm not really like, I'm more curious on what Anders is going to say about it more than anybody. But I think for the most part,
Great to see the
I would be inclined to think that they are both equally aggressive, but just at various amounts.
today. Looking solid. Mimi showing off a little
Like
bit of
they're aggressive in different ways.
YJJ was a firecracker during this series.
Yeah, it was a real Sova and Sheriff spotlight.
What's the viewership like? 83k on Twitch. I imagine on YouTube it's probably massive viewership on mainstream.
Real pleasure.
Yeah,
to get to watch
107k.
this, to get to see Clove in action as well, seeing some of that capability and possibility. And this is after, I mean, I think these players have had
some hands-on time.
Yeah, a little bit, but not much. You can only imagine what pro teams, pro players are going to be able to achieve once they get the ability to really play this agent, get their hands on, and get, you know, considering.
Caracalona's 113 right now, which isn't his peak. I think his peak was a lot higher.
I need you to tell me about this specific thing. And I can imagine the players at home will be doing the same thing here, but
I think we're quite lucky though. We have most of the kind of, I guess, the surface level scenarios or circumstances in this game, but yeah, definitely going to be very interesting to see how Clove fits into the meta. You know, what are the synergies alongside some other utilities?
Just looking at all of the content that's gone out on Clove.
Sorry, can't remember now. The medal, sorry, apologies. The trajectory of that.
I wonder how much
fast utility.
How much the viewership is for like
it definitely seemed
this agent's like intro in comparison to like other agents that we've had in the past.
Yeah, I'm really happy. They had some sick trap plays, really well coordinated. Honestly, I felt like that Mixwell smoke for the Sova drone also just really well timed. Made that Killjoy push on the timing super awkward. So I think that just kind of shows what those kind of comms can help you do in those clutch situations.
I've got to say, it must be somewhat nerve-wracking to see these players pick up something that you've had internal, that you've been working on, and then seeing them get their first real chance in front of the audience, bringing it out to the wider world to see what Clove is capable of, that's got to be a little bit nerve-wracking. So, yeah, you're happy enough with the result though, right?
I'm extremely happy about it. Honestly, it went far beyond my expectations. I think no game designer out there will ever be like, oh, players learn things way slower than I expected. It's like, especially in a game like this, you know, our players are so good.
It has to be high by default since Madrid is record breaking.
So I really felt like the character shined really well today.
No, I'm incredibly happy we got to see
Excited to see more,
yeah,
honestly.
I just want to see what happens, because, like, again, when we see characters added to games like
I'm really interested in like checking it out on stream later. I don't know if I'll have time really, because like 9 p.m. start is a little bit steep.
There's a real viability here. I'd be very surprised to not see it.
Yeah, I mean, even just here, theory crafting, there are so many possibilities alongside a double controller.
There's a lot of cool stuff you can do with it though. I'm really excited for this agent. Considering that the last, like, let's go backwards. Last agent we got was ISO.
This has been an
dog shit.
exceptionally fun day.
Like, just not good at all. Deadlock.
We are going to hand it down to the
I don't know what's worse than dog shit, but that's what Deadlock is. Gecko, pretty good, but not hype, I don't think. And it's not as like, it's not like GenG in fucking Overwatch. It's no
congratulations on the win.
like agent that people are excited to main in the same way that they'd want to play Jet or Reina or Chamber.
What you think is very strong.
Who was before Gecko?
Speak in Spanish, so Mimi can speak in English.
Was it Chamber? No, it was Harbor. Harbor. Just resident sleeper agent. Like, I like him a lot, but he's boring as shit. And then would it have been Chamber at this point? I can't do it backwards. I'm gonna do it from, so it was like Breach and Beta, Raze, Reina, Killjoy, Sky, Astra,
is a very aggressive smoker for all of those players that do
Fade,
not do this but have to play a smoker. This would be a perfect addition
Chamber,
of the wrestling ability. Now you, Mimi,
Harbor, am I missing any of it? Yori's in there somewhere.
in competitive for this agent, first of all.
First of all, I'm gonna put my controller Vanya on this.
Oh my god, fucking Vanya on this agent would be mean.
I love it.
That's actually straight up fucking bullying.
Okay, then that one. What other agents do you think you could combo?
KO as well, yeah. I'm just trying to work it out from like release order, which is really hard to do off the top of my head.
I'm not sure, honestly.
Here we go.
That has a like
Reina, Killjoy, Sky, Euro, Astra, KO, Chamber, Neon, Fade, Harbor. Fade was just before Harbor? Really? That feels so long ago. I would have assumed Fade came up before Neon. But that was literally like 4 episodes ago. So that would have been 2 years ago. And this all blurs into one because, you know,
okay, last question is going to be for you, Maxwell, and it's not actually
a bad agent. Like, just not. I don't want to say bad. I think saying bad's mean, but I did call them dog shit before. But they are kind of dog shit. So yeah, dog shit. Fun, but a bit bland. Like, good utility, like good addition to the game. But it's not like Neon. It's not like Yoru, right? The only one that gets a hard on over Gecko is me. Harbor, boring. Fades, pretty good, like really good addition because it was a Silver competitor. Neon, pretty good, bit of a Jet competitor. Chamber, really good. I think one of the better agents they've added, despite being a bit too strong. KO, really good. But yeah, like, it's been almost 2 years since we got an agent that was a good addition for Valorant, I think. Reina was the first added agent. Yeah, I did it at the same time as Ascent, right at the start of the game. So I remember me and Miska making like Japanese accounts because the game came out in Japan first. The video's still on the YouTube channel, I'm pretty sure. And grand finals after this. All right. Yeah, it's sick. It's like a really good agent to be added in. I'm happy with it. The only issue is I feel like I have to fight fucking Miska in order to play it because he's like the controller player. Damn right. If you lock in Clove, I'm locking in Deadlock. I'm throwing out games. No, but like the reason why I'm like keen to play Clove is because it's always fucking me. Because I know everybody's watching it in Discord, so I'm gonna call it out here. It's always fucking me that gets the brunt of like, we need to sort of peek and fight a little bit more. Because apparently I'm just sat in the backside playing with my dick for lineups, trying to do Kokoda, whilst everybody else is just getting beaten alive and I'm baiting everybody. So put, like, I don't want to play Reyna. I don't want to play a Duelist. I don't want to play Chamber. Like, is there an aggressive initiator that I can play? I guess Gecko's the better one. Who is playing with what? It's just like, I feel like I'm the most culpable as the person that doesn't fight as much as they possibly should. That sounded about right. See? Or just doesn't even play and he knows. Oh, wait, everybody's in the Discords? Yeah, pretty much the whole, like, stack other than Priz is in. Yeah, like, surely, like, if you want me to bait less and you want me to fight more, put me on this agent. Kind of force me to. Because it's effectively Reyna, but not, like, completely, like, meme and learning stuff. I'm not sure you are a masturbator though. We can't take you off of that, right? What the game really needs is an agent that just... What's the name of the character that they had in Heroes of the Storm? Is one of the StarCraft ones? Like the little baby Zergling that you basically plant in certain spots and they use utility like globally, but they're just sat like almost like cooking themselves. Abathur, yeah. Add Abathur in. I'll just unplug my keyboard. Like, I'm not going to hold W. I'm just going to sit in our own spawn and just use global utility.
2 days ago, GenG and Sentinels met on this stage.
Honestly, that's something I can definitely see the Valorant devs doing.
The Pacific Squad.
Like, I absolutely can see one of the Valorant devs being like, let's just add Abathur with a Glock. And they're like, no, no, Raikou, we're not doing that.
Runbacks. How will the story end? Well, just go ahead and find out. I'm Golden Boy. You got me. Me got hype.
I can't express how I don't want to use the utility. I want to be the utility.
The show match was absolutely bonkers. What a warm-up for them for the grand final.
And the game hasn't even started
yet.
Exactly.
Basically, you're just a sky dog for the whole game.
Unbelievable stuff, but regardless
that would be funny as shit.
On this stage here today, history has
because then you could get the content creators that have fucking like racing wheels. I would love to play like a Trailblazer agent with a steering wheel and like fucking step pedals.
Yeah, and I guess the team that there were a couple of question marks about them coming into this
I want to start Duba shoulders and bullies enemies. Yeah, that's probably the main problem. There couldn't be a worse Smurf carrying agent.
But they've just come from strength to strength here in Madrid.
They've won 9 matches in a row between...
I feel bad as well because we'd be playing with people like, you know, like we have some friends that like don't play Valorant an awful lot. I'm not going to name names because it's mean, but I can imagine us being like, hey, so-and-so, you're playing Abathur today. And it's like, oh, but I've never played the new agent. It's like, yeah, but you're playing them. Basically, just attach yourself onto Duba and you're good.
Be anybody else other than DRX, I guess, after the last couple of years, but I'm so glad it's GenG on basically the brink of achieving this because they have been such an exciting
You'd basically be like the fat kid at like PE. Like pick last, put on that agent. That's a league character, we don't need that. I mean, these are the league creators. They decided that they wanted to throw in fucking what's his face's ult.
here.
for ISO.
It's wild that it's taken this long for a Korean squad to come back.
Was it
But has some of those same pieces.
GenG versus
Latvia,
Sentinels?
After barely attending international events, after kind of
I
falling
changed
off the
all the
radar, going
titles.
down
There we
to
go.
tier 2, has come back to another international and is now in the finals. And Solo, who was on that Neutron squad, is now the coach.
Because it would also be really funny to watch people like be like, who's the best Abathur player in the world in Valorant? And it's like, how do you even measure that?
Managed to get some words with Munchkin.
Hello, Munchkin. Welcome to your first grand final. Of course, you're the first Korean team to make a grand final here at a global event. What is the plan for today, and how do you make sure you bring a trophy home for your region?
If Clove would die with 6 orbs, would they get the orb and ult?
Well, it's worked so far. Thank you very much.
Very situation dependent. You could.
Well, it's
But I don't think you'd like, if you're in a 5 versus 4, I don't think you int to try and take a fight. And but if you're in a 3 versus 4 and you've planted on ASN, having like people push up perhaps would be good. Have a Phoenix run it back, and then the Clove follow straight afterwards.
This could be a massive achievement for a guy who started off his career in Valorant white hot.
Yeah, I mean, as the chosen one, we keep talking
Also,
about being the chosen
that's
one,
reason number 2 why I should be put on Clove. I'd like to give myself credit. If I have to run onto a site, like after Mist or Duba, whoever's like on Duelist and executing, I feel like I'm quite good at like being the secondary entry and trading off the people.
Yeah, but the thing is, he's not playing the same roles. He's not doing the same things. Back then, he could lock Jet, dominate.
I don't think I'm that bad. I think I am better when I just like stay back and like hold the
This time
people.
around, Ten's making it to a final. It has been the hard road. It has been every third map. It has been every
I think that's why like me on Killjoy on Ascent mostly works. It didn't work yesterday. I was just exhausted. I shouldn't have played.
Definitely seen the evolution of Tens throughout his career as a Valorant professional. Actually, here's what Tens had to say about the squad during yesterday's post-match interview. Let's go ahead and take a listen.
I think this is the best iteration that Sentinels has had for a
Need to know the interactions with KR2.
We get along, we're great friends, and I think we trust each other.
From the sounds of it, you can't be suppressed when you're dead.
Roster, but I think we all can agree that most definitely is the case here, Mimi. I mean, it does feel like this Sentinels team like just rose back up like a phoenix from the ashes practically, because it felt like they were.
I think she cannot res after getting the last orb on death. That wouldn't make any sense.
Yeah, it's been 2 years of.
I feel like if you die and get the orb,
for this organization,
you should be then able to use your ultimate.
An international competitor, but they've taken the time. They've invested in rookie players along with the veterans. They've brought on.
When they die while suppressed, can they ult? I think they should be able to. That's stuff that I'm like going to be testing tomorrow, more specifically.
Never really had.
But I think that's a great question.
Yeah, and that's what makes it.
What are the other like questions that are worth checking and answering?
Have already held global trophies above their head, but the other 8 players on that stage today have not. And in fact, two of them are here for the first time ever. They literally showed up, and then now they're in a final.
Where is the other?
And it's John QT,
It's this one. I don't know where I put it.
It's so incredible because John QT doing this as an IGL has been
Hey,
utterly
thank you.
impressive. But then Karen genuinely is a god.
Yeah, he actually. Wow.
Oh, you're saying we're woo?
To be honest, it pulled straight from
I don't think we need to be like.
but yeah,
I don't mind people being strict on me about it, but I don't want to.
In terms of, I guess, his macro kind of.
I don't want to
as a controller for GenG
like
has been
police people into getting their pronouns right, because I feel. Model 1, I think I just made the mistake then. I think the main problem is that you like antagonize people and then you have them be very against pronouning people properly.
He gets his opportunity on tier 1, and for a young IGL, he goes absolutely
Does that make sense?
nuclear. His first ever international event, and he's led his team to the finals.
It's like those when Hogwarts Legacy came out, all of the community people and brigaded streamers that ended up streaming it, it just makes the community, I suppose, of like trans supporting people or non-binary supporting people, like anti-JK Rowling, I guess, just turns them into like villains almost. When is Clove out? I think they are out on Tuesday, NA, Wednesday morning, EMEA. It's easier to say the name if you think pronouns are hard. I don't think it's that hard to say they, though. They, them.
Welcome to the grand finals. You've had such
But that's from me being like, I'm not going to say the race player is a she because Like if Zekken is playing Raze, I'm not gonna say Zekken's ultimate is really good. She has great utility.
Thank you very much. Good luck.
Capitalism is what powers
But
that
anyhow,
young man there.
so what were the questions? Like KO knife,
I guess Zekken's just had the commission.
KO suppress,
I think so.
Yeah.
post death. I think it is.
Paid. In any case, though, folks, there's so.
When is Clove on main servers? I said like probably Tuesday for NA, Wednesday for EMEA. EMEA gets it last, I'm pretty sure.
Who do you think is walking away a Masters champion here in Madrid? And it is Sentinels, but you know what? I'll take the 38.1
I'll take
for
38.
GenG.
Yeah.
To be honest with you.
I really did.
Yeah, Sentinels are the fan favorite today, but
It's always like that. It's more of a case of,
I feel like they've
is there a patch due this week or is it next week?
team after team. No one was super excited about them until suddenly, they're in the upper
I
finals.
think it is due this week.
This team just plays fantastic, fundamental Valorant at a very high level. All of their individuals are in white
Because the last patch that we had was just before Madrid started.
precipice of maybe lifting a trophy today.
Yeah, and I
So
think
yeah,
talking about it
yeah.
being
It should be Tuesday.
along like the sidelines to the headline.
But it is a little bit different of a, what's the word?
They have just played some.
It's a little bit different of
an awful lot of flair to it.
a situation. Like we've never had an agent being added in midway into a
If they
like,
were going to
act.
lift a trophy,
It's always
it would be the
been
hard way.
start of an
They played
episode,
every
new
match
content, start of an act,
possible
new
in
content.
Americas. They went down to the lower bracket. They played through play-ins. They had a long off-season. This is a team who has really dedicated themselves to the grind. Since the beginning of 2024, they have played every match possible, and it's the reason they're so good.
I think the strength of Medal as an ability is good.
This stage has been GenG's overall attitude about this event, just their performance as a whole. It
Yeah,
genuinely
I think there's a
feels
lot
like
of good
this team-
questions to ask, but I just need to like
DRX
pull them all together.
pressure. For some reason, these guys are cool as a cucumber.
They look like naturals up there.
Can they get C after killing Phoenix clone?
Like it's not a big shock to be on the international stage and
I imagine so, because you can for Reyna. If it's consistent with the rules of the game, which it should be, but it sometimes isn't.
At getting up, at talking their talk, at just
But like Reyna can get
once they get in control, once they
like
start
you get an assist for it,
so hard to stop
therefore you
once
can
players are yelling, once
dismiss
that vibe is
or
off,
devour off of the
who's gonna
Phoenix
turn that
ultimate.
off? They seem unstoppable.
Well, actually, I'm really glad you bring that up because then my eyes kind of turn to the guy who's won a world champion on that stage.
Sure.
It's Sasi. And even though his
I imagine it's the same for down in KO, but I think that's a good question.
turvy, if you will,
Like,
Mike, I do feel like at this point in time, you got to lean on guys like Sasi, guys like Zelsis to keep the attitude
Absolutely,
going.
you dial into that experience, but also Sassy has been heating up. Last few series, been way more impressed with his individual performance, but also his
Because
contribution.
I wonder if you down a KO whilst they're in ultimate.
To be honest, the burning question is not
I don't actually know. Could a Reyna get the Well, you can't use the utility anyway, so I guess not.
Even if he's not putting up numbers, he's putting up great supportive utility. One of the reasons why Zekken looks like the best in the world right now.
ISO
is the
ult
get-go
interaction
Sky
too.
player who's saucy.
Yeah, if you die against it, ISO ult.
Leadership too. He brings that world
Imagine if like you died in the ISO ultimate, but you came back, and so it's like ding ding round 2. Fucking the Randy, I didn't hear no bell. And you've brought them back into the run ISO ult.
Your boy sweating up here.
Oh god, that'd be so funny. If that's not an interaction in the game, it has to be. Has to be.
I'm gonna predict Sentinels with a double map ban for GenG.
I love Clove being like,
tough.
bitch, we're going again.
I can't doubt them.
Okay.
Double or nothing.
This is what Mimi says. Hi, Pac, what about you?
GenG walking their way to a trophy today.
Ooh.
I'm telling you. And do you know what? We had this conversation before this event started. I was like, I'm not buying it, GB.
Dude,
I'm not buying it. And you're like, just watch.
Yeah.
I'm all in now.
I was confident when I saw it, man. And
I really like the idea of having the like hex code spam.
I could see GenG.
But there's the obvious problem of like you're doing this in the English speaking channel against the Korean team.
Walking on here with rookies, with a roster that had no expectations to make it now to a grand final, to have a
ISO can easily avoid you. I guess
It
true.
would be an incredible moment for their league, for their country, and for all 5 members on that stage.
Oh boy, I hope you guys feel it.
I like all of the bits of their utility. Like their ultimate is really strong. The smokes are nice. I think Medal as an ability is a little bit too powerful. But I think that you can
The Masters Madrid Grand Final starts right now.
Sorry, just Golden Boy was being way too hype. I didn't want to interrupt him. I do think that you can fine-tune Medal as an ability to be more fair. It's not like one of those things where it's way too broken, you need to completely rework the ability. I think you can easily like reduce the amount of decay it does, or how big the utility is, or how much it costs. There's a lot that Riot can do to keep Clove in check.
Already in the round, third would be needed. Mind Freak's not stopping. He's got to check.
Maybe just 80 decay? Yeah, exactly.
Sentinels!
I also feel like the ability itself, this might be just because I'm getting used to it, but like from watching it, it did feel like hard to see.
Looking back at my career as a whole,
Because I think like I should probably write down like my feedback, I think,
it's
for
always a perfect road.
the utility. Because I think it's like the attack defense observing of smokes isn't clear. Medal ability not clear.
Just the has allowed
anything
me to
else?
be the player I am today.
When Astra came out, everybody's been raving about the vulnerable, and now everybody deems it to be the least useful ability. I don't think it's the least useful ability. I just think it's incredibly hard to get use out of it.
Move forward to the grand finals. New turn. Surely got rocked here by Sentinels.
일단 건강 문제로 되게 힘들었었고요. 힘들었고 포기하고 싶었던 순간은 당연히 엄청나게 많았지만 네, 결국에 끝까지
The least useful ability is ISO as well.
첫 이유가 이제
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Ooh, also, Clove is going to be a great agent to play in TDM. That's where I'd be locking it in. I lock in Gecko for TDM just so I can get used to like using the utility in fights when it's appropriate. And people just hate me.
Are you planning to make it a pro? Is that
Yeah, that's the plan.
I actually came here from the United States to come see Masters. First Korean team in the grand
In
final.
TDM? Yeah, I think Clove would be a lot of fun in TDM. Especially if you're like doing it a lot.
급하게 꺾어가지고 경기 전부 예매했습니다. 이거 먼치킨 선수 신발.
But I just don't like playing duelists, I've sort of realized. Like, I don't have any interest in it. So like playing TDM as like Jet, ISO, whatever, just doesn't really like, I'm not interested. But obviously playing like Sova or Gecko in it is just like pretty meh. So I ended up just playing like Gecko and not using any util.
특징을 잘 살린다.
저희가 운이나 그런 게 아닌 진짜
You have 1,200 hours in aim labs.
그리고 마음속에 쌓여져 있던
Low key, I think that
전부 다 해서
if you're an aim connoisseur, you're somebody that likes to get good at sort of clicking heads and just taking good gunfights, play Initiator, play Sentinel. Play like Killjoy, Cypher, because you don't have to fuck about with util when you're taking these fights typically. You're just there with your gun out the whole time.
I've been like fan of 10 since 2021 when I watched them in Reykjavik.
Duelist, you have a lot of like you're not really aiming to be good at winning gunfights. Like you can do that, sure, but your job is more to just get the timing right of being aggressive, be in people's faces.
아직 자랑스러울 순 없다 생각하고요. 트로피를 거머쥐.
I've been trying it like I'd say like out of our friend group, Duba's our like best player.
I'm just really thankful.
And like I've been very keen on him to like pick up stuff like Killjoy and Cypher, because less fucking about with util, you just need to know a couple of general setups, and you can either go with the team on an execute, full 5-man, or you can like lurk and find space and catch somebody by surprise. And if you're feeling confident enough to take those aim duels, you can do that.
Los más en forma representando a 4 regiones. Y ahora es el gran momento. Es el momento que todo el mundo esperaba. Y la pregunta, ¿estáis listos? Bienvenidos a la gran final del Masters.
Duelist is necessary to be good at aim, but the duel initiate coordination is more important than the aim. Yeah, it's like communication and also knowing when to be aggressive versus when not to. and not to get annoyed, because you could be dying a lot, but you're still finding a lot of success off your teammates trading you. So you've got to kind of like turn your brain off a bit and just be like, I'm not playing well, but I'm allowing my team to get in on the site and get the kills. It's what makes Zekken so impressive for Sentinels. Like, you could just tell when he's like, I need to be aggressive here. I need to hold. Just gonna let Ulysses go off. Who would have thought that when Tens was fucking about playing loads of Omen that they would get here from the off season? And also when people say for like casters, like, oh, they're not as hype as Spanish or Japanese or Korean casters. We can't do this. English speakers cannot do this. I don't know who I want to win. I like Kaplan, though. Also, Miska, there's one thing if you're watching. I was talking to Kaplan the other day, and I was looking through old messages because me and him used to like talk a bit, like because he wanted to make content and stuff. And he was like, he fucking loved the videos that we did of like myth busting agents and like when a new agent comes out, the stuff that we make around it. He was like, nobody does it better than you guys. I was like, oh, this was like a couple of years ago now. First title for APAC? I hope so. Because I think that, like, put some respect on Pacific as a region. Bring it back. I'd like to. I think for when new agents and stuff come out, like, I always enjoyed making content around the new agents. Like the Mythbusters and more like the high quality stuff that we did. But, like, I don't want to talk about news. I don't want to talk about skins. Like, what Karq does content-wise is kind of what I'd be interested in, like, doing, but I think you lead with the personality first and then sort of do that. Why not now, though? Well, I'm doing this right now, but, like, the plan is tomorrow to do a lot of stuff. There is new age. Yeah, like, we're doing a stream tomorrow to just test everything. I think us doing, like, after this stream, me making anything that's, like, all of the content's out there and people got like an exclusive look and gameplay, so there's not as much reason to do that content as of right now. But I feel like I could do a really good like myth busting, so I don't think anybody else has really done that, and the channels that used to don't anymore. Like, I looked before, like Valorant Curious they do like the sort of like myth busting and tricks to exploit kind of shit, but they haven't done it for a while, I don't think. They just do their like 5 silvers versus 2 immortals who wins, which, you know, works for them. I couldn't find any more like content that I wouldn't be interested in other than that. But like, they make a lot of it. It's probably easy to make. Production's good on it. It's just not for me.
It's been a difficult road for both of these teams, from failing to make an impact at the
landscape has changed. Yeah, it's changed a lot. Now it's talking bananas to say they're Radiant when they're fucking not. Honestly, what a world we live in now. But I also saw Who'd You put out a video saying, I played Clove, here's everything you need to know. 40-minute video. But it's like,
it's been over 1,000 days.
I almost feel like if I'd watch it, if I've seen somebody else do that, I'm like, I'm just gonna watch them. I'm not gonna try and do what they did. But if I'm like, nobody else has made this content, then I go, I'm gonna make it. But I guess that's one of the reasons why I'm doing China a lot. Is like, nobody's talking about this region and knows anything about the players. Yeah, Lotus Sunset is a really good band for them. And GenG get first pick, so they're going Breeze. So Sentinels splits, they're going Bind. Good pick. Ascent, that's brave. That's a really brave one. Sentinels map 4. I guess you're not going to go there, so like Icebox is a 5th map. I would have thought that you'd bring that out earlier if you were GenG.
Battle between two teams that not only have crossed paths before,
Really interesting Vito.
but for both
Really good chance here for Sentinels, I
trying
think.
to see where are the margins of victory, because neither team I'm suspecting is going to be giving anything up. But I'm really looking at that Breeze to be the tone setter of this game.
Yeah, I think I just started to burn out on like making stuff that I'm like any old fucking guy with like a hacked Premiere Pro.
This doesn't even feel front loaded for GenG.
Especially nowadays where there's so much more like editing software that you could use. It's free. I'm either a little bit like uppity or just burnt out from doing it for so long. But my general thing is like I don't want to make content that I feel that any other fucking guy could just make.
It's going to be
or girl can just make.
back BO5s game after game for the Sentinels. Well, GenG has
I like making stuff around China because I feel like I can give a good assessment on the teams and players from knowing them, more so than like somebody like Pacha, who are really like knowledgeable, but this is their like as a collective, this is their blind spot, I suppose. So I'm like, all right, I'm gonna like learn more about this new region.
It's an exhausting series to play against a team like PaperX, but whether or not that now, you know, kind of puts
Who you got winning? I think GenG, but this veto looks really doable for Sentinels. It is literally, especially with restarting, it is map by map. I'm really nervous for GenG here as the first pick because whilst GenG have looked really good against EDG and beaten Sentinels last time, it felt like Sentinels had a game plan. Whatever that may have been, but they had a game plan that they weren't able to commit to. They just kept going for A executes, and they were just getting farmed. The Sentinels picking defense here is really interesting to highlight. Sunset Lotus is a gun ban, right? But yeah, Sunset's their permaban, and one of Sentinels is better maps. And Lotus, I guess it is a good map for Sen, but I do think that like, this is almost going, man, I hope the Sentinels aren't good on these maps that we've not seen them play properly in a while.
Have a chance to kind of get dragged down into the chaos here by GenG with this comp. It's going to be tough for them to take home Breeze now.
Well, this is it.
Yeah, here we go.
Time for the Madrid Grand Final. And let's go ahead and send it over to your casters. It's your boys, Bren and Sideshow.
Thank you very much. Let's get this one started in the Madrid arena. What a stage that's been set up, man. The scintillating Sen City trying to pave that road for a bit of redemption. But
I think also it's why I was a little bit against streaming initially. Because I'm like, I'm just, you know, me being here doing this. Probably like 3 dozen other streamers that are sort of doing the same thing. And you might watch people based on their personality, their knowledge, how much they focus on the game, how much they talk shit.
So what can Sen learn?
I think the big thing is the side swap. Like Sentinels, the last time that they played, they went attack, they went A, they got battered. We didn't see much of Sentinels' defense. And with like the Cypher on this map, in a completely different position than we typically see, I think the Sentinels have a really good shot here.
Turned around if you are Sentinels.
But my Preds of GenG, and if I get my Pred right, I'm like top 1% on predictions on VLR, which I'm really impressed at. I feel good about it.
Well, Breeze is going to be a map that really comes down to a bit of form factor. Can you hit your shots? Can you try and take down the big dogs that is?
The only ones I got wrong were effectively me betting against Edward Gaming.
QT just crouched behind this one, still flash.
Snake bite, the snake bite coming in at that time, forcing him to dash.
There it is, deleting him. Trip kill.
That just tilted me because yesterday I got killed by a trip. I just remembered as well. Fucking Cypher players, man. What a response. Celsius is in a great position. Munchin's getting fought by 2. They've pushed for mid. Great shock dart kills for both sides. Spike is left in a really awkward spot, but there's a lot of space being given here. And they're making the call to plant backside because they're a little bit concerned that these 2 players could push here. That's a really nice shot. That must have been improvised because who the fuck like plants for there? Oh, he stops peeking then. They got the right reads.
Looking like he might take that first contact dart.
Recon to see if anybody's come out into danger, but now they're gonna go.
Position second, walking wide. Now the dart finally ready, clearing it.
It doesn't get onto this position, but it pulls the focus away from both of them. Great trade from Lakia.
Versus Lakia.
Oh, great fight win.
It's one another. It's Lakia
Really good pistol from both sides. Like, I think the general setup for Sentinels was really good. I really like the adaptation to also go this way as well, to split up.
The skill on this team is so high, even after you see this ridiculous opener for John Cutie. Clearly anticipating an A-split from coming through, Sentinels simply couldn't capitalize on it.
Wow. It's the fact that Lakia is winning those. Like, Lakia is now getting back into his prime form than when he was on New Turn. At the start of like this event even, he was tragic, but as an initiator, he's got like better and better as the team has played together.
In incredible form.
Looking like he wants to have that second shot of revenge. I mean, he's already got it the first time in the upper bracket.
Brave to be holding this. It's even braver to be fighting this. Great flash. And these guys are going to try and push. Aldron sees one. I don't know if they're going to expect Sassy on the left-hand side. No, no, no. They're not reading it at all. And that's a spike loss too.
Pulled out, maybe a bit frantic. In terms of that approach,
Sassy just getting the right timing there to get into that blind spot.
His cranium out wide, still going to be playing his life now.
I think played T2 humbles him, made him a vibe.
Like a con was missed there because the spike
Yeah, you just sort of realize that like you can't force yourself to get back to that same level. And I guess DRX are idiots for not really using him and dropping him.
Read this play perfectly though. Guardian in hand. And the rest of GenG are coming towards him.
Because Lucky was in tier 2 last year, right? Like he wasn't on another...
Tries to take the timing just before anybody was set up for it. And they run him down. All grouped up.
This is another really good adjustment from GenG.
What could have been a possibility now.
This is brave. Didn't matter though. Now flank going in behind. Yeah, D+.
Dies in a single shot, but it's a 1v3.
He's already been spotted
All right.
out. Beautiful work from the IGL.
Way chaotic. So one thing that I think Meteor, I remember the last time that they played, got really lucky because he was farming the orb up on Euro. And Sentinels do like to have like this KO play where the KO's like on the back of sight. And he flashes for Zekken that peeks this. Like KO flash that comes in for a main, and then Zekken the jet peeks off the back of it. And there was a play where they did that, I think on the pistol. Meteor was fully flashed. Oh no, managed to look away whilst he was picking up the orb and got the kill onto Zekken here.
Far away from being able to get close to his Yoru ult, which is super effective to be able to get into these sites.
Even like using the recon to check close.
Yeah, he's pushed up deep here.
This is a really brave play when you're on a low buy, on a bonus against a low buy.
Collected onto Munchkin, but it's
This is also something that we didn't get to see Sentinels do last time either. They just were more focused on like stacking on the sites, I think.
And not prioritizing the orb on Meteor, as I suspected they might, to try to get the dimensional drift online. Instead, just going for texture. And
That's when Texture and him played.
These kind of timings.
Yeah, but Texture went to global. So where did Lakia go when Texture went to D+? Went to global, sorry, from D+. Was he just still on the team?
Just confident that John can
Also,
hold down the other
is
side.
this trip just like one here?
Just that though, massive map control that's been lost here for Sentinels. You can feel it just through the positioning of Sassy. He's having to watch.
Can't see the other one though. I think it's just along like the oh, it's the one on the step. There's like a step here.
Now fully grouped up.
So they're both like kill trips. You literally can't see it.
Might have to try and put a stop to
Even from observing, it's not that clear.
Adversaries to try and overcome here. Still not showing his hand. Dart. Potential there to set that one up, but finally a few shots fired and Rattle. Texture's been creeping and crawling up onto the angle. Finally.
Oh wow, they found that opening. What a timing as well. The Texture to peek off of that.
Dropping into the back of the site. Two left standing.
Good read for GenG to not like overstep. They sort of know the general places that John likes to put trips.
That's 8 seconds left. A round-winning play, perhaps, but now
He's got a plant. 1 versus 2. And they're both going A main, B main.
But can he survive the 1v2 already through?
Oh, nice try. Good bonus.
Nasty work there.
Important for Zekken to be showing up.
Zekken got shut down completely in the upper bracket final when these two teams played against each other.
That's also true.
Keep Zekken down for long. What we saw him do
I think Zekken against Paper X, yeah, he just managed to like ramp up into this one.
He was clearly the best player in the server. Dominating not just on Raze, as he has been doing all year, but also finding his form and his footing on Jet, especially with rifle in hand.
It's interesting too, the Sentinels are doing what Lao tried to do against GenG, where they're like, they don't have a Cypher, so we're just gonna like giga flank them. Every single round that we've seen thus far has been Sentinels trying to flank behind. On the pistol, it was A main. On round 2, you had, I think it was Zelsis to peek this way. And then that last round, both of them push.
Something to just upset those timings. GenG, they play.
So I think with the lack of Sentinel, trying to fight for this is really good. So like pushing halls here is really nice. Have they got any other utility to fake this? Oh, there's the jet, and almost didn't feel like Munchkin knew where he was. Like his brain was not really keeping up. Or were they doing the opposite, where they were like, they faked towards B, and then everybody else just ran along, which is risky. Zekken again, because he's duelist, he's like, okay, I'm taking this space quickly, wait for his teammate to be on and around him. Opening the door's good, recons it, closes it back. Even dash into the other side to just pull these players back. All Texture's doing there is just keeping their attention to give these players space.
Leave it at just John QT, but again, the time ticking away. It's just far too late for it. GenG.
Weird round.
Themselves up nice and easy onto that third.
John not even able to secure the rifle, which could have made a huge difference for Sentinel's economy. If he had been able to keep it, perhaps they would have still been able to buy into the next. I love the
This is a nice push.
I think it's really smart. Fake like seconds pushing in one direction, get the pick over towards halls. But they also just
Zelsis couldn't even get half.
To run in with his ult and get the plant down. And he essentially did that just all on his own.
Yeah, I think that like with Clove on this map as double controller, that could work.
Much more difficult to clean up, and Sen's retake protocols do not
Because on attack, if you have like the Viper Wall on B, each round, you can like smoke these, like, even if you die, you know, you die fighting for A main early, you still do these smokes.
They want to take the peak timing. So they're just holding down towards elbow. For GenG again, happy to play this one nice and slowly.
I believe Texture's positioning, he would have heard John QD use the...
Even though it's a slower round for Sen, they're still doing the same thing of like taking some of the space away.
Get relayed to the rest of the team. Yeah, you can see it being pinged out here.
And now again, fighting for mid.
And so they're
Because if you fight for mid, you have the fast rotations and you have that freedom to flank them without feeling like you're going like for a round trip.
Turning it, so you can get a kill, but only the one tag, spotting out the positioning of Zelsis. Interesting usage of the ult, but with 50 seconds left now.
Because like going through mid this way or this way is good. Wow, there's a lot of space given just because they're on classics and stuff. That they're just stacking one site in the hopes that it's a fake.
John QD has been anchoring in previous rounds.
I like the Cosmic Divide and then a fake TP, because the person on site is just going to be panicking about that.
Very difficult to deny, especially when you have so many smokes online. That pit did not cover the spike.
Oh, and a lot of respect as well being showcased as well to a weaker buy of Sentinels, but Zekken. See what damage he can do here. Still with the
Right, that's a good one. Get dash going in. Again, trying to pull attention as much as he can. Waiting until his team are ready to go with him.
This one they found Charon, but again, Munchkin is the player that needs to fall to really stand a chance into this one. Yes, it doesn't cover it. Texture alive and kicking, working his way around.
Oh, and Sassy's waiting for that angle. It's too good. And Hunter's Fury was used already. So it's an easy defuse. That was a pure like thrifty. It was one rifle that they had. They didn't even have a Blade Storm.
That is a bizarre one to start us off with. With a pit being invested as well, you think GenG have just got that wrapped up. It's a gorgeous flash recon play that catches Meteor, but then there's just a lot of time.
I swear, Zelsis has realized the branding opportunity he has, where it's like, we have a new classic skin coming out. I feel like Zelsis would go into deathmatch just with the classic so he can get good on it, and so he can show off the like bundle more.
Not something that's that replicable, but certainly one that's...
I think Zelsis might be a marketing genius.
Will be moving forwards now. Plenty of money left waiting, and a lot of equipment comes with it.
They're on an eco. Zelsis pushing up alone. Still getting onto a nice aggressive angle. It still has the dash if he needs it.
Possibly from a cam aggressively getting broken.
Yeah, for sure. John QD's cam got broken in that spot. Now he knows where Garon basically is. The rest of GenG.
Is there anything that they can do about it? Not really.
One of the things that Sen said in their press conference.
So there was the camera broken over here, and Sentinels' response is to push this.
But GenG are running a 1-3-1 default.
Yeah, kind of doing it alone, which against a bit of a weird buy for GenG is incredibly risky. Munchkin gets the timing on KO here. That's a rifle upgrade.
Fantastic info. He's going to be hearing the scurry of the footsteps from Munchkin, maybe even seeking to punish, but he's going to be calling this now for his team. Look at this.
Sassy starts to go.
Yeah, good maneuvers. All around the map can really follow those sound cues and follow them.
Yeah, I'm
well.
not sure what you're talking about with the keyboard.
Split out through tunnel.
TenZ has got to be careful here not to overflank. He just needs to play to contain. He grabs one.
Getting two is good.
And the heads will roll before that space gains. And guess what, GenG just...
So you lost, I think, 2 of the rifles that you had. Or was it like pistol, pistol, pistol?
Looking clean with it. Texture's got something to say. Still, only one blade
30 HP. And the spike is headed towards A.
There's the refresh and shut down. Trade
Him running through mid is risky, but TenZ has got off the angle. 7, 6, 5, 4. Yeah, just. This has worked out.
Sentinel, surely don't let this one slip.
Can you... Karen is good for these.
Karen, though, is going to be able to reposition
And
slightly.
TenZ is half HP. Oh, and he's peaked before Celsius is ready. Oh, this is more than doable. That's a rough play from TenZ.
Yes, damage has been done, but this guy...
I felt like I saw that happen before it happened.
Superstardom all the way on the grand stage. He does not seem phased at all. Zekken to face him now. Again, slow walking onto the...
There's not much time.
The noise and information just being cut away entirely. It could
He doesn't have a star, though. Well, Zekken doesn't know that.
Zekken defusing. Drops down.
Nice clutch from Karen. This guy was just fucking grinding ranked like this time last year. This guy was Duba this time last year.
That's an absolutely monstrous, heartbreaking...
Also, thank you for the gifted sub, Geeker. Sorry, I didn't see it.
...is pretty natural. It's just...
Sorry. Spineless continued their sub after the gift. Thank you very much for both of you.
The timing on the trade is not perfect. It's not a double...
I think Tenj was more convinced that Karen wouldn't be out in the open from here, that he'd have backed off.
I mean, he just seems...
But you're in a 1 versus 3. You got to expect that Karen is going to try and do something, right? He's got to be a bit more creative, gamble a bit more.
Sassy.
Hi, Pand. Hello.
Drone gets all the info he's looking for. Possibly seeing multiple targets. Now the
Hunter's Fury.
Is going to be let rip. And look at
Fish in a barrel. Mashed.
What a perfect counter to what GenG were going for. Immaculate stuff from Sen. And still throughout all of this, they're looking to go aggressive in other places. TenZ has gotten deep. He's going to be able to hear.
Somebody know when a new agent comes into game? I think we need a command. Could somebody like Lexi?
GenG love to rotate around the map on their attack side and their defense side, getting people into good positions like that for info. Impeccable.
Seems like a clear game plan, just disrespecting them.
But also Sassy, really, the playmaker there.
Of course.
I thought he was going to get overwhelmed. You saw him get the tag.
And then just a saving because it's a 5 versus 2.
That Sen, we're going to get baited into the fact that there's only one there.
I can probably do something
Clearly,
with a command.
A better read than it appeared.
Bossabot.
The Hunter's Fury obliterated them.
A few layers too. I mean, Celsius, the bodyguard, playing inside the smoke, making sure
30
that
seconds
there's
left.
no punish inside.
We'll do this whilst
Sassy
the saving.
halting.
Yeah. It's very solid stuff. GenG are just going to go for a save here.
What's the word?
After
Man's
Karen got
create.
them a 1v3 to start their economy flourishing. Sen making sure it dampens just slightly. I don't know whether they saw Zekken's operator this round. They didn't really interact with it very much because he went for the peak double doors at the beginning. I have a feeling that GenG don't know that this is online. You can see he hasn't even shot a bullet.
Miska, because I know that you're watching, can you do me a favor and check when the last patch was? Was it last Tuesday or the Tuesday before?
That one, they might be able to check the money at least in the follow-up now into this round, but yeah, here's that play before as well. I mean,
because I imagine that the new agent's going to come in, well, the new agent will probably come in with the next patch, but that next patch probably would come in
He's going to be here to try to receive this
like on the same cadence. It might come out on Thursday, but I am putting like probably.
Taking a gander through double doors, at least looking like he wants to. Wall up.
I feel like this is going to be so difficult when Meteor has his Yoruba online.
5 tags though.
That sounded like he said depressed.
Found
3 players it gets. He's be right back.
A really far back position.
one of you trash lot, just check the Valorant Twitter to see when the last skins came out.
Walking straight into it, shot missed though. It's a jiggle, and guess what? The entire
Yeah, just check the Twitter. That should have the dates of like the last balance patch.
That dimensional drift out of it now. Meteor, the plant,
and this is
securing
brutal.
of a texture.
This is brutal. You're going to end up having pulls on this. You've got people running. You know, Munchkin's got lineups that he can throw. Offsite post plants buy time for post
the
plant
TP that could go in.
The game plan for GenG. Sen are not in a position to play this quickly. They have to clear so many areas and then put pressure so deep to punish Karen and Munchkin.
Already the lineup sailing across. Dart not quite broken.
Also, Trash Can Esports, are we playing this comp, but instead of Astro, we're playing Clove? Because that'd fuck.
Are being rattled off here. Texture from the high ground, eventually traded, and now the flash, pop flash, round the corner, tens. It was all dodge.
Great fight for Meteor. And they managed to pull him off of it. They did get it.
Destroyed and dropped. GenG finding that fifth, but you're right, Josh. It all began just how long it took Sen to really get their ground.
So you think Tuesday? I think so. It might change.
Frankly, the push into main, I have no problems with. Ten's doing a great job, but how is Meteor turning this and still getting a double kill out of it? If you remember back to the defense side pistol that Sen ran.
I don't know. I'll put it in my chat now.
They flash peeked second in, Meteor dodged it, got
It's
the
in
kill.
the title if you want to try that command. I like your beard. Thank you. I like it too. I haven't looked after it very well, but it's actually like... I usually try to shave my head every 2 days, and I've not shaved it in like 2 weeks. So that needs doing like tomorrow. But my beard, I usually like try to keep trimming at that range too. I'm honestly like, actually, it's like doesn't look super unruly.
Making waves. See if they can do any damage. At least focusing on that. That was a potential reclear being called there by Sen, and let's just go even.
All right, so they clear Zekken. Yeah, just dry peeking.
1 for 1.
Which again is frustrating for Sentinels. Pretty much as since they lost that clutch against Karen, even though they did win the round afterwards with like the sassy ult, it's been really disconnected.
Not a far back position. He wants to hold them before they can even get.
It doesn't you look fine? Yeah, thank you. I mean, maybe I just look after it too much.
Potential setup. Waiting for the sound cue. Doesn't get broken.
Yeah, I think if that dart had been broken, he was looking to flash peek in there and make the play to win the round. The time is getting so low. If they can play
it's good for Sentinels. Sassy's just on the angle. The dash to see where Tens was. Like the dash to check danger. And then allowing either the jet to re-peek him or for somebody to come out the choke.
Crumbled once more before our eyes. Again, GenG in astounding control.
Commanding position there. Having lost the Viper early on, to still be able to deal with that A-main aggression and come out on top is pretty excellent. GenG, we're talking about the fact that their composition, honestly, they're happier with it on the attack side, or at least people expect them to do more on the attack side with this comp. And that was what blew us all away when Sen played against GenG last.
These guys trying to sip again.
Really how
either side switching around. We haven't had any timeouts yet, have we?
Fast execs with the jet and the Yoru. Celsius would love to keep the weaponry.
Oh, no way. Flash through.
He spotted Texture.
Oh, Texture spots him.
QT, last one left, slowly being hunted. We'll push back. The enemies and adversaries, so if they do keep at least one gun into the round, but
was that literally the last patch?
Almost similar scenes here.
So it's been, I'm sure there's been a patch since then.
An unbelievable shot.
But I might be wrong.
Munchkin, but the trade's still coming through. The level of quality in terms of the rifling in this match is
I mean, look at the Valorant website. I don't want to bait people into thinking it's going to be earlier than that, because I have no source.
Sen talked about, Kaplan in particular mentioned, the atmosphere was bad when they began that game, and they crumbled on split. It set the entirety of the series off on a bad note, and Sen, though they tried to recover it on Lotus, ended up going out.
Is it Valorant.gg, the website?
We are actually seeing Zekken, Tens, hitting really nice.
Yeah, first time out from Sen. I think it's a good timeout too, because there's a lot of like, you know, Zekken peeking on his own A main without support, Tens peeking out before Zelsis in the clutch. A lot of like people not keeping structure.
And man, how difficult that is, because Texture
losing out massively because of it.
Are all with the best players in the world. In terms of form, they might be like all three in the top 5. I don't know
last
who
patch
else
notes
would
was
put
the
up there
5th.
because you watch Texture, Meteor, or Karen in a 1v1 against anybody else in this tournament, you have to favor them.
Individual mistakes, yeah, a lot of them.
The way they move, instinctual in
Or
nature,
more,
really, the way they
a lot of them
handle a lot of those
that are
clutches
costing
and getting the
Sentinels,
movement on top of it.
which isn't a lot in
It's all there,
the
perfect package for all
amount of
those players,
mistakes.
So that is the first obstacle that Sen have to remove. Getting that confidence back.
Oh my
at
god.
least.
Getting blinded
Now
by
towards mid though here, creeping.
the sun reflecting off somebody's balcony door opposite me onto my
Really to play off it here.
like table, my glass table on the balcony, into my eyes,
Building up towards
like some fucking
dimensional drift.
Tomb Raider puzzle.
Side as well, basically the human drone just spotting out these trips. Kill trip lucky.
It does actually get him in the end.
Is there onto the
And then the trip that goes just across here.
punish onto Lakia. Caron, a chance really for him to clean up.
And then they push him mid again.
Just wasn't expecting that one. The deep contact play and push out from Sentinels. For the first times, it feels like they're in a really advantageous situation.
It's also really good to have this because when you're flanking, it stops the Viper being able to play post plant.
They even
Like
isolate
position
Munchkin, who's
spots.
so far away. And yes, this has taken a lot of time, but it's set them up in a great situation to win the round.
Because if you know that they're flanking you before you plant, you could obviously like flip the spawns.
Absolutely massive,
But because you planted here and then they do it, you can't play backside because you can't play for the spike. But you don't have any trips to cover your flank, nor can you get any information. So that seems like the general game plan for Sentinels, and it's a good one.
Slowly but surely, chipping away, trying to make it at least even at the half.
Look how John gets at it. It's after the kill trip came through, but it's this repush, not looking to try to go for the retake at all, fully waiting to try to flush out Karen and Munchkin before they ever go towards site. It's a great adaptation. It shows that they understand how GenG are playing the post plants. This is the kind of stuff that made Sentinel split so scary. You know, we'll forget about the last 2 times we played it.
Yeah, I mean, they've had their confidence knocked there as well.
Quality of casters has been amazing this event.
They ended up picking deep dive here, texture.
Like, all of the casters are great, but like how well they've been doing too.
Hello, spots it. Up in the air, it's all about
Audacious.
follow through there, just a clove, but a shot.
They just fucked me. Okay.
Flooding back in.
Fine.
All to his avail. Munchkin, though, has managed to get himself a gap into the A site, but the spike has been dropped down into the center of the mid, and it's all down to the individual plays. You can see Caron also thinking about the same thing here, and Munchkin.
The spike's left in such an awkward spot, though.
Territory gain down into mid for Sen, but they need to keep their eye on almost every single angle here. And guess what? Plenty of backs facing away from them. Caron!
Oh my god.
And just like that.
How have they turned it around?
Away. What should have been a slam dunk, Sen. Left looking in every possible.
Okay, got him.
But they do in the end.
Caron with another one. Another death blow, a dagger to the heart of Sen. Another round where Sen.
I can't. This is like one. This is the equivalent of like Donk for Valorant. Not the same level as Donk because Donk is something else.
Flooding through from tunnel and double doors to try to help.
But
They gave up the site.
the story is just so good for Caron.
They read it, they react so quickly and get into positions where their players can pull off.
For me, it was Tens as Elsis buff on bridge and not going for high-low.
Final round, Zek glass cannon operator. You're watching here as he tries.
Mistakes are always made. You really, a lot of the time, those kind of mistakes just don't get punished.
Wave of utility. Won't be too many targets.
Caron is completely unknown. Yeah, I mean, he didn't even play on a team. Like, he was playing on an unsigned team called, like, it was some stupid name, like Wide Peak, oh no.
They wait for a full commitment.
Playing through, like, China qualifiers and not getting anywhere.
Munchkin's the playmaker actually here, making his way all the way up through halls.
I mean, Caron is a fantastic controller
commitment on the
player.
A-split just yet.
Not quite.
Trying to make a play or get some info.
Does like to take the initiative though.
I think one thing to, like, maybe look at in the future is, like, getting Tens on the controller full-time, even on stuff like
Flash there, I
Viper.
believe, in his hands, but
But I guess he doesn't have the ability to go aggressive here. Zelsis can play whatever.
pure silence. They're letting Sentinels.
But I like Zelsis' KO more than Tens
No real
is,
reaction though from Sen.
but not by much.
They're not going to get baited into defensive aggression.
Now the drone Lee should trigger that reaction with a knife. Down, cancels it! Reaction!
Zekken just waiting for him.
Repositions there with a
No command as well to stop other people coming in. Because there's no Viper Wall set up, so there's no reaction. I think Munchkin has been spotted like by a recon. This was just used.
Moving into the opposite side of the map.
Yeah, they're going towards.
You have to reset.
Reinforced with JonQD.
They've got a good pivotal like lurking point.
Players haven't budged, snared into space. Celsius hearing that one broken, now wants to take the fight to him. Out wide, onto the wall here, Keron. He's worked and wiggled his way into the back of the side again. Back to it, reload!
I look like fucking John got the shot there. Yeah, they shut the door.
Indeed they are. No chance
really nice.
Final round of this first half. Not for Munchkin. So maybe, gotta think it's a
all right.
Look for Sentinels here on Breeze.
Good stuff. Considering, what was it, 5-7 there?
GenG
The delay is pretty big at the moment. I mean, it is on YouTube. So it might be that.
He had to kind of adjust in mid-air, and Celsius caught
Because
him.
Twitch is going to be a lot further up. No?
Absolutely insane stuff for the first half. Guess what? Plenty more left to go in Breeze.
So like, what, 4 seconds?
To discuss everything so far.
Thank you so much. Wow, what a way to start things off. But let's just jump right into it. Our Verizon high-speed moment of the match came in the first half. We had multiple, as a matter of fact. It was kind of, you know, your choice, pick of the litter here, Hypoc, because Zekken, this kid's putting on a show today.
Yeah, I mean, just looks so clean time and time again in these high-pressure scenarios as well. Last alive here.
They had this for their high-speed moment.
Try and find a bailout round to really try and
I guess they just wanted to get the fucking sponsor readout early. But you don't need to worry about
And
it.
it's ridiculous because this guy just turned 19 in his first international final. He had that birthday while he was here in Spain. And the journey for this guy has been long. When we first saw him internationally, he was only 17 years old, playing with Xet on stage. At the time I talked to, his parents were there with him, going along to
Yeah, I think we're up to speed now.
the whole way.
Might be wrong, but
Americas of his grandma.
I think I prefer to watch it on YouTube because the quality is better. And I can rewind if I need to. But the quality's not better, but it's not as bad as YouTube quality used to be.
Best player in the world.
Yeah, what's so impressive here about
Does Karen remind you of Mako and Mindfreak in their prime? I feel like that's doing a disservice to how good he is. Like, sure, I get reminded of like Marved and stuff like that too.
Yeah, definitely.
But,
I mean, Josh was leaning on this in the cast.
like what Karen is doing right now is unprecedented. I don't think like what he's doing now is more than what Mako and Mindfreak were able to do.
He wants to continue frontline versus this
Trying to think of like any other examples really.
Here, but their comp also excels in the retakes. They have a lot of util to bully Sentinels out. GenG looking strong in this first map.
Yeah,
Mako is different, but Mako is. I mean, I think Karen's form right now beats Mako's peak. Mako, I love Mako. When it was Astra meta, I'd say like Mako for sure.
The pistol round is where it really needs to start here for Sentinels. I mean, we've already been
like I've seen nobody like rotate utility as well as Mako did for
6 out of 6
DRX.
when they last played each other.
So now 7 out of 7. And heading into the 8th, Sen need to be able to get some
Yeah, this is a good half when you have GenG winning the pistol.
This is the half where we saw Sen have no success. Kaplan said that they came in with an anti-strat that they thought would work.
YouTube is better quality than Twitch, but I'm still watching in 4K a guy playing on 6480, 4080. They've just been stretched across, yeah.
Punish though, a lot of damage. Yeah, it's not the kill, but they forced that back. Denied GenG a little bit of space.
Yeah, I don't know if there's been any update on that from YouTube side.
Completely opposite direction, I think.
Like whether it's a quiet thing, but like the quality of these streams have been so much better than they usually are.
Those sound cues. Oh my, just missing a chance and the timing there for Tens, but with the orb now bloomed and blossomed, can start to get.
Which I think is great because like, people are getting sick of Twitch ads, I think.
The corner position. Guess what? Zekken punishing the rotation.
Oh, nice from Zekken.
Down and out here, Keron blinded as anything, cannot win his fight out. Zekken, they're chanting for it. He can feel it.
He wants the ace.
The crowd behind him. And he knows what they want.
He's been really not like just tucking in, playing off of his teammates. Oh, boo.
But that is the first pistol that Sen have put on the board in the rivalry that's blossoming between these two teams.
Oh yeah, like in total pistols, it is literally 7 and 1. Like Brazil, even though they're not playing well, sassy is I guess.
They use
but they're still catching strays. Like in the best of 3 between these two in the upper bracket, GenG got all six pistols.
Learning from the failures of before.
Of how rotate heavy GenG play. I mean, maybe a bit of fakes and finesse might be.
Recon for close. Any buy up, any force? No.
Clearly doing that prep work here. Now the orbs can be farmed up.
With the Astra playing off, and then the Silver playing close.
There's always a chance that they could fight back.
There's a slight bit of danger in this round, Bren, because Meteor managed timing the recon dart that Sassy threw into mid, I believe. So they have no idea that Meteor is positioned this deep, but no one on Sen looks like they want to get into that area at all. Sen running a default.
I guess it is a thing of like, if you are running the,
not going for the early,
not necessarily the Astra, like Omen, Clove, like double controller, that you'd run the Viper just on B.
Like I said, I don't think they realize that Meteor is this deep.
Meteor going for walkabouts to face.
I think they do this wall too.
Hearing this one now, facing him.
Theo clears him. No trade either. These guys, this is where it went a lot wrong for Sentinels. They still have the gun advantage, so this should be a win for them. Could have found an opening right there.
Apparently so. 3 players still.
I mean, this is still really sloppy from Sentinels. 3 versus 2. You got the flank happening here now as well because John's dead.
Found in the end.
Oh, and Sassy just holding it out. It's a really good eco though. Like some armor rebuys. 2 players going down.
To be able to get across the line. It's always going to be tough when GenG have smokes that you have to play around. They're flashing into the smoke here to blind Karon. Clearly, they have a good understanding of how Karon's going to be playing. I think one of the key antis that they came into the last time on Breeze was that...
I think what Karon is doing for, like, controller players... no, I'm getting way too hyperbolic. I'm going to shut myself down. But it was like, I was going to say, like, when Nats was doing so much on Cypher, and it made people notice it. That's too, like, hyperbolic. Because I think Karon has been tremendous as an addition. But not because he's been farming people every series or every map. It's just that he's been so consistent. He's never been a problem player. But I'd be lying if I said that every map and every series for Karon has been like this map so far. It hasn't. In fact, he's been pretty quiet. Based off of, like, the clutches he got at kickoff.
In terms of that scoreline, 7-2-7, and like you said,
it's only today that he's, like, having those moments.
See if they can get over that hurdle here. Texture. Toast. Okay. Not going to be able to play anti towards that one, and everybody playing inside this cloud burst, not expecting it.
Nice Texture.
Already just locks that one down. These Sentinel players are left scrambling and wondering exactly where these players are coming
from. So they know that the Chaos on site, and Texture has the cross. Tens, is he going to flash to try and take this back? No, he's just going to peek out the smoke. He had an inclination, I think the Texture was like holding this. Maybe not though, because they've just started pinging it now.
Overcoming all sorts of obstacles that
were I don't know.
And I think that's an example of what was going wrong for Sen last time. GenG are just so good when it comes to defending the standard hits. And this is a very standard A split that Sentinels send in. GenG's crossfires are amazing. Karon can always play around Pyramid because he has
just too good.
To dive inside of. And then you have Lakia up towards stairs, Texture in that gutter. They've always got triangles going on that are extraordinarily difficult to break. The weakness.
I do find it funny that the Sentinel player is the one playing Euro 2. I mean, Meteor was a duelist before when he was on North. No, it wasn't North Option. What's the other one? What's the other team that qualified from Japan?
Double walk up and phase second. Got to be ready for this one here. Is it going to be clear? It's an off angle. Lakia.
Was it North Option? It might have been actually.
Precisely on exactly where it needed to be.
Yeah, great reclear. GenG are going to go for those occasionally because that is the weakness of their composition. And
I also like the double pushing of this. You're not really using utility to cover it. You just have to do it proactively.
Turned to every possible position. Texture, though, seems to be more aware of it than he is. Shuts down John QT. Sassy out in the open. Done into the back of the site, and it is traded.
Tens has found an opening, but 2 versus 3. Kaon have to see if anybody's close. And there's no Viper wall to play off here. You have any Astra utility? You have 1 smoke.
Texture.
But Karon's just taking his time to clear mid. 2 mollies and a
They know
flash.
that Celsius does not have the orb on the spike. They can see that over towards mid. So he's probably not playing those plans. Probably on site with Tens.
All up. Reclear. Just feeling unsafe. But
Trying to get back into a good spot. No flanks this time. Karon's like cut through elbow.
At least Karon Puts that one
Just
up.
walks
And a
up.
kill found. Still, it's down to just
Good
10.
trade, good fight.
Does have a nade, but still he's got to deal with this. And what
This is a little bit disconnected.
but there's the shot still. Will the nade land in time? Lakia's sticking. Spam, damn it!
Oh, just. I don't know if I like that from GenG. I guess they're just at such little time that, like, it just comes down to Texture having to win that fight.
That split-second decision to pull out the fragment grenade and make sure that you have additional damage. What a 1v3!
That's on a knife's edge, though, isn't it? Look at it.
Because there's so little time that, like, Lakia
Look at it slow down.
had to stick it, really.
Very close.
Oh, it's close.
He's drawn the game back 8-8, where Sen actually have the economy advantage.
Low buy now for GenG. The thing that's been impressive about GenG is they don't tend to start to crumble after losing clutches like that. I think Sentinels and Paybreaks have fallen victim to whether it's like tilt or just the like, morale.
Obviously a risk if the player on window checks.
Like even then, like GenG, after that Karen clutch, it seemed that they were just starting to snowball a little bit before Sentinels corrected it.
And of course, he will be able to hear rotates. If
You expect GenG to win this round, but GenG, I think, will have a good response around afterwards. Some good ultimates to work with too.
Back here with the Bucky. I think he's going to be going for a peek here. Still wants to hold that close angle.
There's one I mean.
Pulling players actually. Reaction out of GenG.
Yeah, it's pulling that rotation. You've got 3 players over towards A now. You got so much info here, but you only have Classic holding it.
With only 40 seconds left, time could start to become
But it's good not fighting for this space because you expect the camera from John here.
with him shut down. Now it opens wide with Munchkin.
Sorry, he had a Sheriff. He didn't have a Classic.
Command sent flying. Bucky Gaming. Lakia.
Bucky Gaming.
10 straight down to it. Removes him from the fight. A main control.
You're pushing into the Bucky.
Doubles up now with the drone over.
Oh my god, Karen, what a shot. Oh, he doesn't have the Bucky anymore. Oh, he's lost a spike. John, 8 seconds. Recon's going to find him. Oh, nice clearance. Okay, Thrifty. Pretty sure. Not quite. I guess doesn't count necessarily for that money, but
risks. I'm telling you, Munchkin tucking into that
there's so much like control here.
on a rifle round. But what a timing to do it, and Lakia, he gets the perfect.
It was a read as well from Tens to like flash it, to clear it out too.
No idea that Caron had already pushed down through halls and was in this position. Tens is comment that there's only one person in A main there for sure, because they just had no clue that the Astra was also ready, holding Lakia's back during the drone. And just like that, all of Tens' good work in the 1v3 undone in a moment.
Recon and Knife to check if anybody's pushed here.
Right back at it with the...
There's just a lot of like Sentinels playing for control of this.
And from watching GenG, they love using Meteor's ult to help them defend sites. It might seem weird using the Aura ult. That means there's another player that can't.
Got the op.
Hello.
But they lost the op.
Against his adversary as well, the Nemesis.
A main control, Sylvester rotate over. I mean, this is a big gun if Sentinels can get it. They're going to neural theft too.
Neural theft gives him a lot of information. Hunter's Fury, Sassy's hoping that he can at least set this one up. Meteor, out wide here with a dimensional drift.
You've seen all of them. And Hunter's Fury used off the neural theft, I guess, to try and get a kill.
Flooding in, Munchkin spots it, just the shoulder.
Ah, that's the gun gone, but somebody else can pick it up. In a position where the Recon wasn't actually going to get him, he's able to face 2.
Finally deals with him. The pesky intruder to a site that should have been theirs. And Lakia is out wide, firing.
Where are they now?
Going to be used and utilized. The 3 players left standing now for GenG.
Great position to be in. Knows where the last is going to be too. Celsius is kind of watching it though. Oh, he flashes himself. Oh my god. That was way too close. That could have really fucked up.
But I think one of the key problems is that when Sentinels got in position to try to hit the B site, I believe Zekken's waiting for another piece of utility there. He's just delaying, waiting to peek at the right time and sets up Munchkin for the triple kill.
I think he was also trying to communicate that somebody was out on this angle. Like he doesn't want to peek just off nothing.
Ends up just going something like 1-for-1. Center in a much better spot. Nevertheless, that was an eco round for them. We come in.
I don't know.
10. Rifles again online.
Give the Sova over towards here with the Yoru.
With big ults for GenG.
And then the operator is actually towards B this time.
So far this map, I mean, it's just been a tenuous tightrope walk, hasn't it? Either side, just Thrifty's.
Yeah, Sentinels in comparison to before are fighting for mid a lot more.
Overall, GenG just
And then like the
holding that
first 8-9 rounds, so we're just kind of going A.
They saw Lakia droning through double doors there, so they should have an idea that there aren't too many players halls unless it's being pushed. But that's not where Sentinels
They've
are
opened
going.
the door too to deal with
Instead to
halls.
dominate mid and set up this line. Karen is
They don't have Aldron, but I assume that they used it this
doesn't
way.
look like this round.
Textures planted himself onto the half wall. He's locking directly down into the tunnel angle.
Can they
You're a decoy? They're really convinced that there's somebody in halls late.
Second. It's all about the reactions, but Texture, of course,
Texture
he's
reads
favored.
it.
On LAN, already in position.
Yoru goes to check top mid, I think. Viper's Pit to get in onto A. Is it going to be deep enough to actually protect the plant too? Looks like it is, but only slightly. But it's still got those 3 players. Like, GenG is so paranoid that there's stuff happening towards A.
Gate crash now into the back of the site, so Meteor's going to be
But now they're like knee-jerky towards B.
20 seconds left. What is the call? Jumping.
They're going to go into this now.
Surrounded with this pit. How do they even get themselves into
Can
the
you
site? It's
do
12
anything
seconds
here?
time working against them again. Lakia.
You can just plant on the outside and it's sprayed. Oh no, there's a little bit of a gap.
Spraying them through with 5 seconds down. No chance of sticking. I don't believe there's any time. And even if there was, Lakia.
Oh, and Lucky just still kills him anyway. Man, another timeout for Sentinels, I'd imagine here.
And that round should be the first nail in the coffin here for map 1. They're going to push Sentinel's economy down into a really rough spot again. And Texture opening things up. It just looks so simple from his point of view. All of these GenG players, they're so skilled, they make it look easy. It certainly isn't. Almost every other team has struggled to deal with Sentinels. GenG are wiping them out. This is a map where they're favored, and sure, it's closer than it was last time. But it's remarkable as Sen take a timeout. What GenG have done with this squad. This is not
I think it's a good timeout because there's like a lot of... I think the early round stuff for Sentinels is really good, but like the adjustments to go into and execute look like they're a little bit disconnected.
To a stage like this. And GenG are on a 9-match win streak, beating out DRX, becoming the top Korean team, beating PaperX, becoming the top Pacific team, and then beating every other team.
I think this map, so what, we have Breeze.
Themselves here with map veto advantage in the grand finals, 2 rounds away from locking up map 1. To say the pressure doesn't phase them, I think would be an understatement. They look elated on stage.
Just having fun. They're happy to be here, absorbing it all up. And yeah, I mean, listen, the pressure probably would have gotten to some of these players a little bit ahead of time when they're playing against the top, at the time, Korean team. That was DRX, even in just the kickoffs. I mean, GenG, this is a squad that was put together.
So Breeze,
really,
Bind,
amount of doubters.
Scent split.
But they have slowly but surely
Icebox.
knocked down every single obstacle they
Like the
faced.
first and the last map, I think are like the best for GenG to use. All the maps in between. A Bind and a Scent especially are really interesting map 2s, map 3s to go to. Because it's really up in the air. Bind especially. I'm really excited for that. It's the second map.
Deep knife. Cage to cover their cross.
Because what Sen were doing with the Gecko was really good. Great flash.
It's all combined.
Yeah, that's what Sentinels were missing before, it felt like.
Dropping down in this position.
Oh man, is he able to hold it? He's going! And he's got this little pocket to play in? Who thinks like this? Who uses their defensive Viper's Pit to push? Oh, he pulls it down too? Just because he doesn't want it?
How he's got the awareness and the composure to do that boggles the mind.
Why are they so keen to drop the... I guess because they have this like so locked down that they drop the Viper's Pit so people have better views to see if they go this way or they go out this way.
Angle, never overextending. 30 seconds remaining. Texture.
This makes me nervous though, because all it needs, like so many teams would over peak here and give opportunities like Texture just has. Now 2 of them could fight together to deal with Munchkin.
Grabbed and out. Dash forward.
Munchkin, they just don't assume that he's there.
It's the IGL Oasis. And credit where credit is due.
Okay. That's a ridiculous ace. That may be one of the best aces we've seen in Valorant, I think, just because it was like... This looked like it was done to an extent. They're going in for the B execute, and he gets 2 in his ult.
Pushing up.
And then has enough composure to stay in that corner the whole time. The Sentinels just assume he's gone.
Just any old ace, not an eco ace.
It's another reason why, like, dropping the Viper's Pit is good, because they assume that he dropped it because he left. That he got out of here and joined up with his team.
But it's odds and ends.
But no, he just drops it and stays in that spot.
Scraps, man. Pure scraps. Take flight.
That's an unbelievable round.
Drag it into that territory to stand a chance in this round against GenG.
And I think they've found the most success when they've tried to find people, push people into aggressive positions, but that's almost impossible to feel good about lurking and then taking a 1v1 if your player has, you know, a bulldog or a stinger even.
Yeah.
You just don't feel favored.
Contacting as well onto these angles with texture, opping. It's apparent, it's known. Puts that little bit of fear, that little bit of doubt into the back of your minds. John QT.
This has been held so well. With the door open too. They don't expect these in this corner. This is not even considered.
Is there in place over the top with the knives, dodging, dashing, and away.
And there's 2 players already over here.
The second needs that rejuvenation. He's got it, but instantly again, Charon. The trade is there. Fundamentals off the bloody chart for GenG.
Choke dart's nice. Doesn't really do that much damage. Oh, and he gets the Euro claim. Like, Sentinels look cooked here.
Wide and alone.
They're not checking corners like this. They're destroying Euro clones instead. Really nice map for GenG. Gotta say, like, Sentinels look more competitive on it, certainly in that first half, but it seemed that the first time they said that the game plan didn't work, it didn't fit. Here, I felt like there was a bit more of an idea. The plan was good, but the execution of it to get onto the sites really backfired because GenG were just immovable.
But as soon as GenG got onto the defense side, it looked like some of the same difficulties again.
Absolutely. Plenty of
That's why they're GenG, GG.
Next GenG.
GG Gaming.
At all so far at this tournament. What are they going to be coming out with here in our grand finals?
Yeah, really nice showing. Good first map too. Like, even on the maps where like GenG went because they were so dominant and Sentinels lost hard to them last time, even the more one-sided leaning maps are still being competitive here. Which I didn't expect as much, I suppose.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through attack on Pearl. Watch
I guess we'll see on that front.
Clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Why AimLab haven't changed this away from Pearl and Haven is a little bit confusing for me. What do we got now? Bind. Bind's really interesting because neither team has played it an awful lot, even at this event. I got the bands right. I don't think I would have guessed. Like, this would have been wrong because I didn't realize that they had first band too. I think it's just a bit odd, but okay. So hit this out.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Sentinels changed their comp at Madrid to have the KO Gecko. Sky Gecko, sorry. Everything else, yeah, they had the Euro before, now they have the Gecko. And they beat Heretics. What were they like sides? 6-6-7-5. Don't know what half they started on. But like fairly even. For GenG, I think they lost against EDG, but I might have been it. I'm pretty sure they lost to EDG. I don't know why that's not on there. Oh no, they lost an Icebox, sorry. Who did... Paper X is Paper X. So they haven't played this for a long while. But this is where we saw a lot of like clutches from Karen again with the Brim. And everyone in Cypher Sky. There's a lot of room for GenG to change this. The Sentinels picking it is incredibly risky. Sentinels are picking it hoping that GenG don't want to play it, and they haven't been playing it much because they're sort of against it. Which I think could go off of this. They banned it a lot, and they second banned it a lot. So it's really a map that GenG have been preferring to not play. Whereas Sentinels are not too bad at it. They picked it. Not banning it at all. Just picking it when it's appropriate, like today. Yeah. Might even be considered on par with their Sunset, but I guess we'll see. It was a third map, I think, for most series, actually. You can't see it, though, because of that, yeah. Free. So to go from there. We watching, so what, the YouTube stream is like 6 seconds behind the main stream? I'm happy with that. That doesn't bother me too much. Could DFM go on flawless 0 wins this year too? They did look a lot better than we've seen previously, but I think all of Pacific has like leveled up outside of maybe like Bleed might have some adjustments to make. Global looked iffy in times.
What a fantastic start it is for GenG. I'm now joined by their coach Solo and Jen to do some translations. Now, the last time you faced them on this map, it wasn't as competitive. They clearly made some adjustments coming into this. Did you guys also
DFM's a curse dog? A little bit.
감독님, 지난번 센티널스를 만났을 때보다 훨씬 더 접전인 경기가 펼쳐졌는데요. 센티널스도 많이 준비를 해왔고 또 젠지에 맞춰서 좀 카운터를 많이 준비해온 것 같았는데 젠지도 오늘 하면서 좀 즉석으로 전략에 변화를 주던가 아니면 어떤 준비를 했는지 궁금합니다.
저희가 원래 하던 대로 하려고 했는데
I'll run ads now so we don't get them in the game. I didn't run ads before as well. So all of you so people can enjoy watching this. So I guess that's good. And I'm just going to nip to Lou, Bessie Beth, because she got in just as that map was going. Is my camera
in the beginning,
okay?
we tried to play our own game, but Sentinels have done an incredible job coming in heavily prepped, and I feel like today they were playing more of a loud style, so we were trying to figure out how to counter that, and in the second half we tried to be more defensive and less progressive, I guess, proactive, and trying to counter that loud type of style that Sentinels were pulling out.
Oh, that was a great game plan. Thank you very much, Jen. Thank you very much. Good luck in a map 2.
GenG picking up right where they left off when they defeated Sentinels on Breeze last time. This time, though, you got a Sentinels that had a bit more up their sleeve, but I think it goes without saying, GenG, they knew exactly what the game plan was getting ready for this one, Mimi. They had to beat them on Breeze.
Yeah, I mean, like the coach was saying there, they absolutely did. Sentinels, I think, changed up a lot of their ideas coming into this, but GenG did a great job of adapting, slowing down from going for these forward aggressive plays on their defense, instead playing more of these set retakes with the Yoru Flash Dart combos, and it worked really well.
Yeah, and I think as well, the key thing to know here is every time we watch GenG, the protocols, the fundamentals, they seem to improve time and time again. And Sentinels are the perfect sort of team to dismantle that sort of play style. And I mean, players like Karen, obviously Texture, Meteor, the ones that we time and time again talk about, these ones really actually reinforcing that play style.
Yeah, I mean, they're also, if we want to take a look at a specific round, round 17, I mean, this came off of a 1v3 from Zek and Mimi, and then GenG's like, hold my bear.
Yeah, I really thought that Zek and Clutch is going to be the turning point for Sentinels to maybe take this map home, but this Thrifty round was utterly pivotal. When we talk about GenG, we tend to really focus on the fundamentals, how good they are at converting advantages, being clean in their trading, but they win a lot of scrappy rounds too, and this in particular is a great example of how good they are at kind of disrupting those timings, getting weird in those Thrifties, and oftentimes coming out on top.
Yeah, capitalizing, being creative and reactive to what's going on is also something GenG have excelled at, and really that comes down to Munchkin being the one to really take hold of, exactly, take hold of the mid-round and actually push the heat back onto IGL like John QT that we've kind of bigged up as that's where he excels, the mid-round, the reaction to information gathered across the map.
Yeah, of course. But let's go ahead, though, and take a look real fast at our aim lab shoot-around with TenZ as we break down what we should be expecting here on Bind coming up next.
Yeah, the entry duo for Sentinels, Zekken and TenZ, did well this map. 10 and 4 in their opening kills. I think they were taking over a lot on the attacking side in a way they weren't in the last GenG series. However, GenG's really good at sneaking in, converting those advantages, making the hero plays when they need, and that's what won this map.
All right, well, I do want to hear what Coach Kaplan actually has to say before we get into map 2. He's always got to drop some nuggets. Let's see what he has for us as we get ready for Bind.
I'm now joined by Coach Kaplan from Sentinels. Now, you guys looked a little bit more comfortable on Breeze this time around, but looking at the rest of the map pool, no Lotus, no Sunset. So what other areas do you feel like you guys feel comfortable on right now and could potentially give you a map pool advantage?
I mean, we feel really good about Bind and Split. We feel great about Ascent after yesterday too. I would say Icebox out of the maps left in this series is our least comfy, so I was relieved they put Ascent ahead of Icebox for us. Yeah, and that's where we're at with maps.
Thank you very much, Kaplan, and let's see if they can indeed bring it back on Bind.
Well,
I'm now joined by Coach Kaplan from Sentinels. Now, you guys looked a little bit...
That's what we're wondering here, right? And I think, if anything, this is going to be the opportunity maybe for Sentinels to really make the statement.
It absolutely will be. GenG haven't played this one since Pacific, whereas Sentinels came to Madrid. They debuted a new comp playing the Gecko and the Sky and implemented it really well, taking down a Team Heretics who were looking hot. Yeah, whether or not GenG have a trump card to obviously pull out. Last time we saw was very one-sided versus PaperX, whether or not they're feeling as if this is the comfort composition they want to pull out. But it's interesting, obviously, in the coach interviews to hear, you know, the allusion towards Sentinels prep. Actually, is this a question mark for them? Is this something maybe they're expecting to have to deal with very early on in this veto? Yeah, he said yesterday, Coach Kaplan being him, that Sentinels was kind of playing for a 3-0, and that's where their prep was focused on in those first 3 maps of the pool, which they predicted. It sounds like what he said in that coach interview is that they're playing for the 3-1 here, that these next 3 maps are critical, and he's absolutely right. Sentinels have not played a ton of Icebox. When we've seen it, it hasn't looked great, and that has been one of GenG's strongest maps in this pool. So if Sentinels is going to lift a trophy today, I think these next 3 maps have to be where it happens. Yeah, there's a method to this madness. You love to see it. There's a game of I mean, you know, there's the battle of the coaches and the picks and where we're going to end up in this game, and that is also part of this journey that we've been seeing both of these teams go on, where they're not just trying to, especially with the format, try and like counter pick against their opponent. They're trying to play their game, but in this format right now, you kind of have to manipulate it to your favor. Yeah, I mean, but it's a big question mark for me. You talk about expected results and expected scenarios with the map pool. Let's not forget what's happened with Split, right? Even across the map pool, there's questions, sure, of how deep the strength runs for Sentinels, but if that's kind of the MO coming in, GenG were the team.
We could have looked at Augment for it, but I guess there's no time now.
I mean, they were the team who dominated them on Split.
Exactly, and also Augment hasn't been like working
back in
properly
Americas,
on
they looked
Firefox.
incredible there. So honestly,
I mean, they rattled them so much that they gave them the play. They gave PaperX the playbook when they played against last time.
I mean, it is crazy to think
but you can't select it
twice in a row now, and I'm not going to be
select button is up here
on hindsight because they were amazing at that map, and they still are.
It takes nothing away, but I think it gives massive credit to the teams that can dislodge that sort of statement.
And it really goes to show how close all these top teams
I don't know how you would do it necessarily.
All the ideas
you'd have to work it.
But it just takes one good day.
Probably can't do it this
one
way.
good team showing up, and that can really change.
All right, well, we do have the Agent Select coming up here. We'll see what we end up getting. And again, I think really it's just, as we keep saying, you know, Hypoc is just going to come down to the margins really at the end of the day. The small details between these two teams.
Yeah, don't expect any changes here. We're not seeing any, obviously, GenG previously. Whether or not this is a comfort pick for them coming out of the grand finals. Only saw 2 occurrences of it regionally, but they look damn good at it. A close fought affair with DRX, sure, but that finals versus Paper X, this was the home stretch for them.
I think the struggle for GenG.
So the comps are the same? Yeah.
Sky here,
Okay.
not having that refreshable utility that the Gecko gives you. Sentinels can re-clear extremities.
Could be
back online. GenG, on the other hand, doesn't.
I don't know who I fancy, really.
Ideas here on Bind, and let's go ahead and send it to your cast. You got Sideshow, and I had to say it, Bren, the birthday boy. Love you, buddy. Have fun.
Thank you very much. Yeah, Bind being a stage that has been set here between these two teams now for map number 2, and it's a series of unknowns really for GenG. I mean, we haven't seen them pull this out in quite some time. They are running the same comp as they did when they qualified for this event of Madrid, just before it all occurred in the kickoff. And
Sentinels on defense.
Really about their play, about Sen's preparation. How
so GenG chose to attack.
Clearly, there is some level of that. It was the first map.
Let's see how it goes for them.
Pick off when they actually got to wrangle that map, pull that map veto out of the hands of GenG.
Pissed around again.
So you got the Viper Wall, usual stuff.
That's where Tens and Zekken both are.
Sky not fighting with this. John peeks first. Sorry, Meteor peeks first.
Hightailing it out of there, backs away. Does a smoke drop down at his?
Looking at the wrong team.
That retreat.
Looking like they want to take another fight immediately over towards short. Tens just trying to make sure
both
that
these players grouping up to fight lamps. They've given up showers.
Risky to trying to take that kind of play.
But it looks like they're just going to try and play off like Sky Util, which Sassy is everything. Like Skydog through here.
Sassy's already used one of his flashes.
GenG not wanting to push into showers more because they're worried about like this pressure that's going to come in.
Gaining information.
And the cruncher could happen.
John should see this, as you said here with the jig.
Now they're putting pressure towards B. Is like enough to like pull the Sky away, and then that gives you more freedom to like actually push up towards A.
Players over towards A. Right here. So if GenG were hoping,
no, they just show themselves here, and then they go back to short. So this is still like a good position for Sentinels. They effectively haven't budged. Sus is just going to molly to buy time. 30 seconds, so they've got to chill.
Through to Molly doing a bit of damage.
Camera checking anything that's close by and bench.
Now into the back of the site, Dizzy up and away. Broken in play.
And there's the TP. And they get the player as well with a spike.
Absolutely running over these
so just Sassy being able to hold this for as long as he did and to wait there as long as he did. Gives Sentinels a really good round when nobody died after second. Almost a flawless. So in total, 7-2. For this series, 2-1.
GenG were dominating all of those important rounds, and the player to watch there was Tens.
Oh, he gets the stun on him too.
That's a fantastic play from Sassy too, but I love the wingman usage. I love the double up with Zelsis and Zekken, and making sure that they catch Meteor. To me, when I watched GenG last time playing on the attack side,
maybe I should get back to playing Sky on this map.
Stood out to me was Meteor. He gets so aggressive on Cypher.
Oh yeah,
a little Alpha Year-esque.
A lot of solo takes into showers. This time, though, he's supported with the whole pack almost.
Nice shot.
Outlaw. Next meets his match.
You can't really compete with this a little bit more. You got to back out, which is exactly what GenG are looking to do. This on full volume, yeah.
Peace of mind granted for but a moment. They still need to deal with potential lurks.
They've actually pinged out.
Scurry, yeah. We got to.
Round, and everybody on GenG
fighting for this and holding this, I think, is Sentinels' best way of winning.
Found that positioning previously. They're going to look to try to punish it.
Skydog to see if there's anything long, doesn't hear anything, but you got two players basically ready and waiting to check if they're in hookah. But I don't think that you can be going B with this much force without putting more pressure on long.
Looking for those openings.
That's pressure on long.
Talk this guy up.
That worked.
For good reason. His mechanical abilities off the chart, and he can just solo open things up. Cool Karma collected with the aim.
Some more damage done. Gecko flash is really nice from Tens.
They have dropped the players for assaulting the positions.
30 seconds.
Karen spotted. Tens holding position, just waiting for these reinforcements to come through. It's looking fairly clean.
Ooh, they're ready to peek.
Nicely done from Sentinels.
Some decent damage, but like without a plant.
What looks like a fairly speedy.
I think just overall the map is very well and comfortable for Sentinels.
This is the dangerous side actually for Sen. When I was watching
like they've set it up and they haven't really been
bearing in mind that we've
scared off anywhere.
Once. They've really adjusted their defensive setups, or at least did in that game. Whereas previously when they played the Yoru, they were focused heavily on showers and B long. we saw much heavier focus towards Hookah, Shaw on defense.
You got the Sky, like more fighting here. Is it just the Brim? Is there going to be a smoke here?
So that could have just
been they just holding
against Heretics. This defensive setup, for example, much more reminiscent of what they've been doing.
So yeah, the Rays over here with the Outlaw to just change it up, get close swap places with them.
Meteor Classic is always talking about. I mean, the guy just likes to go walkabouts. Solo plays towards showers. He tries to play off the timings as well and noise that the rest of his team
Flash to see if there's somebody in Hookah, which is good when you have like a bonus like stinger here for John. But he's forced to back out.
Confident about it too. GenG's map pool is just outrageously good, but this is probably down towards the bottom. If they're able to recover,
Could even be their worst map.
Might just be the goats.
Like the Sunset was like serviceable.
Now seriously at this
nice snake bite just onto metal. The stim and like Tens is gonna go in. There he goes.
Current stand a chance. A second go.
Flash the seats. Actually gets the information that there's somebody up top, but you've still got two players like playing off of each other really nicely.
Not too much of a problem just yet. As long as
good damage to Meteor no matter what. He's got his camera set up to see if anybody's going to come for the TP. Sees nothing. Peeks up. There's so much good damage the Sentinels are doing here. Like Lackey can go down. Texture would go down to the Outlaw. It's only Munchkin that's safe, really, from this gun for second. Even the nade could kill him.
Yes, he does go down. Straight bit of damage.
The one player that he couldn't take that fight with is Munchkin, and Munchkin gets it.
Earned here and one out.
800k watching Valorant right now on Twitch. I mean, it's good viewership for sure. I wonder what it's like on YouTube too.
Enormous amount of damage, honestly. GenG's economy is not going to be in an amazing spot here. You know, Guardian, Bulldog coming into the next one.
Clearing them up. It's still a very, very nice round for Sentinels, though. When it's just a low bonus for them.
But a nice call.
Just keeps the pressure on GenG here, especially in a round like this. From here on out, ultimates are going to be on side.
Last time they played against Heretics. Certainly does. It's time to be split.
Snake bite to force this area out. So it's nice to see the GenG are actively fighting for this a bit more now instead of leaving it up.
Not worried at all with the wall was down. Plenty of angles left and waiting. Flash through there, getting the acknowledgement. Tens, what is the call to be made? They are really just out wide and open. If this wall goes down, they should know the timing for it, but it's going down. Flash.
Ooh.
Out there it is. Meteor falls, deleted. Lakia.
Good peek and fight. Zekken pushing up and fighting for Hookah there alone is a little bit off.
But the spike dropped down. Texture will seek to reclaim this one, and all this action has
as a record for a non-champs final.
What is Munchkin's
no, it's good. I'm glad that I feel like it's really starting to get into its arc now, this esport.
Sassy and Tens going for a fake B-long reclear and then a real one afterwards with the wingman. But it still left things in an even scenario. This is still looking like they could take the teleporter, but Munchkin's getting into more and more of a committed position.
You got one player still over on A just if they do take the TP.
Assuming correct positions, like they want to try and exec themselves into this.
Sentinels, I think, have them right where they want them. Snake Bite's not going to go to this corner that John's in, and they both peek together.
The fight is called. Munchkin.
Seekers is used.
Only a few seconds left. Removes the Seeker. It was pesky in his
face. He knows that the sky's nearby. It's buying so much time.
With the spike in the middle.
Yeah, there's no time.
No time.
Clear wing cons. Acknowledge
that. Zalsis is just going to run back.
Very well.
Only gun that you're saving is a rifle.
Sassy stepping up. A lot of what Sassy has been doing on this team.
It's really funny how a lot of the casual content creators are complaining about Valorant dying, and yet here we have record viewership, very good player numbers.
At the top of the scoreboard, putting himself in good position.
Yeah, I mean the esport is like good.
But this round,
but I think that's just so much like content creators can't be creative with the game, I suppose.
Swings as well, shutting down GenG.
There's only so much that you can do, but it's also like if you're building your content around being a one trick of an agent or Bucky only to Radiant, you can't complain that the game's dying because people will just get bored of that content. It's not based around you necessarily, it's based around the agent that you're playing.
In the right moment, waiting for the team to back him up right behind him here. Classic playbook of GenG, just contacting in, hoping that
people like Jonas are still doing really good in the game because they moved away from just being the Sova one trick. It's still what they're mainly known for, but they do other things.
Shots fired and rattled, but there it is. Celsius returning. few of his own. The spam battle won out, or at least evened out.
Got this lurk up of the Viper on A. NeuroFF is going to give you a lot of good information. So how does the Viper work off of this? Oh, they wait and they give themselves up for a second. And now they've gone on to A. That could have really backfired, I think, for Munchkin there. They know that one's flanking. Nade on the plant. Not any real damage done to Munchkin. Like 6 damage total.
Almost every position accounted for. Sentinels. Yeah, decisions be made for them. Backing away from this one.
But I think that like people are going to get more interested in the pro scene because like in League, I think it's good to watch what the pros do in order to make your own game better. Which is one of the main reasons why people watch esport in League. But in Valorant, I think John Needham was saying that like that's not their direction, that's not their focus. They want to be more like the shooty gun moments instead of being more like analytically driven.
Over towards B, and he made that,
which I think is fair.
And he got rewarded.
But I feel that you have to naturally over time lean more into the analytical side of the game too.
This opener is lovely. But I think what actually ruins them, oh, that's brutal. He just didn't hear the molly or realize. But this is the play that I think wins the round for them. Munchkin finds the timing to be able to punish TenZ and opens up the A site for
I mean, if TenZ was in a position to actually fight Munchkin after he tried to get the player that went for the TP, it could have gone very differently.
Hiding behind that box. Flips the economy on its head. But actually, GenG are taking 2 Guardians into the round. 3 players that'll die to a double tap.
Really just trying to min-max.
Not sure what. So people pushing up because they're on an eco. Munchkin's just going to farm them up. Could have maybe got another ace at this rate, but it's the 4th pistol that kills him. I mean, that's brave from Texture to be even thinking about doing that. But they're just like, okay, the last player was shown on A. B even, he flashed. And you've given him a gun. They go for the TP to fight him. That's good, actually a good move from Meteor. Not letting John actually like pick up a gun and maybe go for a 1v3 clutch.
I watched in Pacific. I thought Bind was Munchkin's weakest map individually. And I also said earlier that when I think about GenG, I'm thinking mainly about Texture, Caron, Meteor being the 3 powerhouse players.
Yeah, Munchkin's been marvelous as an IGL.
Moments and winning duels like this. I truly believe this team's unbeatable.
Yeah.
Because it adds that additional layer. Munchkin ended up top.
He's super focused as well. I don't think we've heard any trash talking or anything like that. He's just in the zone. Lakia is one of the worst fraggers in the league, I think. He's got a lot better. He gets the kills when it matters. But much like Sassy on the initiator role, it's not really their job to do it. They're more like supportive in how they play. So now what? 3 versus 4 on the site. The advantage is still over. These guys fast running. I think they're following the Seekers to see where it's going to go, but it's only going to go so far, I guess. Still have the smoke handy too, like to do this poison cloud.
GenG can just try to fight quickly. They actually smoked off the teleporter at the very beginning of the round as they took sand control, expecting a crunch from Sen.
It's a good idea.
It was that double up under Hookah that did the damage and put GenG in this spot.
So what, they smoked this?
Mid-round by Munchkin. Call to just contact all the way in. Has done them wonders.
Viper's Pit to get a little bit of truck too, but the orbital strike is a really good counter to it. It forces the flash out.
All sorts of kills and damage, but then
rough fight and the spike's been left too. Munchkin 1 versus 2. He's able to pick it up. Where's he going to plant? He can TP if he wants, but I think this is a better idea. Bait out the molly.
And use the teleporter even, but he's looking to try to take the fight instead.
Trying to make a play.
Oh, nice try.
What a round by Zelsis.
Yeah, Vibe Merchant in the flesh.
That Brim ult that just forces the players to go out backside.
And I love what GenG went for too. The awareness from this team is spectacular. They're thinking about the fact that they could get sand crunched at the start.
Did the Gecko flash too?
Tap and look to flash backside to punish
Season number 1 too, and like Lakia maybe going for that fight might have not been the best shout, but he's just wanted to play with his teammate. But they're like, all right, we're being pushed here. Let's try to like counterattack, flash out and peek. And Lakia just kind of like loses where he is.
to really show his dominance on the entry, coming straight down.
Oh my god.
He got
See, that's what I mean, where they like do too much of the replays that we almost missed the start of rounds. We almost missed that.
Sen flying, players seeking to try and plug up that gap as well. You can see them, GenG, trying to swarm that position. Mosh Pit does relieve that pressure, but okay, Meteor still alive and has dropped him down. Now to show
Just up misses on that side, but Karen just didn't see him because he was so far into the air.
This time, here it is.
Spike is heading over towards B slowly. The Meteor just needs to like get a kill, buy some time. Getting hit by the flash is good. Like, if he just hangs around here,
Munchkin, though, instead of rotating,
he's decided not to,
who's in a deep position,
which is weird. Really interesting call here for GenG.
Well, they're worried about a B lurk, so this might break it themselves. No way.
Oh man, they're just gonna fight. They can plant now. They know roughly where these last two defenders are, and now they've gone for the TP, but they've left Meteor. They're just gonna try and cut him off at the pass, or are they gonna go back and deal with this player? They have. They've read it so well. They should expect him in this corner, I'd imagine.
His shot, still 30 seconds left, and again
he's going through again.
Around the roses, straight through to TP. Munchkin
around the world, around the world. Anything to stop him? Snake bite, but he doesn't play default.
Bit of a misplay potentially, but now finally out into the
now he's got the time.
To pay for the price of that one, still alive.
Sen was so worried that Munchkin was fake tapping there that
you don't. Maybe they're not going to expect him to play down long and Garden because of this Viper wall.
They are worried. Where could Munchkin
Poison Cloud's just been used a lot. And now the wall is good enough now. Get on it. Yeah, just sticking. Yeah, just sticking.
You can feel it all the way through. Paranoia settling in for
John. Fake.
The shot in the end.
I don't know what the plan was really there for Munchkin, but the whole round was a little bit chaotic.
And he hops over the top of it.
I think this was a little bit of an overcall.
Kaplan's happy about
if only Meteor got a kill there. I still think it's super risky.
Not doing enough damage to GenG's economy just yet.
But that's just because they're like kind of making it up as they go along. Like I think if you want to go for that, you want maybe to be here, just a Morty off angle. But they know that one went through the TP and one stayed. So that one player, and because it's Meteor, he's likely going to try and scale up and push. Catch you by surprise. Crosshair was on the head though. Yeah, I mean, but even then, if he gets the kill, he gets traded.
Mid-round timing. I mean, Zekken here might be looked to be bailed out by the Thrash. Yeah,
but I think throwing those players in now and again is good. Like for me, I just think and play too safe. So a lot of plays like that just seem a bit much for me. But you have to show that you're not going to give them any respect by going for those sort of plays.
Grouped up. Dogs contact. Either going to be amazing or terrible for Sentinels.
Thrash being held in the trailblazer. Here it is, Sen flying, but it's no, it's a little bit. It's the late second.
Oh, he gets so many of them. It's a nice little set play.
Death's door, but he will survive into this round. And guess where Meteor
Skydog to see if anybody's coming showers as well for support, which is really nice.
But yes, he did make a noise.
And Seekers is going to be used too. They know that Meteor's on site. They're going to try and go for Hookah again. And like, this is going to be an incredibly hard plan. Which is why Meteor's just going to push their spawn. This is just mental. What a fucking fight. Time is really low now. How, like, this is such a good call from GenG. I thought it was done. Now they're saving. Like, GenG were in a bit of a gotcha moment because he had the Viper's Pit here with two players and then two players rotating. So they're like, well, we're not going to deal with the Viper's Pit. We're going to push and fight the player CT.
Meteor had taken enough space to get in. And instead of doing something
Meteor is getting so much value this game, just with like taking some of these fights.
Flood retake, they get inside it themselves. And I was seeing this all the time when these two teams played on Split. To me, one of the biggest issues was Sen could not keep up with the pace of decision-making from GenG. Like there, Tens throws the wingman because he's thinking, I'm going to stop somebody from getting inside this smoke, and I'm going to get into it first. And he doesn't realize they've already thought of it and got there quicker. And these tiny
There's been a lot of plays actually where Sentinels have tried to clear. Sorry, GenG. Yeah, Sentinels have tried to clear GenG when they're in smokes. Like here, right-click flashes with the Astra smokes on Breeze, and then here with like clearing the wingman for the smoke and CT.
Wins in round 7 and 8.
And every time Sentinels have tried to do it, GenG have still won those little weird fights.
Zelsis can still be a real difference maker with the judge in hookah. Do not count that out.
So it's got to be frustrating if you're Sentinels, like you have the right idea, but it's still not going well.
To be playing for the orb, but nobody's won away, so just a hard read perhaps that they were going to go for that on the eco. Sassy and Ten set up to go for that re-clear down B long again.
The Gecko lineup masterclass.
He's in an anti-flash.
Yeah. Definitely feels like GenG are aware of it.
Sassy's out wide here. He's jiggling all that information.
Dog's going to get quite a lot. He's 2.
Broken up close.
You got the Brim still in hookah.
Knows that GenG have come.
Where are they going to go? Who's going to rotate the razors going?
They want nothing to do with
Gecko
it.
Flash
Play.
gets a couple, but as they're running away. Yeah, so the reset is coming in.
So GenG might be thinking, right, they think...
I think they would have maybe... With the Sky here, they probably would have had the steps run back too. The GenG have like either faked the noise or just been like, oh, the Dizzy only got one of us.
Dog taking ground there, Lakia.
Oh my god, this free player push up. So these steps are going to be heard, maybe? Only just maybe if they were here.
Pivot here by Munchkin. Cementing this.
They've even got a player in TP just in case, because GenG are like overcooking some of these rounds.
Nade, almost a punishment on
Nade is good. Oh, especially with the Poison Cloud too. That extra bit of decay.
This is where
Post plant is really strong here though, 5v5.
The post plant position is immaculate.
Wingman clearing close.
In a deep angle into showers, even just Lackey with
Picking it up to go again.
Doubled up with him. Too much to deal with here for Sentinel. Surely they'd have to just some absolute miracle shots, and they're already setting up and gearing up for it now. Out.
And Meteor just fighting this close and pulls the tension away from Texture. Yeah, post plants like this are just too hard on the bind A site.
There for Sentinels, and second, the only thing is focused on his mind is trying to get out with that gun, but even that is denied.
Because I think this map is defensive sided up until you plant the spike, where it flips massively for like attacking.
I think they're playing the macro game really, really nicely. It's been one of the things I'm most impressed with this team. And one of the reasons is, I had no idea Munchkin was capable of this. No. We've seen him at global events before, but bear in mind, nobody on GenG
He's so happy.
has previously been in a position to do this kind of thing. They are not the creme de la creme of Korean talent, at least not until this year.
Is this the first?
Munchkin and Meteor were
We
playing
had
in
the timer
Japan.
before, right?
They didn't even have the option to, you know, get those opportunities on top Korean teams. Lakio languishing on the bench. Texture off duelist. Karen not even a pro player, for God's sake. And every time Munchkin had turned up, there'd be a language issue.
It's such a nice trophy.
Didn't look very good.
Texture kind of looks like a big baby. That's not very nice.
Come together with HSK prepping the roster.
They are a bunch of adorable players, though. I'll give you that much.
Just exceeded every expectation, even the coaches.
And then the respect region-wide. I mean, they've come knocking at multiple opponents. They've always knocked them out.
All right, let's see.
For a reason.
And it's not so much
Full rifles, low by here. Tens on the other stinger last round too.
They look to be straight up leapfrogging them.
Oh yeah.
How many times have we seen DRX?
The Riot plushies, yeah, like the Wingman ones. I've definitely already said to like the community managers to be like, hey, I'd like one, please. Thank you.
Why not? It's actually kind of easy. It's unbelievable.
Different wall now
Double
for
outlaw here with
GenG.
GenG on the attack side, predicting the fact that Sen are going to be on an eco.
And they're fighting for showers.
Maybe right. It would be right. Deep smoke drop down here for Sentinels.
It's been strange to watch GenG. Like, they sort of struggled with a lot of the shower stuff initially. Now they're just kind of going for a lot of, like, swinging, rotating either side.
Again, walking slowly up towards it. Reactions on point for Texture. Just sit through the
nice
wall.
damage.
Sassy barely survives.
The money really that bad that they got 2 outlaws here?
Does Meteor have a read that Zekan's in this corner? Zekan trying not to make a footstep while staying agile.
Was Sentinels good on Ascent? Yeah, like decent.
Here for GenG. Just, I mean, how difficult it It must be for Sentinels. You see the dog go up B long, the shots fired off towards A.
Well, they look like fairly strong against Paper X. I dealt with that. What is this buy? It's some like anti-strap buy. Because he had extra money and they had rifles.
That is ridiculous. I have to see a replay of that.
But this is just a really peculiar round. Because they had 2 outlaws, now they only have 1. They have money to buy up, I guess. So I guess they were like, they knew that the buy was going to be low for Sentinels. So they went outlaws to try and deal with some of the ideas that they might have here. If the timeout was for this round in particular.
Brutal situation for Sen to be in. This site's so difficult to retake Lakia.
Ooh, body block.
For a moment.
The flash going over the top is nice, but people are going to be looking in that direction. Any damage done? Nobody's dead on the side of GenG yet. Know that there's one player like an elbow because of the sky flash.
Oh, the kill, sure. To be able to get his ult online for the next round.
And then they know that the last should be here.
Focus on round 12 here. Oh, and they're just playing with Zazi.
Dude, I thought he was going to go for it. I really did.
And any danger in the round for GenG. Completely upset.
I don't know if it was necessary for GenG to go for something like that. But,
see this one.
Yeah.
Way to go. Not
Flashes around. I mean, it just goes into garden, but everybody's playing an anti-flash position. I'm not sure on purpose there.
Did they just deny the Sky the info?
Terrible information. Bird disappeared without a whimper. A canary in the coal mine as Sentinels quickly did the same. 3 ops.
Learning showmanship, yeah.
Looking to try to close things out
if that's what we want to call it. Really does feel like part of this is for GenG to deny the Sky any info.
Assume to be able to pick back up as well.
Round 12, final round of this first half.
And actually a really important one, I think, for Sen to be able to get online.
That's why you got the Gecko over here too.
Zels is 1 away from having an orbital strike too.
All it takes is 1 misstep though. 1 opened up body, just trying to gather the information.
It's a really interesting like play for GenG. I thought they were just not keen on fighting this.
And there it is.
But now it feels more like they just want to condition them that nothing's going to happen towards long. Force out the flashes early to get no information. People might rotate away, and then they're just going to do what they're doing now. Take it late. And because of these mind games that GenG have been running with, Zels is just either side like this. Nice position actually for these defenders. All of this utility to clear the site, and there's just this gap. Sassy getting free is really good, but it's a 2v2 now. Showstopper.
Very narrowly.
Nade and Molly to try and stop it. Barely did much damage. Showstopper used as soon as the Viper Spit is used.
Through and out, over the top. It's lifeless.
Oh my god, that position is perfect. He read that amazingly. Like, he's up in the air and he manages to hit this angle. Holy shit.
Zekken takes over in the 11th hour to tie this one up at the half.
Like, he's checking to see if anybody's close, and then he's like, where is the Viper likely going to be playing in that spot? But even like Sentinels here, all of this utility that comes out onto site for the execute, and they just play in this little blind spot.
This is anybody's game.
It's a good idea if you have a team. Is that like Munchkin giving him a thumbs up because of the ult?
Absolutely insane stuff, but on the floor standing by, we have a special guest, a very special interview.
I am here joined by
it's Anna and Leo.
Donland, and obviously our global head of esports, Leo Ferreira, Madrid. Uno de los motivos y las razones por los que estamos hoy aquí es gracias a ellos, así que os voy a pedir un
I think Leo's Spanish speaking, right? Like, I don't know if he's Spanish or Portuguese speaking. I don't know where he's from.
Thank you for this event. Now,
I think English is his second language.
Today we just introduced a new agent to the pool.
Which is like really impressive, I guess.
So Clove is something we've been working on
from Brazil, brother. So he's
really
Portuguese speaking.
I'm so proud of the teams back at Riot. They really pushed themselves on this agent, both from a design perspective, creatively. I think they are so vibrant and beautiful, and it's going to do so many great things for the game. So I can't wait for everyone.
Yeah, design-wise, I think the Clove is great, but I am a little bit like, I do feel it does kind of step into Astra's territory.
And yeah.
Okay, we love that. Thank you very much. Now, bueno, obviamente creo que lo habéis entendido, ¿no? Que tiene muchas gracias de que tengamos a Clove entre los agentes, que el showmatch ha estado genial y que solo en una semana ya podéis estar probándolo y creo que va a estar muy, muy guay. Now, Leo, of course you're on the competitive side. What do you think about this gorgeous, gorgeous event here in Madrid?
Oh my God, we are so happy to be here. We've been dreaming about coming to Spain for a very long time. This is our first time here. You all have been incredible hosts. Thank you so much for embracing VCT. We love you. This is just the first event of the season. There's a lot of VCT to come in 2024. We're gonna jump straight into stage 1, and we're so happy to be here. So
literally jumping straight into stage 1. See this guy. The fine is coming in.
Pero la verdad que lo estáis haciendo genial. Obviamente todavía nos queda todo el stage y todo lo que queda por llegar en 2024. Recordad, cuanto más ruido hagáis, más conscientes serán de lo que necesitamos estos eventos en España. Pero obviamente esto no ha terminado, así que seguimos con el partido.
I don't actually know how similar Spanish and Portuguese is. Like how many of the words are shared, if any.
Eyes peeled now onto this pistol round.
And I know that Sentinels have changed up a lot since the last time they played Bind against Heretics with this composition.
All right, 6-6 at the half is... I don't know who this is better for, really. It's just so little sample size to know.
Have they got more in their arsenal? Are they prepped against what GenG are going to bring?
I guess Sen, especially if they win the pistol. Wingman get like dizzy combo. Again, the timing is good.
Bundle of util going to be used. Trailblazer.
Skydog waiting.
Just for a moment.
Get some more bullets spammed out to break it.
Oh, Ten's taking the ult up there when I think he was aiming to pick up.
He'll want both, surely.
Happy with both.
Yeah. Didn't get punished for either. GenG are so...
That's what the Heretics do. They have their lineups line and fall where the ult orb is. So you can pick up the ult orb and your Dizzy and your Wingman all in one spot instead of like hungry hippos in the round.
Got to run fakes against them. And now Trailblazer coming down short, trip broken.
But this is like good pressure, I think. Like the solo Sky
he realizes there's nothing
to get proactive info in is like not good enough, I don't think.
30 seconds.
So you want to just dry out their util and go from there. Like obviously the Cypher can get a lot, but once you get into like defaulting for Sentinels, you're looking to like break the camera wherever it is on A, drain out all of this utility from Sky, and then go for an execute. Because at that point, GenG have to either push, and they push into a default and they go down, or they're just guessing. Neo's been here the whole time and hasn't peeked.
Plant down here for Sentinels. It's all about how he gets
now he's peeked.
Post for Meteor. He was spotted out. Wide into the smoke.
Gets the nade out, which is nice, but he's 20 HP now.
Hopefully a heal.
Post plant molly, looks like it. Got a Wingman and a Dizzy still.
Here for Sentinels in through lamps and GenG. They are methodical in the nature, the way that they approach a lot
good
of these
position for the Gecko to be in, actually.
Down to the minutia.
So I'm never really sure where like Gecko should be playing, but I think here's a good spot.
The site, shots found and kills finally online. The GenG team and the defuse Charon half already. Has he bought them time enough?
The molly has come in.
Here with 2 players left. Lakia, the orb.
Oh, they clear him. Oh, Lakia gets them all just with 3 seconds. How have they actually won that? It's Lakia as well in another pistol, right?
From the first Masters event, coming out here in the most recent Lakia, so clutch. These shots are unbelievable towards the end. Defending from
doesn't matter what information they have. Jesus, like
popping off.
Oh my goodness.
Lakia himself said
everybody's waving.
That his biggest mistake
now they're getting spicy.
DRX, they're known as Vision Strikers. After having that success in his first Masters event.
That is gold.
All right, now they've moved the Cypher over to B.
And now he's overtaken that team that he ended up joining and having more success
out of this trip.
In a grand finals.
This fucking trip has tilted so many people. And I'm not surprised.
Damage all combined and collected. Growled into it. GenG obviously favored.
I'd be really surprised if like GenG can convince me that this comp is like the better comp to be going with.
Karan ends up going down, although I don't see how he possibly could.
Not with the judge, surely not.
But the A site would be open. And there
headshot him as well.
Okay. Just understands the time.
Jumping bonked. Managed to make their way through here though. Not really a great gun for Karen to be working with, so he's just playing for the util.
Call being made from his teammate. Second. Earns himself a plant at least.
Like, he smokes himself off. Really? He has the judge that he can, like, peek out some of these angles with.
For him to win it out, it'd have to be a bundle of mishaps and mistakes here from GenG to really topple this one. So,
I mean, if Second gets one more kill, he has his nade. Showing it off a little bit.
GenG winning a beautiful pistol.
That's why I do too much. Big round to win for GenG. And the bonus is pretty nice, depending on if they keep this judge or where they put it, I guess, is more important.
Karen saved the judge into this as well, so might anticipate him being positioned over to Hookah for the next. Normally, that's going to be Munchkin's job, defending onto Hookah. And when I was watching,
Are they going to give him the judge? No, Karen's still got a hold of it. Meteor's got a stinger now.
Not in a coordinated early round manner.
Literally just a one rifle.
Mid-round timings, trying to abuse the fact that on bind, teams don't tend
I guess the only problem for running the Cypher on defense is just how much it costs to keep that utility going.
Doesn't have the Cypher to be able to rely on. Those trips are not going to be there in market, so if anybody finds the mid-round push timings...
Where has he put both trips?
Looking to cover.
One is just across here,
Karen picks up short.
And then the one here?
Sentinels.
I'm going to try and clear this, which is brave. With, like Josh said, the judge could be here.
I think this
so, like, the Dizzy and the Raze Boombot to clear it out. It's nice.
Love to take fights so much that if he's on fire as he has been
Smoke is also good too here.
Was in their last match. He could easily be the win condition for their team, in fact.
GenG looking like they're calling for a reclear in through Hookah, so they're going to get information pretty rapidly, at least.
But, Bren, if the judge wasn't in Hookah, where else is it going to be other than short?
Yeah.
They're walking right into it. Caron. Too much util. The dog doesn't clear him, but he does break it anyway.
Oh, the trip to play off two. Tries to molly out, but can't quite get it. Trip's a little bit higher now.
Sen's line and aid. Now there's 45 seconds here for Sen.
So it doesn't catch the wingman instead. I mean, these are like the normal head height ones, but we saw some teams doing like really low trips. But the Prowler didn't hit them.
Pulling away. Trip still not dealt with. Lighting these players up. Yeah, John QT is right there again. TP through.
Did they mean to go for the TP? I don't know if they did. They're all going to go.
Full committal, but they're going to be walking again into Munchkin.
Meteor's here too.
Here, always holding on to this.
They're all going to come through Hookah as well, so this crossfire is so strong to break. It's just too strong. What a read, what a call, like to have people in this position ahead of time.
It's all accounted for.
It's these defensive rotations again, Brent. GenG are so far ahead of it. Sen think that they've got the timing to be able to go through the teleport.
Gotta be tilting too for Sentinels, like they're on their full buy against this bonus and they lose.
Set up a crossfire with Munchkin. And beautiful little bait play there.
Like the judge playing and having people rotate to the right spot. It could be the match that, like the round that wins them the match.
You would call it over-rotating if it wasn't winning so often. They have such a trust in the read. This nade to push Texture away from his position.
Second trying to make his way in. He's got past the trip, but other people have to deal with it, and there's no other utility to break.
Meteor. Oh, Meteor. Oh, what a snap.
Okay, he goes down. Okay, the pistols are sort of hitting now. Thrash is going to be used. And they get luckier. Ooh, a little bit whiffy from Texture. He's mollied off. Now these guys are separated. They know where the judge is now, but he's going to be able to pick up a rifle where he is.
Still 2 versus 4. Spike.
This is the round that Sen we're going to win.
At least earn that.
Everybody on Sen inside lamps. Really
Molly's going to be really nice. Doesn't actually do it. Doesn't move anybody. And Thrash is ready to go for its second go.
Previous gun round, not after losing most of the scenarios where they had that advantage. Thrash.
Snake bite on one side. He's managed to jump around it.
There it is. Texture, last one left. Last one alive through the.
There's a nades, but that's just buying time. 4 bullets.
Away from the position, it's Sentinels trying to play this one just with a little bit of intelligence. And John gets that information.
Nice shot.
And a shot to the head. Thrifty here. MasterCard well earned.
Why did they change like the jingle for Thrifties? Because it used to be this sort of like Tannoy xylophone thing, and now it's just like
and this is a must-win map
deep synth bass thing.
They felt the most favored. This was their pick of all of the maps they could have gone to. And as the desk was mentioning earlier, they're kind of playing for the 3-1, hoping they don't even need to get to Icebox. Incredible shots being hit there, and Sassy on fire here on board.
Yeah, it's a frustrating one to lose because there was so much that could have been done to avoid the situation.
More, I think, from the GenG players. But here it is.
Great time.
It's all right. Not a happy solo. I'm not surprised. But you win the bonus, and then you lose against an Thrifty straight afterwards. Nullifies how big of an advantage winning the last round was for GenG.
Concrete to clear it out. Look, even a Dizzy just clears it.
This is why I'm not really a fan of Gecko on this map, because just the window of actually flashing somebody is so small.
But GenG putting such a heavy premium on control of just both B long and showers. Even got the cam.
Flash get nothing. No Sky Flash used either.
Yeah, and they've actually not
really Lucky might have actually used one, but I'm not too sure because of the money. I've not been able to afford it. So that's their final flash.
I'm interested. Munchkin didn't quite find the timing to take a duel, but he's now
and they're just so uncertain, like they have no information. Trying to go, and Boombot doesn't do that much damage, so the decision to actually leave is a good one. Snake Bite's nice. You actually have a camera here too to play off. Mosh gets the top here to get the raise off of the angle and also a bit of front and back sight. It's a good Mosh actually.
Split up for the rest of his team here with only 25 seconds. That's a spike drop down on top of it. It needs to be heroics and it needs to be masterful.
Oh, the satchel.
Munchkin almost going down to the stray satchel, but it matters.
You must expect that he's in this corner. Yeah.
Full lockdown in approach and
not picking it together, but it didn't matter too much.
Down to nothing. It's GenG up to 10.
Much better hold and setup.
The crossfire.
Even when you don't have that information, just the ability to control this.
Not trying to hold it.
I didn't even get past this trip.
Rely on the fact that, you know, they'll give Sen the play and try to push through smokes or anything like that. They fought almost even before Meteor was taking contact from the short trips. Look, they pick off 10s here. They're looking to try to fight them in short. They mollied off showers as well, so Zekken couldn't help. They picked that apart.
Oh yeah. That was the main thing about like GenG is like some of these trips that Meteor has. Like there's one that goes right across here like that.
Would hesitate to make. That's a very conscious thing that they've come into this year.
Also, this trip is really nice. I like that one too. I think it might be here.
That picks that timing and fights you.
Been working so damn well for them here, GenG.
Look at the rotates, Brent. Look at the rotates.
They're straight in.
Less than 10 seconds into the round, and they're planning to 5-stack B.
It's not that long. This one.
Lucy here was vulnerable, but up close to the corner.
It's definitely a long one that they have.
Blinded. Found what? Snaps it. Sentinels.
Where are they at now? They're going to reset. Still so much information, so they can like stack.
They're not fast enough to pull the trigger and go for the rotate through the teleport.
This setup is so strong for GenG, and it's so difficult to break the Sentinels that they're just happy to stack all the players here and try to proactively push up.
Contact re-clear. Are they going to be ready with the rifle play? It needs to be online. It is Sentinels.
They just clear. Sentinels like, all right, we're just going to hope that they push us to get that info.
For now, and it was really necessary, Josh. I mean, you end up losing that one. GenG up to 11. The economy just been dwindling. Sentinels getting rocked left, right, and center.
But what is this?
What?
The timing on that Dizzy. It just
really nice Dizzy.
Right. Yeah.
Throwing it from back there just in case.
After he went through the Viper wall as well, yeah. So just, but still caught down extraordinarily low.
Because yeah, you want to be throwing Dizzies from position to like where you might Prowler, I guess.
Willing them forwards.
Not easy rounds.
This one's the one that goes more across here.
They're not at all. Again, GenG had 5
and
players.
This one?
That's fast though. Zekken. It's in front of the Snakebite as well. A little bit of damage, almost a kill onto Lackey. It's good damage. It's going to be permanent. There's no heal online. At least he can't heal himself. Now the Trailblazer for the re-clear. Munchkin, you can't be calling for that one again. He just goes down with it.
Yeah, and these are the times when Munchkin ends up getting punished. And it's looked rough for GenG. We haven't seen very much of it. Munchkin's been playing a superb game.
This camera is just...
The kind of stuff that was happening
has it really been dealt with, ever?
There's 3 players very close to key ultimates as well, though the orb is not here. Sen put another pause in the round, maybe hoping that GenG would do another exploration.
What are they like on flashes? They just have one, and Lucky is low. That's good.
Garons, for that matter. The more they let the time clear.
Yeah, it's surprising that there's been... Has there been any timeouts for GenG this series yet?
Here just to prop both of it up, make sure he can clear some of this util. Trip. Spotted and broken. Not be pulling any of the GenG players away. It looks like
the broke one, and instantly, Pick's just going to go check it.
Hold this close angle. 30 seconds left. This one he has the rocket available to him. Another trip. This time. Noise pressure on either side.
Oh, showstopper used.
Now call with 20 seconds left. Guess what?
You got this camera late as well, but you're gonna use it for retake. Nope, never mind. He gets it. Gets that information is broken.
And that's going to be sending it out with Wingman. He's going to be broken.
It's missed him.
It's called it correctly, but it does catch on the second. So the plan is online. 4v4 though.
Oh no, little bro managed to make it.
Indeed. The flank. Fast wrap around flanks on.
Oh no.
Punish for it.
GenG might have fucked this round. Nade is really good. You know the Tense is there. Are you going to push him? You're doing it alone if you do.
GenG here with the ult. Here's the first tap, and he's waiting for the second point. Counter's fast onto him. Counter's fast onto him. Already approaching.
Forces it out early. Gecko flash broken. And the Facer just went out. It felt like GenG just sort of froze there for a second, not sure what to do. Couple of these defensive rounds. Like, it's one of the few occasions that we've seen GenG actually like make mistakes and be punished for them.
Major ults getting online, and I think if Zelsis had
like the 50 and then this round. I think the round before this is just sort of a bit unlucky almost.
Two gorgeous kills towards the end, off the back of the Dizzy, and GenG forced to take a timeout. Their first.
So what's the plan? What are you gonna do, GenG?
The first in the match that you've seen. I'm not sure whether.
Yeah, they're 10 minutes out now.
Certainly a rarity. You don't see them often. Calling for that timeout, cool down in the play here because this is
7 timeouts for map 3 for champions. I mean, if Munchkin's making all of the calls that you would as a coach, then I don't think it's necessary to be taking these timeouts.
The most favored, and they're still behind by 1 round. Yeah. Even though they're favored in the next due to the economy advantage. It's not clean sailing here, not by any means. GenG fighting for every inch of this. Not willing to give up any of these maps that they so carefully selected. Now, in terms
I don't know how much you can really like fault the orbital strike, because the Gecko is coming in from showers, so typically you might plant like towards stacks. You know, like stacks is like this, you might plant like here.
If it doesn't feel like an exec down short, they still keep players on B.
So I think the orbital strike was there to just like get the kills to stall this. And it was a good decision, really, for Tense to actually just plant in a more open spot.
Possible that Solo and HSK are just addressing that.
I mean, I guess especially when you have Zelsis that I think still had the molly at that point and obviously had his ultimate. Any adjustments with like who's playing where? Doesn't look like it.
The ultimate, but again, might just earn it himself. He does with him dropping. Sent to the spectators.
Sen's just whole plan is to just push the pressure onto this point and see if they can find those openings. Like go B fast, go A late.
This is explosive into the back of the side.
Peeking into 3 players, but he had enough people there, and it's a nice snake bite, nice molly. Goes into tube.
Huge one, clean one. Sentai the game up. And those ults that were close to being able to be.
The Sentinels get us so hard. I mean, that one was fairly easy.
Made all the difference. Now look at them. Huge tools.
Like, the map is swinging more into Sentinels' favor.
If they're able to lean on those, it will knock the GenG economy once more. And the game.
I think a lot of these defensive rounds for GenG, if they want to win them, are going to be like slogs.
GenG just churning them up now.
The stack, 3 players over towards B to start, and Karen in a very committed position.
Super committed, but he backs away now with the knife out.
Are they all on rifles? They are. They have Neural, Theft, and Seekers. Viper's Pit, Thrash.
Sentinels.
I mean, this is looking like you Thrash to try to put pressure on.
Is this for CT? Or is this for Cubby?
Seekers with a Thrash on top, like you said, Josh here.
Oh, and it's going towards this. And the Seekers combination is nice.
So spots it out, Munchkin. First one to 4, fills up that feed.
Really nice execute. And Thrash in a good place that you can pick it up again. Risky.
Dislodge this one here, maybe even a few stray bullets. Sassy finally planting, elbow control.
Like from here and then that way.
They didn't plant though. They're still getting it down now, and GenG are taking elbow control in the meantime.
Might work against them.
Yeah, separating this up is a good decision. Thrash is going to be used. All of these smokes though, you're not getting as much as you possibly can. Just can't win the duels. Great fights from Sen. I like the call for GenG to try and find a gap through elbow to try and like isolate the players in the Viper's Pit from the ones that are playing long.
and relying so heavily on getting those ults up. Look at this play, Munchkin stuck while the rest of his team ended up playing for retake. He was just hoping to go one.
Like Zekken playing so well off just the disruption there from the fucking Thrash.
Seekers coming from B long, a Thrash, nade into backside, smokes to cut off all the angles. Sen just decided to drop the nuclear codes and just send that one into B.
It took their foot off Sen's neck, now it's a game. Yeah, I mean, you saw how mad Solo was when they lost this round.
Huge, great read that he was going to be going for the ult orb at the start of the round.
That's play just going their way.
Yeah, that's what you need. You need to keep these.
Everything is in control of Sen now. Everything.
Start building up because GenG are super dangerous in these kind of moments. You cannot count them out. They're so apt to take risks. In
Hello,
these
Avalanche.
Paid off well in the series so far.
Completely ignoring Hookah. It's a smart call as well. You don't want to walk into
like he is feeding. There's just not a lot of support.
Cause some issues here.
Like he wanted the orb. He's on like an eco anyway, so just getting that ultimate. Like there's so much pressure that goes on to getting that Seekers because that's the only like initiator ultimate that you have.
Above the top of it here.
But this is where like Sentinels have been good throughout this whole tournament. The way that they're like farming up the rotation of ultimates.
Sentinels.
Like they almost have another Seekers for Sassy. They just used it last round.
Feel it on the precipice of getting that 12th round here. A critical map in the juncture that is this series.
Texture and Munchkin.
So
really
now
chances in the round.
Texture's found one. The buy is so rough though, and Zelsis good fight for him to win.
Safe pair of hands there. Rifle in them. Make sure that there's no funny business.
And Munchkin.
Zelsis working his way towards another one.
Just going to save and take this time to address with his team what the game plan is once Rifles get online in round 23. Because this is crunch time. GenG need 2 in a row to just drag this to overtime. And they do not seem happy with the idea that Sen are going to be able to win on their map pick. There is still a chance for GenG to get back into this one, but these recent rounds have all gone the way of Sen. A reminder, though, that they did it.
It's actually something that we could probably do more when we play ranked.
Zekken pops the showstopper to be able to get into B.
First of all, saving, because I don't think we do an awful lot. Wow, double timeout.
Just the save for Munchkin to talk. Now a timeout called, the second.
Like when saving, like talking about what we can do, what we can change.
But Bren, what I'm saying here is, yes, it's
unluckier.
For Sentinels, but crucial rounds have been won off the back of ultimates.
It's really uncomfortable.
Sen do not have access to those anymore. I mean, they're one away from getting Seekers back up because Sassy is frying. But I think
I've been out of your house since 6 a.m. Wow, what time is it now?
Issue so much as them fighting an uneven war.
This is sick. Yeah, the production, like, you could tell that, like, production were, like, experimenting with it a little bit, and then they're like, oh, we actually have something really cool here. And then they've started using it more consistently.
I think you are right.
Like, it's really cool.
The money in terms of just talking about the game plan for GenG, it hasn't really been going amiss. They've just been getting ran over, steamrolled almost by just that sheer ult economy that's just been churning, generating constantly for Sentinels, but it has run out. And GenG have to put a stop to it here if they want to stop Sentinels on their map pick.
Yeah, we're talking about it running out, but Sassy could
trip going across, trip here.
It looks like Sen.
How did Club look earlier? Really cool. Really nice addition to the game.
Able to pull off some magic because he's going to be vastly outnumbered.
Let's see it.
Seekers are going to be online, surely.
What have you got up your sleeve, Meteor? Team needs some magic.
Camera here. Sentinels doing something that they haven't really done an awful lot this map.
They've already seen that in a couple of post-plant situations. Sen are going to know. It could trigger some kind of showers crunch, though. So they've got to be a bit cautious.
Yeah.
Look, Tens, Zekken, ready to punish the
I wish Sentinels started doing this earlier, but really there hasn't been any need.
And now they walk forward, get Seekers online.
They get the Seekers too.
Texture. Close up onto the angle. Dog.
I guess it's like they're thinking because GenG called another timeout, but they're struggling with this so much. The Sentinels' call is to like just go this way.
In the qualifiers, it could be a punishable element. They have to be aware of it. Gaps in the
This is such a risk.
Is seemingly clearing most of this.
Because it feels like if he gets cleared, it's done. And he hears all of these steps, and now he's getting off this angle to make sure that he doesn't get caught by the players going this way or seeing him this way. So it's allowed the rotation.
Getting into B.
That's really nice from Munchkin.
Not overplayed his hand.
Yeah.
Make sure
that he just feeds the info his team needs. And what a call this is.
Gets the hell out. 30 seconds. This is going to be.
And this is a case of all of the Seekers going this way. You can't go through the TP.
Expecting it. GenG players holding their
You got the spike over on this side with the Gecko. What a read from GenG. I'm in the UK. Oh, okay. Sorry. I didn't realize. Oh, nice Meteor. That's crazy with how that went. Having everybody here is good. This is the only problem I have with like Sentinels with their Gecko coming from B. I think the utility that comes out of Hookah on a B execute with Gecko is better than Long. However, you don't have that pivot of, oh shit, everybody's on B. We can take the spike and go for the TP. Because you're in Hookah, you have to go back in and around.
How did they get the read? How did they know? Let's go. Incredible play from Munchkin without really even popping up on the kill feed.
Yeah, good timer for Sen. Because I sort of prefer having more like a 4-1. Like if you're going through here, like 4-1 or like 3-2.
Are just phenomenal.
Unless you're on a low buy, I wouldn't have your bigger group going through Hookah alone.
A round that now makes this feasible that we could be heading to overtime.
Especially against the Cypher because of that fucking Hookah trip.
Calling this time out here. It's the last one that they've got. At least in regulation, and they understand the importance of the round. You don't want to go to OT, not against GenG, not when they've been making these adaptations over time and correcting towards it.
Yeah, and not just that, Brent, we were talking a lot about the ults being on the side of Sentinels. Oh, now the coin has flipped.
Elisa. Unisports away final, even though we were supposed to be at home. Oh, yeah, of course.
Being able to get an orbital strike online. These are ultimates that in the middle of a round can change the flavor.
Yeah, it's 20 past 6 now.
Dramatically. Oh my, GenG are going to start the stack on A with 4 players. What a gamble to push.
And the Cypher is now on B. So Sentinels, GenG took a timeout because they were struggling with B. Sentinels go A first.
Looks like they're going to try and set up Munchkin.
Then Sen take a timeout saying that they struggle with the Cypher on A. Cypher goes B.
To be defended in time, but here's that Showers fight. Molly drop down.
That's nice.
GenG walking.
Are you going to expect them to fight this? Do they expect another one? He got the kills on shot, though. They don't expect him here at all.
Comes up huge. You're joking.
More players over here. Where are these players moving now? Did they just push this? They must have just pushed it.
Inside the pit. Pushed outside of it. Managed to get a kill. 2 up towards short.
Of course not. I don't know. I feel like if you're in like OT or losing, I don't think you. If you see a player here alone, you assume that somebody's there with him. Because up until now, GenG have had this camera here. They've not done anything aggressive. So doing it with one player, even though it is texture,
only the trips. Got to worry about Karon's ult denying.
Like your alarm bell should be going off there.
Safe position.
But I guess they're like, they snake bit this, so they didn't expect him to be able to get in on this corner when they just got a kill there.
Through Munchkin.
They just know.
Just got to read. I mean, they just know. Now with the camera, spotted it all. And look at that. Karon sends it and splits them up. For OT, all the way here. GenG
this trip is just...
denied it at all. John QT dropping to the floor.
Oda, thank you very much for the sub.
And let's go again, shall we?
Let's go, GenG. Should have won this map from 10-7 up.
There's a perfect
Sentinels are a good team.
Look, let's
okay, they just fight that.
This for starters. Second and Zels is trying to hold the push and just got minced. Tense as well, not realizing that Lucky was in the corner, despite the fact that he caught a little bit of chip damage. But for me, that final moment where Munchkin...
Oh yeah, Lucky did take a little bit of damage. But that's probably from like the spraying for the smoke here.
And they just went through the teleporter. They're not worried about the fact that it could have been a late A hit at all. They just trust the read. Something that a lot of the coaches have been talking about. I mean, defending champs, Potter and EG talk about that all the time. Trust in your gut. And I feel like no team embodies it more at the moment than GenG.
No, I don't, Mew.
Committal to the calls that are being
I've got the Sigma face already.
Now. Opening round of OT. Meteor. They're going to go with this one here. Cam attacking, but already through the choke point. Still, they deal with him. Pesky intruder out towards.
I know, Oda. It's so funny though for me. They're like GenG in their first like proper international tournament have done more than DRX have done.
The defense
7, 8.
Good idea. But GenG don't want to commit to it just yet. Now Karen's got one smoke to play with. You can smoke off Heaven. You can have somebody watch over towards pipes, but they're not making a decision here. They're slowing down and they're kind of trapped.
Waiting for Munchkin.
Yes, but what is Munchkin really going to do? TenZ is on a great angle at B long.
It's just all hinging on
Makes me think that if DRX didn't make any roster moves,
yeah, an ADS.
Would this be their best chance of winning an international event?
It's weird though because they don't know where GenG are. They could be all the way up heaven, all sorts of spots.
It's going to cause the push out here by Sentinels, meeting them right into texture, but he wasn't waiting for it. As a trade attempt by Carol, he will fall too.
Oh my god, nicely done.
Flawless here, the first round of OT.
All right, who deals with the pressure best here?
Rare moment of
I don't think 2023 DRX beats the situation of Sen. Maybe less 2023. Or like
Sentinels making a mistake, going and
Champions Istanbul DRX. Because the problem with like last year's DRX is they were changing the roles around too much.
Very good.
And like putting in Foxy9, taking him out.
To yet another map point. They've got to start closing these though.
It's integral. You look at the overall map pool in this best of 5.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Battle almost all the way through.
Was Lucky a kick by DRX? Yeah, I think he was just dropped. He was their 6th man, and they just didn't really incorporate him as much as they maybe could have or should have.
Here it is. Why did he just say?
Oh, TenZ is like having a couple of rough rounds now.
How are you doing something like that, Munchkin? The 2 best players arguably.
Just a mental, resolute nature of Munchkin to just not be thrown off by anything.
Perfectly.
Who thinks that like when things are going this tight and this close that like we're gonna push and fight over the spike here?
The numbers advantage. He's willing to join them, but he has cut off that angle here with the Trailblazer.
He's hit by the stone. And he's got help from the team. Oh my god, this is a mess. They got the spike though, and they can go over towards A. They have a nice camera though set up, and they know that if they have showers control or not.
That's an amazing read by Sentinels. They know that all 3 players are there, and this is a race that
just in case that they TP and go back to B. Camera spotted them.
A rare mistake as well from GenG.
And Sassy's going up. When I was talking about Meteor when he was pushing up before, this is where I wanted him instead of in this corner. 2v2. This is just Angels. Meteor can get half. Oh, great fight. Great. I mean, how have Sentinels 3v5 they turned that around?
And I said it was necessary. And it certainly was necessary.
Bit of a botched job, an overreaction for GenG to be fighting in showers, perhaps. Like fighting in sand.
Grueling win for them, forced into overtime. But they do it at the final moment, converting a 3v5.
Absolutely incredible stuff so far. Plenty more.
Yeah, focus. You got Ascent next, which... Man... I think that Sen needs to win Ascent. Crowd is 90% Sens. Yeah, I mean, I don't think GenG have got that kind of clout following, to be honest. The double ban is so strong this event. Yeah. And it was a good idea of a gamble for Sentinels to go bind. But I do think that that's one of the few maps that I think we've seen GenG probably should have won and they didn't. Because there were a lot of rounds there that just... Either they got a little bit unlucky on, which is fair, but the Thrifty, after they won the bonus, even that last round a little bit was just a bit of an overcook. First time that we've really seen GenG try to do and overcook some of the things that they were working on, when typically they're a little bit more, I guess, restricting themselves a little bit, a bit more reserved. I don't understand fighting long with one player. I mean, that's the way that a lot of teams used to play. Only feels nowadays that with the Sky nerf that you can target it a bit more. I don't think many teams would actively go and fight long that consistently in the same way that Sentinels did. But I think the Sentinels made a lot of sense for their like game plan.
Gives you wings.
And if you are running against a team that is running the Sky only, as an initiator, I think that's kind of what you do. You get that Sky utility out of them early on long, and then you play around the map afterwards. But I guess it's a lot easier said than done when you've got the Cypher to deal with too. There's just way too much going on that you have to clear. Because I think if you... trying to think of like the other comps that's like, if we could do it on Augment real quick actually. This should actually tell us. Get to show this off a bit more too. So let's do it for Madrid. You go at Madrid and we don't look at this. We look at Bind and all of the teams that run Sky. All right, there you go. So we're gonna look at all of the games. So Sky here, I think you would try to bully and fight the Sky long. There really been these only 2 maps outside of the one that we just saw. And like here, you don't have the Sky. Like for both of these 2 teams, they're running like double duelist, but I still think that when you have double initiator, bullying the player long is the way to go. But I don't think you need to have the Sky over on B all of the time with this comp. I know Carmine Core do, but you can have support from the Yoru, you can have support from the Raze. They'll be playing like the extremities, and the Yoru will be switching sides no matter what. So yeah, I feel like that's like a bit of a weakness from the like Sky Cypher comp that we're seeing. Expecting most of GenG to be ex-Overwatch, but I think it's only Munchkin. Yeah, I think so. I don't remember Texture or Meteor ever being in Overwatch, but I can't remember. Like, perhaps. Wow, Tarek has 200k views. Close to having a heart attack. Good map to watch considering we haven't seen much of either team. And like, I felt that both teams played pretty well with like their general plans. I think Bind at the moment with the Sky nerfs, it's a bit harder to know what's the best comp to be running at the moment. But I think we haven't seen enough of it, I suppose.
Well, folks, we got ourselves a game. 1-1 tied up, and there you can see the Vibe Merchant himself clocking in for a hard day's work. An incredible run from Sentinels in overtime. Took some heroics 100%, but goodness gracious, did GenG make them work for it.
I'm glad that Hypox on the desk.
What a game.
The finals.
Yeah, I mean, GenG was looking incredible in the first half. It seemed like all 5 of their players were stepping up and having moments. Lakia winning clutches. But once we got into that second half, Sentinels execs with this double flash comp were incredible, Mike.
Yeah, their ability to really slow down the tempo. And I mean, Josh kept talking about the rotation.
Yep, running ads again, and I'm gonna go quickly go grab some food. I made some sandwiches for myself, so I got some dinner. Yeah, BRB. Otherwise, enjoy these guys on the desk, and then we're back for Ascent.
That string of rounds was absolutely insane.
Oh, it most definitely was. But let's not forget, though, that there were some brilliant calls. That actually takes us to our HyperX Reflex moment of the day. A little bit of a different one this time around. Mimi, why don't you go ahead and walk us through it?
Yeah, so this round, I think the real reflex of it is just showing how good the timings on utility is for Sentinels. Zekin using one satchel to get over that molly, and then waiting for the second one. But right as that happens, you see that Sky Flash Dizzy combo coming in from long and from short. Perfectly catches that player in hookah and blinds everyone on site as well. So these traders from Sentinels can swing out together and win this round. Their synergy on those are incredible, and it really relies on these 2 guys on your screen, Mike.
Absolutely does. I mean, Zekin, we keep talking about how he's so explosive. I mean, no questions about it now. The most explosive player player in terms of impact, in terms of what you see him doing on screen. And I think so far, it's 51% overall round win rate for Sentinels. It's 70% when Zekken gets the first blood. He's dropping, literally, there's a 1 in 4 chance of him getting a multi-kill. He has over 80 multi-kills already at this event, topping the charts. It's just insane to watch.
And I love watching him and Tense play together. No matter the agent, that duo's synergy is absolutely on point in the server.
But you know who I got to give some love to here? I got to give love to my ball brother over there, Sassy. My guy's holding it down. This dude seriously has been impressive, Mike. And this is a question mark coming into this. How is Sassy going to be? How is he going to perform? And I think in this one, he proved exactly why you want this world champion on your squad.
Sure, and we said this earlier, top of show, Sassy maybe not numerically, has had a couple of rough performances, you got to say it, right?
Sure.
You're bottom of the scoreboard.
You'll be the first one to tell you.
Yeah, you're lacking the value from utility, but particularly with this composition, like you've just noted there, having that second layer, particularly for some of these slow mid rounds, has been absolutely crucial. And Sassy, in my eyes, this has probably been one of his best maps so far at the event.
And exactly when it was needed. We're already into the agent select for Ascent, and this is a map where I think we really go back to what we've prided both these teams on, their excellent fundamentals. They're both going to be playing the default comp, but I think we have to put some extra pressure on this map, because for Sentinels, in my mind, this is a must-win. If they lose this map, they'll need to go to Icebox, where they are absolutely not favored, where they haven't had time to prep. They really need to take home Ascent.
Yeah, absolutely agree.
Yeah, this is such an important map now.
Concern of split, and that's behind Ascent as well. So talking about aiming for the 3-1, looking for this to be a little front-loaded.
Like GenG, if you lose this, you're going on to split, where Sentinels haven't looked great, sure, but I think they can definitely just take that momentum with them onto split.
We'll see how things land and send it back over to Brennan Sideshow.
Even more important with this one here, getting us started.
It was only a 3-minute break. Yeah, it wasn't long.
Territory left to be claimed for both of these teams in a best of 5. Constant back and
like
forth.
3 minutes of ads. Or more like, 3 minutes of ads, and then 4 minutes of death.
Uncertainty, I think, in terms of how these two teams are going to perform. It's a map
about 10 minutes total.
I recently saw them perform incredibly well in their recent game against Paper Rex, Zekken in particular.
Did you tag it? And they're going for a fastly execute, because this is a molly for market.
Tiles.
Actually, no. That's a molly for this.
Play against Paper Rex did a lot of the defensive set plays, but I think that was a specific ante. I don't know whether we're going to see as many of them here. It's a trap play in mid for Sen. Turret.
Do you remember to play ads? Yeah, I just played some.
The question is, how do
I played some when I went.
Now that the turret takes a contact, it's going to be Zekken.
What gaming tray you got?
Onto the angle, orb.
I mean, I wish I had a Secret Labs ones.
Because once you break the turret, you actually break the trap setup in mid as well. So
like I've got a Herman Miller chair, which is seen as like the best, right? Because it's so ergonomic. But I think for me, it's just a little bit small.
Beautifully by GenG.
Which Herman Miller?
Get a bit of a wander now, straight down mid.
Starts with an A. Aaron.
Of this one here. Sentinel's potential chance of
I got like the medium size that I probably could have done with a large. But they do it based off height. So a large chair is more for like people that are taller, not for people that are, chunkier.
Back them up. He does have the flash. Paranoia goes wide and does not connect onto the necessary target, and that is Zekken still with that dash.
Just spam people in the smokes.
Quite praying as well.
Oh man, like suddenly now all of the pistols are going Sentinels this way. I say that like GenG won the last one. Of Lakia going crazy. You might do the same. Yeah, and the spike is in such an awful spot to pick it up. You're going to be able to do it? You can pick it up, but look who's here already. 4 seconds, not enough time. And they break it. Really nice from Zekken. Patient, waiting for them to go for the plant. Aim straight for the player that's planting, even if he dies.
Zekken gets the cleanup on the final 2, but his positioning tucked behind the box.
3-2 pistols now.
The pick on Meteor, I believe it was, who tried to push lane. That's the one that's huge. This kill right here. If he ends up losing it, Celsius is under pressure. Suddenly the B site looks like it's going to fall a little. Very good setups from Sen. From the pistol into the adjustment.
But yeah, you're getting like the Herman Miller air on like the larger side would be good for you.
Does seal it up onto that pistol round here. Getting a bit of acknowledgement, but will be.
Also, I don't really like the armrests, but I don't like having armrests usually anyway.
Have a great map too on Bind. Seeing how that made manifest.
You mean? I'm not saying larger. Yeah, because I just said it's not based on how like fat you are. It's based on how tall you are. You're taller than me.
Or if they can, but they're really just being fought over this every step of the way.
Yeah, mowed down.
Armed it.
Not really.
Was that neck rest included? No. That was extra money. Probably expensive. I can't remember.
A very simple round so far, trying to bait out the second shot so they can punish. But second, the ghost.
Actually, I don't think this is one of the
knocking that one out.
200 quid neck rests.
Yeah.
I don't know if this is the one. No.
Really critical one.
And I think this is where we'll get to see. Are Sentinels going to go for the defense?
I think I got like a third-party one. I think there was like 100. It's still expensive for a headrest.
Into mid, have tens teleport into a smoke or something like they've done before.
I think if you're buying one of these chairs outright, it's like $1,000. But I got it like for 400, I think.
Maybe just a bit of aggression over towards B main instead. Doesn't particularly matter anyway, because GenG, all 5 players grouped up as if they want to go for a fast A.
Stacked up. No time wasted with that one. Just
put it right on top of this and the trips. Trips. I always do this. I always say side utility and killjoy utility.
Down swarms. Still not dead.
Meteor's molly that I was using yesterday goes right into there.
Gone to close the door, so the nano swarms haven't been used.
Planting right out in the open with a nano swarm.
Took one of them out and gets the
very interesting. This is brave for texture.
Avoiding all that Sentinel utility, but it does set it up now for the 5v5 retake. Now, of course, guns not on the side here for Sentinels, but they do have the util.
Aldron is a perfect response to it, though.
Texture. Let's take the fight there.
He gets hit by the ping. I mean, it's a bad spot, and you've also just put so much pressure onto Karen now. You're both like boxed in.
Not enough with the bullets to spray.
Damage is already pretty nice here from Sentinels. And now it's very winnable. We've got Snake, Nano Swarm lineups.
Can't even get second onto it, and the damage has been done to all of them. Sassy has to really stick this one away. Not enough.
Not close.
Barely over the line here for GenG.
It's a marvelous round though for Sentinels. Just one player staying alive.
Very expensive round to get on the board for GenG.
This though. How much this backfired just based off one Aldron.
Going for the wrap back down through catwalk.
Because these players got so stuck here in Gen, it opens the door quite literally over for Switch.
At the end of the day, though, I think that's a win in the column for Sen. It's not technically, but they've done quite a bit of damage, kept the economy under control for GenG, and got themselves in the op. Big tools to work with.
Massive tools. Essential, really, to any good hold of a Sent on the defensive
side. A late one, but it is broken.
Took an early peek down mid, but twice about it, I think, off the back of all that noise that GenG are.
Aldron, you know that you're not going to get hit by the knife. Broken early, whilst you have tens playing super close. Brave, maybe a little bit reckless. Zelsis, great flash, amazing trade from Lakia.
Duty for him, and now retaking with the operator second.
I think just those kind of plays for Sentinels you can't do. It's never worked for tens.
Ridiculous.
Just don't. You can't play around fucking smokes against GenG. The smokes only listen to GenG. That's the only team that they respond to.
Got no problem with that. The one way,
like the fucking dragons in Game of Thrones and the Targaryens. Can't tame them.
It's really annoying for the attacks to deal with. You're seeing that Lakia is investing the drone pretty much every time. And actually, if they start to get the read on that, you know, Tens or Zelsis could start dominating that smoke and trying.
But otherwise, this was like a good idea for Sen.
There are little counterplays that you can do, but
he had the Eldrin out early, so Tens tries to push them and fight them.
Tens chose to try to get back into.
But yeah, just in those spaces, it just really feels like Texture wins those fights every time.
Be in there a little faster most of the time. All right, so Sen, silver lining, they still kept the op and the Odin. There it is, that entry. It just puts a lot of pressure on Zelsis then.
Spacing there is amazing.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair and honest, Valorant.
Like Lakia playing right off of Texture's ass there.
I'm sure they're working on it as we speak.
Yeah, we'll see.
Weird buy, actually. You got an Operator Odin and then like the 3 Guardians. I guess it's because these 2 survived, right?
This is going to be fast here, Brent. I think Zeken's going to want to look for an aggressive position. Or are they going for the one-way and tucking into wine?
Gearing up for it, and that didn't tag.
Neither, they're just having the KO here.
Paranoia.
Now mid. Name of the game here for GenG. 4 players waiting. Zeken, too much to account for here.
And there's multiple players ready to chase him up.
Well, in fact,
Paranoia is really good. Texture's just going. He's not letting up at all, but
Bodies hitting the wall.
All right, so they get 10s.
So look at this guy. He's all the way
Look at where he is.
But he is going to be shut
Big
down
kill for John to get.
Good awareness from that one. It's about trying to keep up
Oh.
with the tempo. Can't let GenG run all over you. Lakia, sole survivor, one shot.
They're all fairly low here. The shock dart forces him out on the angle, so that's one.
A lot more to do. He wants to make a go of it.
Playing off the turret, expecting somebody heaven. Thanks, Celsius. Celsius is actually really good in these positions too.
Shuts it down.
Like if it gets a little bit difficult, Celsius is always like in a good spot to like shut a potential clutch out.
On defense, actually, mostly rifling, mostly going for those defensive aggression plays. Now he's just allowing people to walk into him. Gorgeous reposition onto some of these angles too, playing around the utility very well. Bit of a question mark for me, honestly. How's
Couple of rounds for like GenG now.
Dominate on this map.
They win a really good round and then they lose one that just... I mean, I can't say that they did anything wrong there. I don't think they did. It was just Sentinels second, especially.
Yeah, what the hell is that? Ferrari peak.
At least he's confident.
Oh, and look at this.
Omenol.
So deep.
Celsius tries to clear, but he does it alone.
Looking for that information inside the smoke.
Nobody's on site, luckily, so this is an open area. So Tens is like, okay, we have to give up all of this. The switch hasn't been hit. Now it has. Anything else to work with ultimate-wise? Not really. Tens is his ultimate.
More than they bargained with.
And a Hunter's Fury, but I imagine it'd be looking to save that for a lockdown if that ever comes online.
Very difficult.
Nothing to write home about here.
No, GenG could really be in an advantage position, yet Texture goes down close. Quarters, action for Meteor, action indeed, but he does go down to the follow-through.
Good trade, 3v3.
Anticipating it. The reflag
weird, awkward fight to be having now. Karen's still alive. But Karen doesn't have a smoke. Oh,
is still on the opposite side, second.
Unfortunate. You don't get, it doesn't really look like they're expecting everybody to be coming from Switch. Yeah, he is on his Fury. Now's a good time to use it. Now's a good time to use it. He's not used it. I don't know why he wouldn't. I guess there's just so much time still to buy.
I'm not gonna lie. Player disadvantage with the up ready. You shouldn't be winning retail.
Because sure, you'd be saving your Hunter's Fury for the lockdown, but were they just not keeping an eye on how far John QT was away?
If I'm not mistaken, and the other, they throw a recon dart that
I mean, it's a fantastic retake from Sentinels. But I do feel like you watch all of the kills, like the PK that happened, Texture just being on the outside of the smoke.
Towards the end there. You're right, it really did seem like he wanted to set up a shock dart play or the Hunter's Fury and just realized, I have to swing this.
Yeah.
It's a tide turner.
Certainly is. Still danger though.
Karen doesn't really have the help and support here, so he's stuck.
Get out of here, but
both teams are suppressed though, otherwise there's definitely a fragment coming in. Yep, there it is, but the TP comes out faster.
Dodge. While all this has been going on, GenG happy to take that B main control. We're going to try and set up Lakia there in the meantime.
Yeah, looking to just try to farm the ult orb, Meteor one away. So it's entirely possible that they're playing for that. Second pushed away, they know that there's no op over towards A. Texture clears out the entirety of A main.
What's the
this
plan?
is going to allow, I think, Meteor to get his ult online. They might really want to go for this with the lockdown.
Consider it.
What is going on here, though? GenG retreating away, but they haven't picked up the orb, so they can't use the lockdown to fake towards A. They've just got some kind of read here.
This looks very uncomfortable for GenG.
Picked up Heaven. You know, they are hitting the weaker side.
I mean, they picked this map.
Texture sees the barrel. Oh my goodness, what a timing for the ult.
No command.
It's away to knives, and now Texture, weak as anything, declawed in the mix.
This still seems like a really happy setup, though, for John.
Over towards A. Are they expecting this on B?
He missed. He just wasn't expect. Yeah, he didn't expect Munchkin to be there. Why would you? Because GenG are just swinging either side.
Don't want to survive.
Don't want to keep these into the next round. I mean, Texture's got nothing. You don't keep the blade, so you don't keep the ult. Flash, pop through round and aside here, spamming and spraying. A reload, no punish.
No time. No time. I think they. I don't know if they have it.
It's going to be going down to
oh, just.
They do get a continuation.
How? Hello? What is happening? Oh, this could have held off a little bit more. GenG is so keen on forcing this out.
Break the door down, but
the paranoia is so clutch.
Immaculate placement. Meteor with 32 health. Another
I feel like even though that was a low buy for GenG, that they had that then. Like the two that Meteor gets on site, Texture in a great position to flank. I just think he goes way too fast. Everybody from GenG looking way more flustered.
Turn it into mush. I think they could have played it a little more simply.
Like Munchkin's going over here too.
To get in there, but Zeka makes up for it with a gorgeous refight with the operator. And he's frying, by the way. If you want to talk about individuals,
I'm really surprised that like no timeouts come out.
When he played this map previously, and Texture's not really finding those openings as easily.
Of course, it's harder when you're the attack side Jet. I mean, you have to be set up with util.
Like you picked this map, and like you have to have a good defensive, good attacking side.
But also it's Texture.
Exactly. You kind of expect more from.
Well, I bet in 2 rounds at least.
Texture. This time not shying away. There's a dart over the top that sets us up on either side here. Texture now is into the side.
And now try to go fast B. Lockdown, Hunter's Fury. John QT still doesn't have his lockdown at this rate. He's just not really been involved.
Good information here for Sentinels, but Texture again needs to be this playmaker.
Karen teleports in over towards lane. Only with 30
There's
health.
the lockdown.
Lockdown as well, but look at the lockdown positioning. It denies mid and market. It's
That's
so
a really good one, actually.
Keeping control of side. Karen dies, but he'd already stuck that plant.
Oh, and they did actually get detained. Don't overcook this, Meteor.
Difference making. Look at Lakia's position. Again, he's got that Hunter's Fury. He's going to be waiting for the right time to strike. Same with Meteor.
Paranoia is good, but you just opened yourself up for John.
A little bit delayed, but eventually getting that trade.
Now you use Hunter's Fury.
Proactively, 2 tags, no kills though. Damage being done. The backside players, they need to.
I'm letting him cook.
Up and through with the flash. Texture putting them down.
They don't expect the Omen because the Omen TP'd across. Have to get on it. Yeah.
Another's been bought here with all of these plays. GenG
just able to save it as well. Oh my lord. GenG are just.
Send that Hunter's Fury instead of playing for the time.
It's working, but barely.
The biggest asset on GenG's side. That ended up being the deciding factor anyway. I was worried there for a moment. That aggression from Meteor is so classic to the way that GenG love to play as well. The Pacific teams, Paper X do this too.
Such an important kill to get 10s there.
Fall into backside B when they play.
Nice from Munchkin. Oh man.
I think they've got that timing, they will take it.
But now they've used Hunter's Fury as John as his lockdown. So what's the plan here?
Going to push away Zekan if he was playing around mid.
Very mobile though.
Yeah, he got smoked off, and now he's going to pick up mid at the same time as the recon dissipates.
Seeing a player move over towards Cat here. It's going to be called out. At least it should be that awareness.
Good fight. Oh my god, 10s. How much damage did he actually do to Meteor? Enough that the Hunter's Fury kills him instantly.
Arriving in the form of an ultimate. Couldn't have been better.
The transfer to get onto Texture there and then go back to these players in the choke.
He looked completely caught there. The game plan worked for GenG. It's just they just couldn't.
Look at Sen also just keeping grouped up together.
2v3 though, and we've certainly seen GenG pull out rounds like this before.
Op Odin Phantom lockdown.
Lose info around the map. You know, Karen could be.
Where are they going? All coming from this position? I mean, the door hasn't been closed. It hasn't been broken.
Sentinels threw away those player advantage situations because they didn't know where the enemies were, and now with the plant down.
What, they're trying to get a gun for Zekan?
If you ult, you kind of have to just sit there and defend it.
It is just like 50-50, and like almost like catching them out from either direction. So this is why Sentinels are playing so close together, because they expect that there's going to be somebody that tries to flank to make a play. They don't expect Karen to be here. And look at this wraparound from Lakia.
But John QT's half already onto that defuse. Sassy responds with the fire, but here he does not know. Finally, shot dart fired. Sassy tapping, forcing out wide again.
Nice clutch from Lakia. Also, just again, like that's not a set play.
Monstrous in the clutch. Time again. The enemy of Sentinels. They had a player advantage, but they had no information about where GenG had disappeared off to.
That shot is so nice. It's so hard to do on a Vandal too.
Being wasted somewhat by his team's inability to capitalize on those advantage situations, and GenG using other advantages, map control, info denial. They don't need the players online.
All right, nice.
Already setting up. flash in hand alongside that Dart. Texture might just be blinded fully. He's playing inside the
He's in the smoke. I told you, every time Tens tries to go for an in-smoke play, Texture just owns him.
Straight there in the fight. Side by side. Advantage now for GenG.
A massive advantage with John Cutie falling. That's all of that Killjoy utility over towards B that's disabled.
Can't win a fight when it's like
have to make a proactive call here.
You can only see 2 feet in front of yourself.
GenG are just doing the exact same, waiting.
And I think it's also like Tens is playing Vandal as well, so going up against the Phantom in those kind of environments is just very difficult.
Wade right into it, the crossfire of a century, and look
wow,
at
the double peek.
3, 2, 1, peek, hit, down, tap.
Nice fights from Zekken. And he's in a 1 versus 2, immediately rotating like to go B.
He's got 2, but might be too little, too late. He has read this though. He might be able to get into spawn.
The knife is going to be amazing though. Broken. He has the dash too. He's not going to expect to play a logs, yeah.
Don't expect it. It's going to have to be reactions and adjustment potentially.
Because it's such a gamble. Like, you want to be playing like same side or crossfire.
Decides to take the timing and a fight right to him. So 5-5. Even up now again for GenG. And this is a really
GenG. All right, they didn't need a timeout. They seem to have had it sorted themselves. Every time. Every time, Texture. That's unreal. What a shot onto John Cutie.
They already used this. It was round 6, I believe, the last time they played on Ascent. And Tens that time was able to get into the smoke before his opponent.
I wonder what he was mad about. Was it like the re-peek in mid?
Texture just a little faster, just a little sharper. Sen knocked down onto an eco and going for another set play by the look of things.
Low buy. Round 11.
I mean, when your money's so dire, if you're letting GenG take the lead on their attack side. Ooh, missing the silent jump up. Second, it's giving an indicator.
Good awareness, though. Yeah, it doesn't do any damage, but it indicates that Zekken is not going to get away with his Bucky play.
Movement. Enough to survive. Doesn't even use the dash.
Boss has a lot of utility, though. Shock that and the Aldrun.
One of those rounds that GenG would love to keep clean. While there's a little moment in the round as well.
I like a little early alarm bot here too.
He's looking pretty good.
You had the alarm bot and then the turret to watch across.
It has been somewhat even. Sen have in fact actually been
That's nice actually, because like any chance that they have to like break this turret, you have to move up further in order to get the alarm bot. So it's almost like a double guess.
On them to try and hold their ground. Sentinels standing side by side here, but again, the weaponry just not ideal for the job. Now, Texture feeling it necessary to really clear through a lot of that.
Don't upgrade.
Spotted
and no smokes now for the attackers, and there's 3 people stacked up here. Brave. Oh, the reload timing. How did he not get the first kill? Oh, it's not working for him this time. But the boat is low, so Munchkin in a 1 versus 1. All started from Tens getting this kill here onto Karen. Oh, he's planning. Oh, he doesn't expect that he's going to wrap around. What a clutch from Tens.
Exactly what he needed.
It's crazy, just this back and forth by the side.
Another miracle. Ritualistically brought down by the crowd, willing it into existence, I think. How are they doing these?
No shot.
What a timing.
What was it, 5v4 against Nico?
When the Bucky didn't deliver those 2 clean one-shot kills.
I mean, I'm shocked that Zekken didn't one-shot them.
Yeah, he was so close, but still able to finish.
I think Zekken doing so much damage to them.
Tens wins a 1v2 towards the end after opening things up.
Like bringing, was it Lakia down to like 10 HP?
It's a Red Bull clutch, but it's also economically upset the tide.
Ooh, yeah.
Slightly for that final round.
Loads of great ultimates to work with.
Bit of Odin spam. Got to respect that one with the dart coming through. Counterplay.
Start a recon dart even before it lands, it feels like. You got a KO over here, the Jet watching top mid with a Bucky.
Away from it.
But Blade Storm.
He's going to be earning his ult as well.
And Sentinels have got to be thinking about the fact that Texture would love to do some kind of updraft dash engage into B now that they have B main control. So, you know, you're playing retake B at this point.
But they're really like banking on it, like A.
But you've also kind of set up for
like the turret and the nano swarms over towards A. Based off of nothing really, like no lockdown or no lockdown of themselves to use.
Pinging out the alarm bot, important. GenG have to make sure that nobody followed that drone up.
Walking up now, Sassy. It's all about when you pick your time. It's a counter spam. Almost gone down potentially.
Gets off the angles to the Aldrin, doesn't spot, and then he's going to re-peek afterwards. Just missed. So how does Zekken react to this? He doesn't have the dash. The KO knife's going to hit him. They cancel it. Oh my god. You can't. You got to go B. You can't cancel. You can't go back. There's no time. You can't. You don't have time. Oh my god. They've broken their brains.
But maybe just getting hectic in those final moments.
Oh my god, you've got the op on backside too. You got the cross. Meteor still winning it. Plant, he's got the Blade Storm. Oh my god, he missed. He's fucking body blocking him as well. Oh my god, protect the president. Oh my god, how did GenG win that round? That is fucking outrageous.
I don't think I've seen a round that chaotic the entire tournament. GenG didn't know where
what on GenG, what are they thinking?
They pulled it out of the back of Meteor getting in. Tens went for an alt play, cancelled it.
Meteor as well.
And then they have to body block Caron to avoid him being caught by Zekken.
Look at this.
Getting in front of the classic.
So close, my god.
Munchkin, you crazy little raccoon. How have you done that?
6-6, that's where we stand here on Ascent. Absolute insanity, but standing by on the floor, some of Sentinel's biggest fans.
That's what people need to do more, I think, is just stand in front.
It's another great half of Valorant here in the grand finals, and I got two very special guests with me here. It is Tens' mom,
oh, Sassy's wife. Oh.
Sassy's wife, Sophie. Welcome to the grand finals. Now, every map has been so close so far. They were so pumped on stage when they won Bind. I wanted to know what was going through your mind when they managed to close that out. I'll start with you, Sophie.
It's crazy, actually, but it's a 6-6. We're even. I think we got it.
Oh, I like it. I like it. What about you, Valerie?
I was a little nervous, but I feel good, and I think they got this. I think they're bringing the trophy home. I could feel it.
Oh, well, it's been, 1,029 days since Tens first brought that Masters trophy home. So tell me, what's it been like to
first Masters as well
journey and support him all the way back to the top?
First proper like Masters.
Amazing, entertaining. I love it. I'm in awe of him all the time. He's awesome.
We think so too. Come on, guys, give it up for Tens. Come on, come on. And for you, Sophie, you won there in Istanbul when Sassy became a world champion. So what are your emotions right now to know that he could potentially win a trophy here with you in the audience?
I think if we get the trophy, it's going to be a really step up in his career, and the boys are amazing. I love them all, and let's go Sen!
Come on, you guys know what to do. Sentinels! Sentinels!
It's adorable.
Sentinels! Well, let's see if Sentinels can close this one out on Ascent.
Crowd certainly.
All right, what now? Big 6 rounds on the tab for GenG. Really impressive.
And a reminder, it is
just literally having to come up with
his third time here, both
crazy ideas.
For another trophy, an elite group. There's only 5 players, I believe, who've been able to lift the trophy twice, and
I do love that, like the grand final, the 2 best teams here.
Win a Masters and a Champions before.
That you can still see 2 amazing teams with good structure and good ideas still just have weird fucking rounds like that.
Pretty incredible.
Goes to show that, like, how much the pressure can just mess with you, or like overthinking what you think the opponent is going to try and how you counter that. I'd say mostly though it is GenG just adding way too much fluff onto their ideas, making it way too close.
And I think again, I'm looking at the GenG defensive rotations and how John tries to play.
Like Munchkin, I don't think he could be that indecisive.
So happy to trust the read. Look, I mean, at the beginning here, Caron getting info in A main. Oh, like he's going to start calling people back over towards B. They were thinking it was A.
I don't think he's going to expect them to be out this quickly. Oh, the dash? Did he get hit by the shock dart as he dashed, or he just kind of like was stuck? Not stuck, but he didn't dash as far as he could have done. Good damage. Really good entry for Texture. Good trade from Meteor. Paranoia is really nice. Puts off the plant again.
Have that plan down.
Was there the recon data came in from Sassy? So he was just dodging to not get wall banged.
I think Stray damage.
Lots of these players are low. I mean, Sassy's 9 HP. No plant. No plant. So nobody from GenG is pushing. They forced out so much util.
Has he got a pixel? No, not quite.
Not quite at all.
And now this utility is going to come out. There's a turret to watch. So much health to it on a pistol that it's just taking all of their attention. Really nice and measured retake from GenG there. I like that.
Capitalizing off the right moments there.
Felt like it was Sentinels feeling the pressure.
They look great with it. As soon as Sen put,
they're all like kind of low, so it was close. I actually think Meteor being able to put up this turret to take some of the brunt of the bullets was good enough.
To take front sight. So as soon as they know that Sentinels are
any of those bullets that have been fired backside from 10s, he might have killed 2 instead of shooting the turret.
Even before the plant is down. They are looking good. Taunts being thrown across the stage.
That'd be a cool idea for like a card and game as well, like a head-to-head, but it is just like 2 players on a stage, like standing up and doing that, or
it's all the fundamental stuff,
like the Kung Kung opping thing.
Confident, and they're doubling up together in these moments.
Disrespectful from Zekken, tagged up by the knife, but still decided to just try to take that fight close to them.
You're hoping that GenG players were not posted on an angle and trying to take a fight aggressively.
Is that Munchkin always engaging with the crowd and opposite team? Yeah, he's more like engaging with the opposite team.
They're not the kind of team to just drop back and...
But they're very good with it. Like, it's not too serious, it's not too mean. But also, when Sentinels give it back, you see GenG just being like, yeah, good job, you know?
Use a flash to re-clear into a main.
Just good to show that, like...
loaded up there onto
doesn't bother us.
Only a few away from his ult, so just
we should do that more in ranked, actually.
Yeah.
But every time somebody's been like, "What?" Every time they're like, "GG easy," like, "Yeah, good job, guys."
Zelsis is still going to be 3 away from getting that online. It's not particularly going to be helpful. At least not in the short term, I should say.
Yeah, now they're going to be hoping for a bit of a plan here, but a Paranoia sent flying TP forwards, lighting him up.
The Nano Swarm is nice. Interesting that you have the maul them down. Surprising that they have the Killjoy stuff over here straight away.
Everybody surviving for GenG.
Beautifully done. Now this is where I want to see what GenG have got planned. You see Texture buying the operator.
Texture's got the bop. He's got the bonus up.
It's not too crazy.
He's not really that close to having a Blade Storm to make up for it.
One of the other things that stuck in my head, actually,
I think, no, this is a great idea.
Was that he said one of the things they've tried to focus on is snowballing the game by utilizing their aim and aggression. Right? Not by trying to make smart game plans necessarily, but by putting pressure on their opponents, by wanting to fight in moments like these. And Texture looks like he wants to take the op for a walk off the back of Sova utility. That's great information.
I mean, there's a lot of teams that try to do that. It's very Paper Rex-esque.
Turret broken.
He's still going for the lineup. He doesn't give a shit. Like, he is going to get caught.
Texture can smell it, blood in the water.
That's the same pace and anticipation.
Like, I feel a lot of teams at Game Changers try to play that kind of like disruptive, aggressive style, but the aim often doesn't. Like, it's so reliant on just having the mechanics to back it up, I guess.
Carrying away, trying to take control of A, but then there's a Paranoia. Goes flying, actually missing onto Sassy. No clear connection, but he still maintains.
That's what I'm saying. Like, Game Changers teams in comparison to like men's VCT teams are weaker in mechanics. It's a really nice bonus. It's more like GenG, Game Changers teams in comparison to each other. Some of them are really good at aiming over others that have like a bit more of a set game plan.
And even as Sen tried to make some
at this level, when everybody's aim is like pretty much at the top percentile, it's that way of playing is much more effective. But if you try and play aggressive and you don't have the aim to necessarily back that up, then you're gonna get punished.
And again, the anticipation from GenG is just so much better. They throw the Paranoia and they're like, right, this is the timing that the A main.
You get shot, you die. You get shot, you die.
The awareness is so good. And again, from a player, Caron.
So Recon to check anything. So this is where GenG went wrong on Bind. Like, they win the pistol, they win the bonus,
that was a long time ago.
and then they lose Sen's Thrifty afterwards.
Ranked player on the big stage, but he's really performing. Unshaken against it. Flash repeat. Caron knows to respect that one. He's going to be using the TP just to get the hell out of there.
This is exactly how Bind went. So it's important that GenG don't well, they're not like fighting in the choke like Meteor did last time.
So confident.
The Texture's getting out. Is that a attack molly? Somebody fuck up a liner? Must have done. Alright, much better. Keeping the up back. Sassy's found one that's nice, and then now Sassy alive. Yeah, much better response. Still have the op. You've got good money building up. You've also got a null command. What happened with this molly, though, from Zelsis?
But it's one where Kaplan earlier in the coach interview said they were feeling very confident.
You're getting way too many channel points? Yeah, I need to find like something to do with them. I don't really have any ideas.
There that the desk picked up on is that they were going for a 3-1 win by winning on Bind, Ascent, and Split. This is looking less and less likely the more rounds go on. I want to see John start messing with the defensive rotations. It's not something we've really seen. You need to be faking at least half as much as your opponents.
There's a KO knife for market.
And so far,
Sentinels might be able to push on past it. Yeah, Sentinels pushed him in. They even know that Meteor's in close. He somehow managed to enjoy the fragment. He was looking for Zekken to jump over the top. Meteor's still here. Karen at least make sure that the null command can't go anywhere. And look at Lakia.
It's going to get punished. They need to be aware.
Surely picking him up.
No, Lakia doesn't want to go for it. Oh, he's got a wall bang.
Through the wall, but no kill collected. John QT.
What a play.
Found some space. With all of that chaos going on, I didn't even realize he flanked up into that spot.
And another one to the collection. Sight opened up right when the team needed it.
Wild round again.
What a read by John. Getting himself
didn't even see that he got into that spot.
Went down early and that was open to them. Huge play. Not exactly running a fake, but just challenging GenG for the map control and beating them. I don't think Tens is going to survive this interaction. But
Just as he said it. Just as he said it.
Well, I'll shut my mouth. Not the world's most important kill, but a funny one to end it. There was a bit of a disaster in the middle of that.
As if they're going to be any more of a caster curse.
Looks like it.
Yeah, it was a team flash.
It was a bit of a team flash play. He just full stares at Zelsis' flash. Bit weird, but didn't really hurt them whatsoever. John bailing them out of that situation.
I bet Tens was probably like, oh shit.
But with a great solo play.
The more Gaplin's just turning into this just angry old man. The more he's got the tash, I think, the more he's just very animated.
It's a spread default to try to start the round. Not over-investing over towards A, but certainly making it feel like A, right? And this is where you start to see
he didn't break it.
Defense pulled towards that A defense. It's only Lakia over towards B. But now, as there's a little bit of mid pressure, you see things shifting around. And
Denied a lot of information now for Sentinels.
Pick through mid. Directly down mid. They might just walk into him. Texture's quick. Is he there before Zekken?
There's much of a fight here. You have the operator still for Texture. There's a flash.
It's just
What's a flash? Oh, they nice little double peek.
A difference maker, Zekken.
So now, GenG going to overheat here.
Back-to-back rounds now.
That is a
Recon
swing.
doesn't get any of the info here. So what's the rotation, if any? You've also kind of put yourself in a bad spot, GenG, because you have all of this util on A.
Grouped up, gathered, Lakia. From the shock dart, here's that one now, the close.
You know that the Odin is here.
Yeah, he was a critical target. It needs to stay alive with the lockdown now in play. What is the call to be made? GenG.
He's just got that tiny gap to play in on site. Is he able to get out?
Really only Munchkin
Just
out of there.
Notice Fury right into CT. There's a lot of ult dedication here now.
12 seconds left. They need to get this spike down
and he's being pushed mid now for Meteor. Wow, that means utility is going to be used to try and fight Meteor. The Sassy's been pulled away. Does this get cleared is the main important point. A lot of utility going lane. The paranoid does hit. Does it get cleared? Does it get cleared? It does, because the ping gets him. Really nice util combo. The flash doesn't actually get Zekken here. The fights are all being won. Meteor 1 versus 2 essentially.
Putting out the spray here. 3 players left out in the
can't quite get it. Good comeback for Sen.
That was a difficult situation there. John getting caught in his aggressive position. Sassy way out of the fight. Zekken needed to step up, and he did it. This opener
nice fight.
is sublime.
all of this, Zelsis was playing off of really well.
And to stop Munchkin. It's an amazing round.
Like those two and then tens.
I say the star player. One of the superstar.
Plenty to pick from. Plenty to.
Was that him saying it to Sassy? Because Sassy was stuck here. Like, good job not coming back.
Even though GenG,
like, Sassy was like in a good spot to keep Meteor busy.
Arguably still favored, but they are starting to put a dent into that economy for GenG. The loss round here. GenG vital for Sentinels. They're going to be hoping for a flash repeat.
Yeah, another jet duel.
Dash just fades away. They're going to be using util of their own now. Paranoia.
All right, nice.
Top, spamming away. Exchange of lead. No casualties.
GenG not over-rotating this time. Keeping a couple of players in mid. Realizing that it's not a full commitment from Sen here. They're just fighting for map control. You could consider this a win, though, for Sentinels. Because they're going to be going into a site that only has...
Is he in hell? I think so. Yeah, he's in hell, because you can see him just doing bopping your head on the roof to just get a bit of a sightline of the main choke.
Munchkin gathering that information.
Push up on John alone, and he just wins that duel.
Hello.
Got the KO flash as well to help him. Didn't really expect that Lackey would just peek out afterwards. Actually, GenG have found the opening. The Aldron gets nothing because it's full paranoid. 30 seconds, so they are able to go B. Can they cut off this over here? Texture's going to look to try and take the fight. He can.
He's picked them apart. Texture onto that rotation, but he is.
Wow, they're still here. The Omen's going to TP for CT. They know that Sassy's somewhere like towards the bottom of the map.
Now two players assaulting the position slowly.
So you've got one player pushing alone.
He needs so much. He needs so much.
Yeah, like Sassy just being alive here is just going to keep these guys pulled back. The recon dart is great too.
Still playing inside the smoke. Like he shuts it down, but time has been bought. A tab, Sassy. Does he think it's open to the fuse?
Alright, I can stick it. Oh, did spray is not quite good enough. Oh, nice round from GenG. Ooh, this was like a good play. I think the reclear that actually comes in from Lackia, it was brave. If he goes for that and he doesn't get the kill, it goes horribly wrong. Like, especially because it looked a bit whiffy there too. But just how much that repeat sent Sentinels right into Tree and taking that fight.
On the A splits, it looks really nice from GenG. Anytime Sen have tried an A split, the A main players have not been able to have any impact. They're just sending a drone in there and...
I don't think we've seen around for a while of GenG looking like very in control. It's always been close or a little bit sloppy. But they're still getting the round, so that's the only thing that matters.
Defensive aggression in this round. They know that
doesn't matter how you do it, just that you do it. The lockdown, Bladestorm.
Classic set play that
is the money really that bad that they have to Bladestorm? Yeah.
20 seconds off the clock here.
The Sentinels are still like in a good spot. This buy is an important one. They've also consistently been getting the plant too, right? So a little extra money for Sentinels to work with and more ults on average, I suppose.
Back up the rest of his team out towards the A site.
Love this positioning from
sees one.
As well. If he stays over towards market, he'll have a perfect ult line, but instead he drops back towards B.
Yeah, they're actually going to just maybe stack this a bit more.
Could be a B split.
50 seconds.
Time certainly is ticking here.
Decisions need to be made. I mean, you haven't.
They're very convinced that
they can just stall you out.
Like, they got that information and they've given up mid because of the alarm bot and they've given up all of SAT. But this is just a gamble more than anything.
It could be a gap push, could still be a B split.
They're going to get destroyed, but they're trying to fake A presence, perhaps. I mean,
Recon misses.
Certainly they are fast. It was Zekken.
This is a fake though, and it's pulling these guys across. Hunter's Fury is all heading towards there, but you do have the killjoy here. The lockdown's now been used. Great read with 20 seconds left. They have to go.
Absolutely brutalized them, slowed them to a crawl. They can't break it. They have to fight it. Tens here onto the angle again.
Oh, they are going to be able to break it if it wasn't for Texture running in. On site, dashes out just to play with his team, peeks together with a paranoia. Lovely GenG.
You watch what Texture does on defense.
What a great read here.
Pressured here with the paranoia, instantly updrafts, kills the player, dashes forwards to re-fight that, and he immediately notices it's a fake. If he dashes away there,
yeah, Sideshow's right too.
And those B players might not have stayed on B.
Like fucking GenG's aggressiveness Like, to get more info is just getting him so much value. Especially when you got GenG Sentinels now trying to fake towards one side and go on the other.
It's looking disastrous.
Because Texture getting that information shows that they're going B, which allows Meteor to get back onto the B site in lockdown, which puts so much pressure on Sentinels that they can't get a straightforward executing.
Saying they found comfortable in the earlier maps in this series, Ascent being one of them, Split coming up. And it's Icebox, that territory where
no timeout at all.
Taking this map. They're forced to win out on Split just to continue that series, and then they will be forced to play on Icebox.
And bearing in mind, GenG beat them 13-5 on Split, dismantling them. And does GenG look like they've taken any break today? Does Texture look like he isn't performing incredibly today? I don't think so. The Sen players themselves shooting back a bit more, but I think they're also just getting outplayed. The teamwork, the way that GenG are playing off each other, and
that's how you do a no timeout run, DRX.
More info to play with on their defense side. This defensive Ascent has been lovely to watch.
I mean, there's not really anything that they need to make an adjustment to, I don't think.
A better moment for Pacific to pick up their first ever global trophy. And GenG, if they get this one
put so much pressure onto
Split,
Split.
They'll be one step closer to hoisting it.
Oh, my eyes do.
Precipice. In through mid, that's Sentinels. All eyes on that now. Second with the knives. Grouped up as well. Might be looking for a flash. Peek through, drone. And forwards here, just showcasing. Oh, doesn't break it in time, so it actually spots both players, and they're already up through mid as well. Paranoid misses, Texture. Clean.
They find him.
Rips it away.
He's on the same angle, and you have two people playing off of him, one of which was with a judge. The judge play goes down. Oh, no, sorry, the judge play is still alive. It was Meteor that was just holding from Giraffe, I guess. And they sprayed Lakia. Don't go down like this, GenG. Don't do this one at a time. They found the spike too. I don't like this repeat at all. They might expect to play here. They're clearly looking at him. They know that there's one left alive. These guys grouping up is nice.
Doubled up now, understanding the
Hello, Lion.
To block it off. It's all on Sassy.
They know he's not close. Karen is actually looking the other way.
Wow, they've given up the spike entirely to flank around.
Given anything, he just doesn't expect them coming from spawn.
Why would you ever expect a team to do this? It's so much of a risk, but that's how GenG have been winning. They do something that just doesn't make sense to the pro scene to go for these plays.
They said that themselves when they won the upper bracket final. Just because we won here, they said, doesn't mean
just
that
pushing the limits.
But they're in a great spot.
They're in a fantastic spot. It's yet to be seen if Sentinels.
Yeah, really exciting round. Sorry.
Don't go anywhere. You know you don't want to.
Yeah, it's been good. We saw the new agent, what they look like, and we've seen 3 maps so far, and it's 2-1 to GenG now. GenG won on Breeze. And then it was Sen on Bind.
Excuse me, would you mind taking a picture of us?
Oh, no problem.
Thanks.
Yes, problem.
And now it's GenG Ascent.
Trade in that old thing and get a new iPhone 15 Pro with tons of storage, so you can take all the pics. So many selfies.
Nice.
A preposterous amount of panos! That means panoramic. And as many portraits of me as your heart desires.
How about none?
None, yeah, none feels right.
Trade in any iPhone in any condition and get iPhone 15 Pro and iPad and Apple Watch SE all on us. Only on Verizon.
It should have been 3-0. Bind was always going to be a tough map. Any stories to tell? Did a couple of nice clutches. I think the clove stuff is the thing that's in my mind the most. I mean, the playtest stats for that in an hour and a half. But I don't know if I don't think I'm going to be streaming it today. Maybe I'll play some off stream. But I think I'm just probably going to check it out more than anything. I also really like this song. John Locke, who's like one of the main producers that does the music. First of all, does amazing music. Like, I really like him, really nice guy. Also, he was the drummer in Glee, the TV show. which is, you know, interesting. What about me? There's not really too much to go over. I really enjoyed like watch party in this event. Like, granted, like, you know, in comparison to doing China and all that, or like watch party in China, both for Evolution and for like kickoff. Like, it's been difficult, I suppose, to stream this because I'm just streaming with everybody else. What's my Valorant rank? Oh, I have it on here. Let me see. I do have a command for it actually on Twitch though. I should also clear it. I wish this would just automatically be off. Surely there's a way, like a thingy. I'm diamond 3 at the moment. I think I'm like, if I lose, I D rank, but I have been in a position pretty much all acts, like just winning 1 and then like 2 losses, so I just kind of end back. So it's really impressive, I suppose, and surprising that I haven't D ranked, holding on by a fucking string. But I played like ass yesterday. Like, I think it was just not been sleeping well, and the stream's been quite tiring. But I was so hyped to play. Ascended, yeah. But it's my peak, so I guess it's good that I'm like playing at my peak consistently. Sort of shows that like I'm at where I'm supposed to be. But we play like 5 stacks mostly, which I think you could argue like, yeah, maybe like boosts me or other people, but I think the games are hard. Yeah. I also just don't really know what agent I want to play is the main one. I guess the Gecko stuff's going well. Silver isn't. Killjoy definitely isn't. I played a lot more Silver this season though. But again, it's just... Clearly I know what I need to do. Actually, yeah. I did a lot of Brim on Bind and had a lot of fun with it.
From making history, not just for Korean Valorant, but for the Pacific region as a whole. It would be absolutely monumental if they were able to pick up this win, but they still have one more map ahead of them here, and that would be Split that we're going to be seeing in a moment. And oh boy,
how about Sage? No.
But I think GenG is on the course to win a trophy. They have 2 maps coming up where they have looked great thus far. That Ascent win could have been the make or break in this series.
Yeah,
sorry, again running out.
Split so far here in Madrid.
Just gonna eat this and
watch this. They've taken down Sentinels, the ones we hyped up as the best Split team in the world. It would almost be poetic to close it out on Split.
Well, let's talk about some of the great ideas that we were seeing from GenG, because honestly, it just feels like Munchkin Mike is just making some brilliant calls, and on top of that, the plays have just been immaculate.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a perfect example here, just a real slow burn pistol round. There's 2 opportunities for this to actually slow down and go back into Sentinel's favor, but GenG...
I'm tired of you me saying Sage.
The right decisions time and time again. There's a second freeze here. We're actually in the post-plant.
I just don't think she's a particularly good agent right now.
It's just so
not to like play on the majority of maps.
Like Ace is like no one else in this tournament. They can have rounds like this where
like on an icebox, sure. On a Split, I'm not as keen on it on Split.
They're going hyper aggressive. They're relying on the aim.
It depends how the opponent plays more than
breaking the timings, but also going back
what you do.
This super
like it really is down to like if you Sage roll mid, the people break it.
So hard
if they don't, it's free. If they keep breaking it, putting the Sage roll elsewhere, like in B main or A main, might be a better show.
GenG squad that just seems to have the playbook.
One round you're playing against PaperX, and the next round you're playing against a better DRX.
Yeah, no, real talk. That really is a great way to break it down. Of course, though, one player that we have to highlight as we, well, could maybe see him make history here for the region. It's Lakia, who, you know, he's been in these positions before, but now not like this. This is going to be monumental for this young man who's able to pull this off.
Yeah, in particular, I mean, he comes under flak occasionally, but Like he's the second leg to kind of Munchkin's mid-rounding. The way that they use his utility and these reclearance, being proactive. We come back to that composure as well. Their ability to swing mid-rounds back in their favor. When they concede a first blood, nearing on 50% of a 4v5 conversion comes down to players like Lakia.
And imagine if he could win a trophy now. He was there when Korea had their next best placement at an international event on New Turn all the way back. He has been grinding since then.
Full circle.
Had multiple opportunities.
I've seen pretty good for GenG.
Down to tier 2, but now he's back in the tier 1 in the first final that his country has ever made in Valorant with a real shot at winning it.
Who's RGL? It's Munchkin.
The odds gotta be on the side of GenG, and you can even see
Look at this now.
People are starting to come to their senses here. Don't get me wrong, I love Sentinels, but GenG's cooking.
Have Sentinels ever lost a Twitter poll?
Well,
regardless.
They're making a comeback now.
We're getting Brexit votes to fight back. Oh no, it's gone back down. Oh my god, they're stomping.
Yeah, it's wild. Sentinels honestly shouldn't be winning this because they're going into split. This is historic.
I like the real-time update on it though.
They were dominating the early stages of this tournament, but GenG's on a
Comes the same. I mean, I don't know why they would ever change at this point.
Last time, the way they varied this place sent some really hyper-aggressive pieces with the Raze Jet double duelist combo. Took Sen by surprise.
And the concerning thing here is actually, I think we've been talking about a couple of times today, GenG have been the ones, the benefactors of controlling the pace. And that was the story last time. Sentinels just seemed 2 steps behind GenG every single round.
I think the biggest change for Sen needs to be on their defense, doing a better job of handling GenG's disruption.
Yeah.
What they were doing so well was fighting forward and shutting down Sen's set retakes. If they can't make
Did GenG pick to attack
if they
again?
can't come back on a map that has been their best, Sentinels will be out, and GenG.
How well has it been going?
Trophy.
Will we go to a map 5? I know the crowd wants it. We want it, but let's go ahead and see if we get it.
Defense for GenG is really good. Defense for Sentinels is really good.
For a 4th map here.
It's really equal.
Up the Sentinels to really steal.
It's whoever is the better defensive side.
The spare settling in. Think about it, GenG with a better run on this map. I mean, split that used to be the bane of many teams when they were up against Sentinels. People arguing, why didn't they fight back? Why didn't they ban it?
Yeah. But I mean, you look at what GenG have been able to do this tournament on split. It's been fantastic. Early ramp take to start this one off. Paranoia being...
Oh no, hey, they're doing the trash dash.
Everyone blind.
But it's gone wrong, so it's exactly like the trash dash.
Okay, but Sen also realized that that's a bit of a fake. It's not everybody in that area.
Second gets off the line for just a moment, and now he's going to be faced with an absolute onslaught. They rush.
That's why you should always just execute. You don't want to fake it.
Return of the fire. Sen not leaving anything to chance. They're going to try and funnel and rotate.
Oh man, the fights are still going their way. Ken still goes for peak start because they didn't expect him to because the snake bite was there. Meteor 1 versus 2. How doable is it?
To scatter and back away. I mean, we are talking about the opening 35 seconds here.
There's a minute to play with.
Side by
The
side,
Tens
looking to put
and Sentinels know.
On the board.
They have to kind of go and do and get more space. Ooh, close.
Definite chances, but Sentinels necessary.
What's it now on pistols? I think it might be like all 3.
And you saw from the very beginning a lot of actually GenG's attack side. The last time these two teams faced was dominated
The
by
Sentinels keep picking up the first pistol and then losing the second.
even in the post plan. So Tens uses the paranoia instantly to try to stop anyone from scaling. They realize that instead it's coming through mid. Zekken does an amazing job at picking up too.
Celsius just being the energy man.
Got to remember, this is still Sentinels before getting smacked around by some of the APAC teams. Still one of their better maps here. They might just try and jump onto this one.
Wasn't glad Snakebite. You have the Raze supporting. Cypher Trips, the one for like the default plant, the one to just make sure that nobody can walk a lot.
I found as well when you were revisiting, the split map when they last clashed and played against one another, was Celsius kind of getting caught out in the open on top of those mid fights, or at least the A ramp fights that you were talking about earlier, Josh.
Yeah, I mean in the previous time.
Celsius has issues. Nah, he needs to keep the energy up. I mean, I don't know how he has that much energy at this point. He must be just running on pure adrenaline.
Go for something that.
I'm just waiting for this a little bit more.
On the follow-up after the rifle, after the pistol.
Have given up a lot of space though to Cam. Spotting out the tippy toes.
And this is a very classic position for John's Cam. GenG are going to know that.
They're giving up a lot of space on Heaven and playing them all for the site.
He's got to get safe before the wall goes down. And Munchkin almost getting caught in mid. Will
he backs up, gets caught by tens. Good push and clear from these.
John. He's under attack and
then run right into the setup.
Just allowed into the side here, but everybody's
nice flawless, barely any damage done. So this, as a bonus, is going to be really good in Sentinels.
John Cuty's been fantastic in an anchoring spot. Tens always sends a really nice smoke, and John's got cages he can play around, traps to catch people. It's very effective.
Ships in the night.
What doesn't work is when they lose the early round fights right off the rip. GenG now with rifles on board, looking to try to dominate B main by the look of things. Meteor was acting a bit as the lurk. And it looks like he is
camera right in this corner. I wonder if the camera that you can put here is usable or not in the pro scene. I'm pretty sure I've seen the pros use it. Oh no. Their trade is still massive. But Meteor getting one and just maybe assuming that it was just one. Doesn't really expect 4 players. Why would you? Stay bite just for the main plant. Wait, did he fuck it up? He just right in front of him.
Just waiting to see
Poison Cloud to just separate off new box.
Know that the economy's weak.
Makes playing danger really difficult. But Tech's just in a good spot. He is spotted. He's cleared. Yeah, really good util.
Binding with that approach here out wide. Munchkin seeking to at least relieve that pressure and damage and offset that disadvantage. Still locked down onto the pillar.
It's a really nice adjustment, actually. Get the Poison Cloud over here to here.
A little bit deeper here. Smoke now, propped up.
Second is one. He's got to be healed.
He's going to top back up to a bit more health still. Got to think GenG, it all comes down to the way these fights get taken. Zekken from the side. Temple taken out of Charon inside the cage. Dominating, but cleaned up.
Oh, they just see the play backside. Oh, 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 oh my God, Munchkin. If he says not even close, he has to run as well, just so he doesn't get killed by the spike. It's a great bonus for Sen, because it's just one player that survives. Does he just hit this corner when he tries to dash across?
Has really impressed me with how much smarter he seems than on previous teams. Yeah. And then grouping together to try to flush out these people one at a time. Just a little unfortunate that Zekken didn't have more loaded in the clip.
In my tired grandma era.
Economic damage is going to mean one Guardian for GenG, so it doesn't even have that much effect.
Potential for another large fight.
Stacking over on A now. Cypher's on B.
With 4 players a lot of the time. The last time that these two teams faced off.
I wonder how they define that.
They pause, and now they make the play here with the paranoid just a little bit too delayed. Rocket up and over, up trap saves him, but not from the bullets. Meteor falling, damage done to Texture. Nade nowhere close, so he will survive, and Lackey is in mid.
Great lurk mid.
Awesome response from Lackey.
There's not really, all of these steps are going to be heard by Lackey, and nobody's actually going to check him. Oh, it didn't matter at all. It looked like he was still mid reload.
Insane. Forced to pivot now for GenG. He's not an option. So they go back.
I'm going to ping this to try and go stairs.
Calls, group up, collected together. I'm seeing brute force.
There's so much space given up here from Sentinels.
They indicate they want to push through B Heaven into spawn.
Camera's got to spot them if they try to go across, though.
Commit on that. The cam is going to spot them.
Just Extra's going.
Yeah, look at this.
Running out in the open.
Take the fight towards stairs while Munchkin plants.
He was about to Viper's Pit.
Down entirely here. The trades online now for Sentinels. Obliterating any chance here for Charon.
All of this utility is set up as well, so he's like backed into a corner.
Quite manage it.
All was just hinging on Lackey if he gets that kill on Zelsis there.
For Sen. Putting the pressure on GenG, dealing, I don't know how, but dealing with Lackey coming through vent. Gotta see this again.
Oh my God.
That's an outrageous one. If Lackey is able to get that, the whole round just pivots.
Yeah. All laughs in the Sen camp, not letting the stress get to them.
Yeah, he's just, he's lost it. He's manic.
Reaction from Zelsis in comms as well. He seems like the kind of player to do it. But that's broken GenG. All of that damage from an expensive.
And Cypher's back on A. It was really interesting to see Sentinels just stack on A and give up all of this space just because of the camera.
They've got it.
right, we're feeling like you can't count GenG out.
I also do like just the trips that they have are just super simple.
Qualifying for this event.
Not some of that like TikTok bullshit. Like the one that you could do that goes across here and all that.
Be as much danger, but you never know. Ollie's flying overhead here. Quickly into the approach here. There was a paranoia and Pillar's close.
Oh, they lined up and the Stinger's got him. Showstopper gets it out onto Zelsis just in time. Now the Viper's Pit's going to be used and John's going to try and push and fight them. Oh, it's a clutch. And Seconds actually won it. That was just in a blink of an eye. I thought GenG would have that sort of covered. They used a Showstopper and the Viper's Pit and still lose.
Savior for Sentinels. 9-3 to begin.
So even though that was just an eco, they have a full buy now. In fact, they might not have the best of buys here.
But this one was so dangerous. Oh, yeah. Texture did as much as he possibly could to make this one a win. John taking out much.
Oh yeah, I need to be playing Phantom more. These guys, what they're able to do is too good.
So much danger in that round.
I swear Zelsis is looking older and older as the series goes on.
GenG have just looked so crazy whenever they're at a disadvantage. In the series overall, they're still winning a third of the time when they're down a player. Never mind when they're on their eco, you know, that you can just never count them out.
Almost unheard of entirely. And again,
Execute on B is just a fun. Are they missing out on anything? Half armor in some cases. Ooh, nice.
Play at work. That's purely just off of a read. Maybe even just
audio, I think.
Yeah, great read though. And now Texture looking like he wants to get put into the smoke, or at least avoiding this flash.
Texture's going to get value. They're not going to clear him out as well. They topple and
all right, nice response from GenG. After how the last couple of rounds have gone, you might feel a little bit nervous, but they just get back into the swing of executing on B.
They're not going for the flood, trying to disrupt the Sen retake.
Zelsis has traded years of his life for energy.
Incredible Sentinels retakes were.
I don't know how Texture works that out.
Retakes were amazing. A kickoff.
He just used his Showstopper. He might have another one. Like halfway to another one. The two obs.
24%.
It's gone right down.
Or
it's plummeted to not even being a good retake.
I ain't saying anything, AKB.
Never mind a great one, an incredible,
I ain't jinxing it.
Unheard of one. So if Sen can get back to that kind of level and deal with GenG looking to disrupt, there's a major win condition for them in this half.
But from Zelsis seeking to reposition. Now this is an unusual angle. You can get cleared very easily.
It's nice though if Zekken continues to make noise and distract.
Trailblazer clears him. Trailblazer clears him. He's in trouble, and yeah, more so
nice
than
kill.
that. He's out in the open.
Really well done. Very diligent from GenG. Zelsis getting caught by
what they've been good at with anti-ecos mostly is just
but look at Meteor
being very careful with how they cleared difficult parts of the map. So this is the call here. Good position for Tens.
Just over the shoulder.
So I think what Sentinels are doing well here is just having these two buddy up a little bit more if they try to go for B main aggression. It's not just the Omen doing it alone. He has somebody supporting him. Oh, oh, there's somebody right above him. The nade gets...
Still alive.
They've got 30 seconds and they're heading into a camera and a trip here.
What is it called now for GenG?
There's very little time for them to work with. They're going into a stack. I mean,
they're giving it to Texture because he has his satchels.
How did they get this?
Paranoid just sending it. They're going into elbow. Going right into him. Oh no. Just as I said that GenG were very good in these moments. 5 seconds. Like, he's got to be able to get the plant, but he's already so low and Tens just right-click classic.
Big round from Tens. Great shot with the Guardian to open things up. But I think what actually wins the round...
But this, you're on the anti-eco, and you get a 5v4.
Believe in it. Follow the noise, that kind of stuff. Sen actually just hold their ground. They went for the B main exploration, got the kill.
And Sassy took a lot of damage fighting this too, so Tens getting this kill here was massive.
In anchor positions over towards A, and
but I think we're seeing another like kind of chaotic call from GenG to them, be like, oh, let's go away. When if they're pushing this side, if they're coming out this aggressively, this is not going to be the side that the Cypher's on.
Fast A push, fast ramp aggression, and you're right, there is going to be that showstopper ready and waiting.
But I also agree that you can't be scared of going towards the site where the Cypher utility is. But they're giving this a lot of respect.
And so do the chances really attempt to try and take this space still.
Love that smoke from TenZ as well. Not something that they were previously doing, choosing to fight A-ramp. But now just making sure GenG have no opportunities to take this fight. And if they do, Sen tripled up, looking to drop the wall and take the fight on their terms. They missed the paranoia. The paranoia takes
They did miss the paranoia. Flash doesn't know.
No chance.
What the hell?
It's all gone wrong.
It went wrong again? Of like TenZ util?
And I said I love the fact that they were smoking it off and not taking the fight. Made me eat my words in about a second and a half afterwards as they just sent the paranoia, missed it, and ran in one by one. That's a tragic misplay and looking so similar.
To be fair, you're going into what, Karen there? And then who was the player that was right in the corner? Lakia?
Yes, there is simply no need to make a play like that. They want to clear out a ramp, I understand, but you're just taking.
I mean, they tried to clear it based off of the
too many risks
trip being broken, but you still had this trip
and
as well.
GenG are so ready for that. They punished Sentinels many times before. What a huge one for GenG to be able to take.
No, it was texture, yeah.
And frankly, against most
I don't hate the play. Like, I think the idea is a fair one. Like, again, for Sentinels, they don't want to just be sitting back on their utility. They've got some information that somebody's pushed up here.
Split.
It's just unfortunate that it goes wrong.
GenG have that economical advantage, even the
like you have that control and you have bodies up here.
Be looking at that 4th round on the board.
And you have this wall to decide when it goes up or down.
An amazing showstopper round against Sen previously by doing pretty much the same thing we just saw, stopping them fighting a ramp.
Its anchoring players are going to get tested.
It's unusual for Zellsis to be here on A.
Let's try and play around these smokes here, but with the wires taken out, he's pitting.
And you got the Viper's pit on here too.
Paranoia will not connect.
He gets out of the ultimate.
No, that is the question.
It's going towards him in elbow, so it just gets completely wasted.
He's dropped, and with that, the pit. It's an open side out, open still.
I don't. I wonder what the plan was there, because they clearly were like trying to not get hit. But it just looked like Zellsis ulted and then stood in the one place where the race was going to come from.
Charon is just blocking them apart.
Like if you're going to like stand out outside of the Viper's pit, wouldn't you go in this corner?
But the players on site had already done his job for him.
Probably a timeout now for Sen.
But he's going to have no chances there.
I felt really like disconnected because I like the idea of we have the Cypher utility over here and then basically the Viper waiting on site,
which was exactly what they needed. Great read as well from Texture. That Zellsis would not be playing inside the ultimate because he's scared of the showstopper and instead would be over towards elbow. And even if Zellsis wasn't there, that's a spot that John loves to play in. John also without the cage he normally uses.
Yeah, like, but that's a bad side from Sentinels to not have that realization, right? There's also is standing in, like, John QT's basically heat map spot.
Potential turning point, really. Not just a map,
good, like, good pathing from the Razor.
Taking their time with this one.
I mean, the pressure is already on Sen. We knew that they were at a disadvantage coming into this. GenG earned that advantage by bullying Sentinels on 2 of the maps in the upper bracket final and cementing themselves as the leaders at Masters Madrid.
I'm going to work 2 hours from now and still didn't sleep. They're going to be partying on the streets of GenG Gaming tonight. So yeah, you win, you don't get to sleep. You got to celebrate your team's, your region's win.
To the finals, but Pacific as well. They've had 10 chances. This is the 10th one here that we're looking at in Masters Madrid at getting a title. And they've come close, don't get me wrong, but tumbled at the
So this is the 10th event. DRX missed the first one. So DRX have been at 8 international events then.
New turn.
And they didn't win any. GenG have been to 2.
GenG already overtaken that. And looking to lift the trophy.
This is that new era of Valorant.
And they win their second. And I'm counting locking there too.
Rookie's filling up the pieces here. Shots going wide there from Meteor. No tag onto the damage, and it was definitely a threat of it. Zellsis on the half armor.
I wonder if they can get a read that because Meteor faced mid, he's not going to be lurking a ramp. Sassy and Zekken are still trying to clear that, but this is as the B hit comes through.
Paranoia does connect it, at least onto the dog, but
Coming out, it cancels itself.
Exchange
They
position.
flash 10, CTP's out. Good positioning, good holds.
Now they are fully
Are they going back into like zoning utility from John? Or has he just not got the money to buy up more than a trip? I wasn't watching where his utility was.
He knows he's not going to get punished. He's going to be able to.
And then GenG doing this poison cloud that allows them to like lurk up this way or this way.
Seconds.
It means that they don't have it on this execute.
Paranoia going to be getting good information with that one.
You still got that trip. And then you've got, I think it's second, like playing plant pot.
Central high-low setup. Yeah, it is indeed. With him playing it onto Heaven. Satchel forwards. Cuts up the angle. Flash.
Oh, they do clear him out. Oh, they don't clear Zekken.
Necessary, and Zekken comes up with the goods.
Oh, what a nice 4K. Incredibly clean.
I'm not sure
is that again GenG getting the first kill?
Or telling GenG he can handle more of them.
Down A.
The flash play from Sassy cost him his life. Makes him look worse in terms of the stats, but it was exactly what his teammates needed. It fed Zelsis in through the back into Heaven.
Yeah, really nicely played.
To try to contest the main players too. What a spray control. He's 17-7.
Leading the charge, doesn't even cover it.
Full buy here. Round 11. Money would be bad if we see GenG lose this for round 12.
That GenG have dropped on split this tournament is 8. And Senna looking good to maybe make it 7.
Add a few more to the tally perhaps, but maybe speaking too soon. We know how good GenG are.
And they're so good at, in the 4v5s.
Yeah.
But look at this. Sassy and Zekken realizing that if nobody's there, they can take the space.
Disrespect Zekken.
This is a real, like, GenG are not taking timeouts to fix this kind of stuff either. The Sentinels are just the ones that are, like, really giving them openings.
TP pass, broken, backs to the wall, backs to him in time.
Oh, no. How do you go from having a 4K like the last round to that?
Out in mid.
Zekken goes from high to low, but Sassy's here potentially as the safety net to clean it all up.
And he's taking his time.
Step up to the line and really reward.
Is he going to seek us here? No.
Texture soon after.
Oh, wow. Zels is just with a wide peak to allow 10s to get the kill.
Lead maintained for Sentinels. Vital, necessary, essential for it.
A relieved smile on the face of Zekken. No need for the replay, I don't think. After picking
honestly, 140.
Look at that hand on his head.
Looking texture. Blocks so many of the bullets that would have killed him.
Huge from Sassy, who gave his life
excuse me.
to make Zekken's play work in the previous
looking at the audience.
And what a read from Sen as well, that they can get away with that because GenG group up so much in their attack side. They talked about that.
Oh, I heard the Nef bomb on a broadcast. That's a fine.
Last round of the half.
What's the trip here? Like just this one?
Aggressive Senna, this trailblazer. I mean,
his trip is really nice for this like lurking poison cloud though.
He is pushed entirely. He's given him the full information now, just calling it out to the rest of his team.
You got a Skydog over here too, which you're gonna work out that there's a trip there, I think.
Celsius cannot peek into that many players.
And he has 3 players coming to support him.
Zekken's death earned him a showstopper. Sassy can't die here.
I mean, it's a good call for Sen.
He's just looking for the information.
Similar to Breeze and, well, more Breeze, less Bind. Like, they have no Sentinel. So, like, taking all of this, flanking, pushing mid.
Right back into it, the rocket damage done, but already Texture.
Zekken's got another 2.
Shuts down the adversary, shuts
up against Stingers.
Nemesis, but does he anticipate this?
Oh, wow. Oh, another 4K. So what is he on? Like 22 kills now? In a half?
Another 4 kills.
21.
Only 4 rounds on the board for GenG. Sen were held at 5 in their matches.
What a performance from Zekken this map. Also, just this decision to go around the corner and then re-peek straight afterward.
That anyone's taken against GenG here at Madrid.
Like how a 19-year-old like him has some of the smartest duelist movement is beyond me.
On the defense side.
Rallied and rejuvenated. 8-4, like you said, 21 kills. Looking unstoppable truly here. Still a second half yet to happen and yet to be seen.
all the people following us at home, I must take this break to show you all how incredible is the Spanish crowd that we are having right now on Madrid Arena. And for that, I'm going to use my mother tongue. Para toda la gente que tenemos aquí, amigos, sois un público maravilloso y vamos a demostrarle al mundo entero que como vosotros no hay ninguno. Así que quiero saber con quién vais. Primero, ¿quién va con Sentinels?
Wow, I imagine it's so loud in there.
Y ahora, ¿quién va con GenG?
Pretty good audience, like good cheer for GenG.
Vamos a dedicarle un aplauso a toda la gente que estáis aquí y también a los jugadores, todos juntos, lentito. Primero, uno, vamos. Sois absolutamente increíbles. Para despedirme, todos juntos, calentamos manos. Una hora.
The aggressive raise movement and Thunder work really well together. Yeah. You can blame flights for that, I suppose.
Madrid, sois increíbles. Disfrutemos de esta gran final. Hagámoslo juntos, hagamos historia. Porque como esta final, no hay ninguna. Friends, on home, let's go back with this banger.
Banger. Oh, man. What a guy, Ulysses. That must be so fun to do as well. I wonder if I'd be any good at just doing the whole fucking like stage hosting stuff. I don't know. Hi guys, let's make some noise. Kind of what it'd feel like in comparison. All right. GenG been winning these second pistols. But it came down to like what, a Lakia clutch last one? I think if GenG lose this pistol, it could be curtains. Meteor getting a nice 2. Don't overcommit here. I love that John's just like cut onto this angle, cutting noise. And wow, GenG, because of that, I've just rotated all the way to B.
Not getting punished for this re-exploration, but also finding incorrect.
Yeah, just getting nothing means that he might rotate too.
Into Sassy. He's weak, but he has a sheriff.
Oh wow, GenG like clearing all of this. Guy flash. Are they gonna try it? Like, oh my god, Lackey is going for this corner. Oh wow, they're all just going, and they do it whilst they put the Viper wall up.
Damage. And down, drop down.
They're both so low. Oh my god, how did Texture survive? How? 18 HP and 4. Sassy clutch. And Texture's just read him.
That's a crazy round from Texture towards the end. Combined health pools barely in the double digits. And yet Texture's able.
How did GenG? Like, Sentinel should have had this round sorted.
Great resilience on show here for GenG.
John missing that shot. And like Sassy didn't realize he dropped because he fired bullets.
The closer you get to winning, sometimes the more the pressure mounts. Yeah. I was wondering if these rookie players, or rather some of the players with less experience at the big level as well as Caron, might struggle in a spot.
All right, pretty much 4 classics.
Meteor has not given up the confidence.
No. That's back immediately here in the jump spot.
Don't overdo it. You've used your dash now. Ooh. You get one just from the... Oh, you've seen John's little white hat.
Really nice idea.
Just don't get E-card and then we got a match. Yeah, I mean, they could pick up the bonus too. They've been consistently able to do that.
Clean from GenG. Very
clean. Zekken's got the orb.
Trying to get the orb online, and he does. He runs away with it. Call that a silver lining, yeah. And Sen have got to be fairly happy about this.
Wow, he's even going to go... Find him in the spawn. Nope, turn around.
What the hell is going on here? Realizing it.
Could go for a knife fight. Why not?
Oh wow, they're even doing the fucking do.
Another huge difference between Sen playing split in the upper bracket final and now. The vibe, the atmosphere. Yeah. It's so different. They don't feel
it's a really strange atmosphere, I'd say too.
Confident.
How the teams are playing.
Zoning out throughout the game. Couldn't really find good timings to be able to take his ones. Zekken got shut down. It's different, and yet GenG are still keeping it within 2. They're such a dangerous squad, and it's on them to cook up some idea for this bonus round. What a weird wall from Munchkin over towards...
Is Race up more valuable than Viper and Sky? I think so, yeah.
Being thrown out. Blocks up this angle. Meteor happy to jiggle it.
I think it's a lot more like dynamic. You can use it in so many more situations.
There it is. Just spotting the one and now back.
A Viper ult is good.
Munchkin.
But like dedicating the Viper's pit on when you're on an eco, for example, is incredibly risky and it doesn't necessarily confirm around. But if you say get a kill on an eco and you have the showstopper, you could then probably get another one and start to snowball around.
To disengage away, and Lakia, they're going to get caught here. Covering fire, you're right, they are getting caught in all sorts of positions. With Kara falling, second, creeping and crawling.
Topsy-turvy.
Whoa, Texture though, back at it again.
And every time the observers go to somebody, they just get killed.
Now for Sentinels.
Neural Theft is going to show exactly where he is. Jumps on top of his head.
So much value out.
And I know where Meteor is, and he's 10 HP.
Again, feels like
Zekon's in a really good spot. It's going to be hard to clear. Nice for EK.
And then just creeping up mid with the contact play. Any time where you see Sen taking mid control without using Dog or Boombot,
Nice, nice, nice.
call it a hard read in my opinion. They just know that GenG love to group up heavily on sides of the map, and this is where you're finally seeing that adaptation, abusing the holes that GenG...
Yeah, I mean, that was a very lucid round, it felt like, just with how much it was
because if you get the read wrong,
little individual lurks and flanking each other.
Meteor is now going to have an operator.
Hard to track what the general game plan was for either team.
Back over towards A. It's not a position where you're likely to get
All right, well now.
At least not in the early round.
Nobody else is playing top mid with Munchkin here.
GenG were setting up for a punish over towards B.
Yeah, and at the very least,
They're not pulling anybody across. In fact, Munchkin's even going to give it up. Opposite a great spot to watch across. And then free pushing B main.
GenG knows
like you're trying to push these attackers into the operator.
Push with the flashes out. It's a white face.
Good trade. You lose texture, which is a big loss, but the Viper's gone down, so this wall goes down too. Skydog gonna clear and see the Zekon's still here too.
At least with the acknowledgement there, Trailblazer finding the target.
But all of this space has been opened up, and Munchkin really needs to be careful. I mean, now Meteor is having to get very careful. They are aware that it could be there.
Play here because he's one away from Showstopper. He's the entry player. So the fact he was in market,
there is a good amount of respect given to this for GenG,
and wondering where the hell these players have got to,
which I quite like.
Ten's almost going down there, out to the open. Meteor left to anchor now.
TP'd, that's going to be heard. Oh, any other player, he can't really go too much further out because of the Zekon.
But look at it, they've just absolutely...
They just crunched on them. All just timing, well played.
Attack side from Sen. Gorgeous calling from John Cutie, from the whole team. Contact plays.
Awkward fight, just wasn't ready to take this duel against the Omen, so he has to back up. I think Karen goes to try and help him, and they both just get mushed in the smoke, yeah.
Look at the replay as Lakia saves.
And at the same time, John peeks out like CT.
And to me, the biggest strength of GenG on defense is the fact that they get the reads. They either play aggressive or they re-clear.
Yeah, they just felt like they got stuck there.
Give Munchkin that gut feeling that he's going to make the right call. And I think you could see it on the minimap there. GenG were so spread out, even after they re-cleared B main, spotting Zekon with the trail.
Money is pretty bad too, so 11 is likely. Still, no. Oh, are we got a timeout now? Or is this just a shot of the teams?
Basically the entire time since losing on Split. They haven't really had a break to work with.
No.
You can't see the fucking jersey because of the person in front. I can't even see what team he was supporting.
It's actually easier to learn from your mistakes. Yeah, truly. Seems like
is this Icebox now? I don't know. I think it's still too early to say. Oh, so it is a GenG timeout now.
Realizing with the map slipping away from their grasp, Sentinels holding this lead, looking more and more likely that this map 5 is just inevitable.
Now, map 5, Icebox, would be good news for GenG, but a lot of it has to do with keeping up that spirit. I feel like it's difficult from the outside to understand just how much mental game there is involved in Valorant. If you lose your confidence, if you hesitate, doesn't matter how good your game plan was, how good your ideas are. If you can't execute on them because you're feeling the nerves, feeling the pressure of the moment, you're going to let it all slip away. Exactly. So that's what I need to see from GenG here. Even if they're not able to rebound on this map, which they'll be hoping they can, that they're at least keeping their heads above the water.
All right, nice.
The hesitation to the side here. Trust the gut, make the
26 and 10
GenG
in
so
16
far,
rounds
is
like amazing at this point when you got like
can't lose your nerve here.
Second place
So
on the line.
The Viper wall now being put over towards B.
Mm,
That is a difference.
okay.
Normally Zelsis has been putting in A, and
Are they doing this orb as well?
but it doesn't look like.
Or are they
GenG
orb in mid?
are thinking it's a real threat. It's only Munchkin in this area with a Bucky.
I've seen GenG do work.
Poison Cloud does land.
Prior, especially inside the orb. Hello, Munchkin. There's the dog now, breaks it. We'll let loose that snake bite. So covering a retreat, but at the same time,
John Fud's alert, got Lakia. Good kill from Karen.
Getting two, there's a
They know that there's 3 towards A, and so they could just kind of burst through B. You know that the Viper's there, force that buff snake bites.
Still alive and kicking the Meteor.
Okay, Meteor, nice. Nobody's crossed in.
Got into sight, and they were scared. Scared of the Buckies, scared of the snake bites coming down. Something caused a hesitation in Sen here, and it's a 3v3. Still with knives on the other side.
Oh, Karen, slow down, slow down.
Close, not quite.
Oh, the Stinger is very good at that angle. Good reaction to actually get tense there.
Look at this guy, already taking a position forward and tucked underneath. He's picked
Got a
up
gun, he's got 30 bullets too.
a playmaker. Real time, watching it play out. It's like a car crash in slow motion. Plant, not anticipating it, labored in that 1v1.
See, because it's used. Oh, clean. That's just your fucking Sentinel player.
The anticipation again of the rotate coming through before Sen had even realized they were going to end A. Meteor knew it.
That's trusting your gut. What we were talking about, having just no hesitation in terms of the way you make these plays.
And yet for Sentinels,
A little bit whiffy on that with the Phantom, but this shot is nice.
set up on B. They're probably there to help Zekken, maybe even trade that out.
Crazy impact after the timeout.
As well. But that's how dangerous GenG can be.
And that was Sentinels being in a 5v3.
That's given them new life.
Because John gets the 2 over here.
In the sails.
You can understand why.
Gets traded. Then Zekken dies here.
Zekken does have the showstopper. Critical tool.
It's more like a 4 versus 3, I guess, because
maybe swing this round.
Yeah.
The economy, well, a super heavy investment. GenG should have some money just left in the bank. But
there wasn't really a chance for John to get the 2 kills here and then get out. Like, it was a full peak.
I think he ended it with 23. Hasn't quite been able to find the
Still
same
stop Zekken.
just following it. Dog going to be leading.
Oh, and he's cleared by Meteor.
Plucks him out of the sky.
They haven't shown how many people are here either.
The threat of that rocket is just negated immediately. Tens though. He's looking for timings of.
Because they're seeing it like, is there 3 people over here? If there's 3 people, we can maybe head over towards A.
Play it down.
But they're not quite sure.
Like GenG.
Texture.
Stacked.
I guess you'd assume that there'd be 3 because the Omen's always going to play here. The Viper usually plays here.
Now, Tens doesn't see it. Tens called
He's
out.
a dead man walking.
He really is. Should not be getting away with this at all. In fact, Texture not
And now going for this peak is good because they're not going to expect somebody to go heaven. I mean, like Munchkin just gets caught.
Texture sees the advantage, and now that close position, tucked to the corner, punishing.
Oh, what a position for Meteor to be in.
How did he get there?
This is really iffy now.
Turning up the bloody
1 versus 2.
all up to John.
Look at this.
Again, another Sen player.
Lakia, don't overheat, don't overthink it.
25 seconds.
He doesn't know if they're coming through mid or if they're going to go for their own spawn.
There's barely going to be any time here. At some point, he's got to get.
And he's just full walking.
Information away to Lakia.
15 seconds.
Can he knife out walk the entire
He has a
way?
trip still.
Possibly can. Wants to give away absolutely nothing. But at some point, they got to know it's A. And Lakia, yeah, finally realizing, turns his attention towards it. Barely enough time.
Oh, he leaves that close.
So John's got a hell of a task ahead of him.
You have a
now.
Sky flash and then a heal and then a smoke.
Left to take some gambles.
Oh, and Lakia goes on his own.
That's an unbelievable shot, though, from John.
Absolutely. Brought it to the 1v1.
Oh, can Meteor be the savior again?
Smoke out.
Oh, he does just. You saw John's reaction, full on slam the desk.
Play of a lifetime.
The Karen Stinger kill was clutch as hell. It was very risky for Karen to do, but it worked.
With another huge
But here, Meteor has been incredible.
Down and out. And here it is, the punish on the showstopper after already winning that previous round.
I think GenG had like a great position, great read, and they still let it get that close. Like Lakia almost completely threw this.
They'll have to film another take of that. Oh, frustrations.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
Not the cinema that John was looking for there.
Like Lakia even, like look at Lakia's reaction. He knows how close it was to him fucking up.
I believe we're going into a tactical timeout here as well.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, timeout for Sentinels then. They've just lost 2 rounds in a row. And things have gotten very scrappy in the middle of them. I mean, the engage up into B Heaven seems to make a lot of sense there. Dog, Showstopper follows it. They just weren't expecting there to be 3 players. No. They had the audio cues.
Feels like GenG's individuals are not hitting as hard as usual, but they're still winning. Well, I mean, I think this round the individuals hit, like Meteor did. But as a team, they're like a bit easy to split up, I guess.
Also heading into Texture's ult. I mentioned it earlier too. Zekken, I think, had 23 kills to end his defense half. He was somewhere in that area, even if I'm wrong with the exact number. He's only at 26 now.
Yeah, it's been slowed down.
Yes, he hasn't really been able to have the same level of impact on the entry. And to be honest, him entering was part of what looked magical in the game against Paper Rex. And when he played Lotus against GenG, actually, he was just sailing in, dominating opponents.
It's pressure on a rematch. Well, it's definitely pressure.
Dragging the rest of Sen through some
I think
moments.
It's crazy that it's taken GenG this long to feel like kind of like
lead that they had.
Iffiness, you know?
GenG creeping
but
back
like,
up to it now.
we are seeing it in a grand final, which is completely understandable.
Well, that showstopper.
Especially on maps like this where the favorites I think would be Sen.
That's pretty risky, actually, giving away his positioning there. Intense is taking the timing.
Smoke out. Texture though, with the rifle in his hands. He's the one who has to really land this one.
Oh my god. And Karen's going to go get on this angle with the judge. Oh, the neural theft, though, is going to give him away massively. Yeah, instantly like, yeah, no, I don't like where this Omen is stood. Meteor's he going to go? He is. He is, and nobody's looking at him. Karen gets a good pick. DTP'd with his ult. He's a judge. Oh, he gets one. Important trade. All right, Munchkin. In a 1 versus 2. Your money is pretty tight, though. It might even be worth saving. Like, look at the angle that Zekken's on, too.
Does he anticipate
great off angle.
He does not. So, 11-1 now on the board for Sentinels.
Oh, my God.
Timeout. New lease of life on their side.
And that's a great attack side call again. Sen are really adding fake plays into their game. Yes, it's this one that opens up the round officially on the kill feed.
It's such an important trade to get there from Zelsis.
Mid silently is because they created pressure A ramp and then got knowledge about where Karen was playing and knowledge that there was an opening in mid they could take advantage of.
Look at Zekken's about to 30 bomb at this rate.
Broken by, they won the thing. So don't count them out here.
Definitely have the tools to do so again.
But I mean, their positioning is, it couldn't be more wrong at the moment. Munchkin's got to try and hold it down with the judge until the cavalry arrives.
Going fast onto his approach, but now they might just be. Still that judge. Prime position to really get some work done with this one in the close quarter avenue. Still they dash past him. They don't know where.
Oh, they clear him.
Dealing with him. But that push down mid has turned into a fast flank with all 4 of them. The trip. They're giving it away, but are they going to be aware that there's this many players?
Got some nice ultimate stuff, you GenG.
They're not trying to
but you're not gonna
holding the ground
risk using them now.
Now from that high ground position, spam through.
The dash is good, and the players are playing off of it nicely. Showstopper is going to get used, and it works! It's just one player, it's Zekken. Oh my god, how have they... Oh, I feel like I'm just on repeat.
I'm telling you, man, you cannot count GenG out.
I'm a fucking, like,
it's another thrifty for GenG.
Wooden doll with a voice line that you pull. Pull a string on my back and I say, how did GenG win that?
That everybody was on the flank there. You know, from our position, seeing all of the
just on repeat,
it seems obvious. Okay, you need to take screens control. You need to be able to take heaven control there. But they didn't plan for heaven.
Oh my god. All of, just off this, a Meteor just being the entry, just taking that attention away. And then Karen getting 2 really nice Sheriff headshots.
Real mechanics on display.
Absolutely. Meteor to open.
Honestly, I'm taking this, knowing how much Pacific teams scrim China teams, I'm taking this as a China win. because Pacific's mechanics have got so much better, probably because they're scrimming against the most mechanically gifted region of China. Oh, Second kills himself. Oh, he gets himself with a nade.
The rifle in play. John QT is so fast here, just trying to follow through with Sassy.
And Arisa is going to come in to try and push through vent and then go B. But the problem now is that Munchkin's in a really good spot holding B main.
GenG don't have that many holes in the defense side either this round.
Skydog's going to clear all of this, but it leaves Zelsis over towards A. Skyflash, it gets that information. So that's good, like, misinfo that GenG now have. But look at how much that Meteor's pushed up. Like, the proactiveness from GenG here is really nice. That updraft, is that going to get hurt?
Goes tumbling once more. GenG up to 10.
Oh, that is going to get hurt.
You can find this kill Zelsis. How's he getting away with it again?
That's going to pull this too. Zelsis getting that one kill here.
GenG plays away slightly, but as soon as the plant goes down, GenG are going to know.
Look at this position and Munchkin is in too.
Zelsis is going to get rooted out here.
Oh no, Munchkin gets caught.
3 versus 3.
You had the hold, you just tried to get too much. You got greedy, you bit the hand that feeds GenG.
Does not go down.
Oh, they almost lined up for a split second. Lakia. Is he going to expect new box? Oh, he does. Oh my god, Lakia is just, he's on thin ice. His blood pressure readings just going through the fucking roof.
He's been so good for GenG in the clutch.
This could only happen on split.
Zelsis got away with murder in that round to make things doable. But finally, GenG got rewarded for their good early round play. They've only been
It's really clean fights as well. Look at him. He full on falls back in his seat.
Otherwise finding moment after moment. And look at the reaction.
Yeah, he's
pure relief on Lakia's face compared to the elation on all the rest.
He was about to do a Luke fucking Skywalker like the Last Jedi, just disappear into thin air after that clutch.
Now they have to make a play, they have to make a play, they have to make it now, backing away with a position of respect.
They're on a low by 2.
Don't want to tangle with that judge.
GenG have made such an incredible comeback in this half. They're starting to believe it. They're starting to earn it.
What a final.
They're only 3 rounds away.
Are they going to get E-codes? I mean,
this one should be a gimme.
Most of the E-codes have been going GenG's way, to be fair, but pivotal ones Sentinels have picked up. It's such a aggressive place for Lakia to be in. He's only got 8 kills total.
Might just be necessary. A jiggle. Info gathering for Lakia here. There's not as much chance of a punish.
It's very brave to be doing this against the potential sheriff.
Here's the dog Trailblazer broken, denying any sort of ground, and he might be able to gain Meteor.
These steps are going to be heard. Meteor, you're playing against an eco. You're playing against an eco.
It's returned, at least with the fire, but he's already gained.
Now you've given a good to 10s, and he has his ult.
John QT wants to put a bit of a move on here still. Doesn't have a rifle to take that fight. Ducking,
oh, Sassy played off that well. Lakia overheating. You have given him guns. You've given him a plant. You've given him the sight.
Sentinels. Lakia just giving it away a little too early by taking the shot. Missed it on John. He's opened up a chance for Sen. Post plants look good as well, honestly.
Really nice trip here too.
So that 10s could get one and then ult away to heaven.
Possibilities now for Sen. Twist and turn and find themselves up to 12 here. Paranoia.
Great paranoia, but it doesn't hit John. So John's going to go wide and peek. A lot of individual fights happening. Neural theft gives 10 some space to actually go and play for heaven where it's planted. And now it's an important one. Oh, nice from 10s. That's 12. I feel like GenG just can't quite like recuperate themselves now.
Quietly, both teams finding those avenues to be able to turn these into
just the whole setup play though to get 10s into this position.
There who just pulls the trigger a little too early, gives away his spot.
And even like 10s crouching to not be seen to peek from the other side.
The plant down into such a nice area for 10s to play. Didn't even have to use the ult to reposition. Pit in mid.
You got a stinger for texture.
Matt Point looking to try to extend the series, deny GenG the trophy at least for now, and move us on to Icebox.
Here. How well GenG have been playing. There's no certainties. But I think Sen are happy in this spot now. Guns are good. GenG's economy, listen, hasn't stopped them in the past, but it's taken a hit.
Only a little one though. Munchkin is pretty happy with the judge here. It's Texture, who's really in the worst spot of things, but he's hiding inside a smoke, looking to try to make the play here.
Meteor, off angle,
Oh no. Was that one of the rifles as well?
Very difficult to get anything done.
Will this be the domino effect
But
here?
look, it's a fake,
instant reaction. Yeah, there's a fake Charon. He commits a TP to try and reinforce that A side, but it's all for naught. Texture, the lone player to stand against.
Oh, he TPs across to A?
Sweeping him through.
Oh, this is the first time that GenG have looked panicked.
Has to be a follow-up and it has to be a cleanup, and there is. Now with 30 seconds left, take a pause and a round and take a breather because Sentinels realize it. The chance
3 versus 4. You've lost the potential showstopper. Paranoia is nice. Flash hasn't got in, but the kills have just all gone Sentinels' way. Lucky has got one in the smoke. There's not much time. And not enough. What a turnaround for Sen. Oh.
From a 13-5 loss, back to back, the last 2 times. The Sen play split. They take back.
This is going to time really nicely with the embargo for fucking Clove.
Who's best in the world on this map? Absolute cinema at the end there from JonQD2. The fakes have got to be coming against the way that Munchkin plays defense, and he had them in every moment.
An unbelievable series so far. Would we have it any other way? Map 5, Icebox coming right at you.
I'm glad that we're going like all this way though. Full 5-map final like we deserve. But I gotta say now, even though this is a really good map for GenG historically, I'm a little bit worried now just because of the occasion. Like momentum seems to be like back in Sentinels' favor. Like he's such an underwhelming player. I don't think that's true. Not with, like, we saw him win a really good clutch. He's won pistol single-handedly today. Like, he's not going to be the one that farms you all of the kills because that's not his job. Not when you have Meteor, Karen, and Texture, and also Munchkin getting a lot more of the, like, multi-kills. Like, his job is just to support them in the same way the Sassy does for Sentinels. I should already be sleeping. Yeah, per person who's at work in 2 hours. You can't leave it now. Really is peak Valorant. Man, like Icebox though to finish on. I think as soon as we saw Icebox as the 5th map, that should have been a dead giveaway. Because it just reminds me of Loud versus Fnatic at lock-in. Is Sen good at Icebox? I can show you, but the general answer is no. They've avoided playing it as much as they possibly can. But for Icebox, where is it? 0 and 2. I think we could look at it this way too. GenG's record is a lot better. So they lost against Loud twice. 11-13 and 12-14. But like this comp, the Gecko KO playing up against Harbor Viper. Both teams running the same comp though, so we get to see a lot of Gecko on this map, which I'm happy about. But the Gecko KO combo like on A main is just exceptionally good. It's a really annoying lineup though, I think, for the KO Flash. But when you get it right, it's so impactful. And yeah, so that's Sentinels. They've only played Loud, so we don't really have too much to go off of. And then for GenG, they lost to Edward Gaming. They lost a lot of Angels as well. I think they had the better game plan, the better setup. But they just lost a lot of, like, Conco going in, Chi-Chu finding a lot of flanks. Every individual fight that happened on the map was seemingly lost by GenG. What side, though? Was it their defensive side? They got run over. So what side are they starting on now is the question. Had I known when I was watching these games that the team that knocked out RRQ was going to be the one that makes it to the grand finals, and that, yeah, we'll see how this goes.
What an incredible game we just witnessed, and
both playing the same comp too.
For the Sentinels, hey, on split, third time's the charm, baby. You know?
Yeah, they look back. They were incredible on that map. I think coming in with a great game plan. Their attacking side in particular, John QT was making some crazy calls, just walking into mid, reading these stacks and punishing in the late round. But damn, did GenG make it close with that comeback.
Yeah, they did, but I gotta say, this is the first time we've really seen GenG actually struggle in terms of the decision making, the information game, and actually noting Lakia a couple of questions.
I mean, we saw the crack starting to show on both Bind and Ascent, but Split was like the worst for it.
We had a couple Sentinels multi-kill rounds that had no business happening. I feel like GenG in that first half was letting some things slip, right? We have this round where Zekin in one position manages to come out and hit the...
How many kills does Zekin get at the end? I haven't really been looking in like the game stats.
Saucy goes and does this, Mike.
Yeah,
oh yeah, also, sorry, running the ads.
Yeah, this was the sort of thing. There was time and time again we saw GenG just
Wait, why is this hello?
Kind of things slipping through.
The game's gone. The game is literally gone.
Exactly the position of Sentinels in the plan.
And look at this man.
There we go.
19 years old. His first
29, 16, 400 ACS.
He has 89 kills right now.
What are they like for first kills? Meteor 5 and 2, 3 and 2. Munchkin got run over a bit. Lakia got run over a bit.
In a single best of 5 series. Right now it's Demon 1 at 101. Zekin's on track to best that.
Oh, very well. With the way that
is this updated too? Yeah. Let's see. 12 more first kills. Both pretty clinical with getting the first kill and running with it.
This favors GenG.
Here though, it's even. It goes the way of Sentinels a lot more. What's it like total? Oh, we don't have that. Oh, we do have that info.
I don't think the players can carry this one.
Look how many first kills Sentinels got in comparison.
We already saw it on split. This is where it doesn't really come down.
It's a crazy amount. How are they doing for openings? 2/3 of the time they're winning, and over half the time for GenG.
Putting their hearts
and then 4v4.
It's about the team.
I think that's kind of where it's been won a lot more.
Can find those big plays.
Nice to guess.
Make that adaptation.
Actually, when it's 3v3, it's going more GenG's way. Really interesting.
Here for Sen to bounce back, take Split back as their own, and force the map 5 here. That's got to be a big boom.
Well, people are going to vote for them regardless of whether they think that Sentinels is going to win or not. So there's that.
Oh man, I can't help but wonder, what are we gonna get from GenG on this one? Because there's just so many directions that they can elect to go here. But what I think is most important is there anyone that's like standing out on the GenG side? Because when I look at the numbers on GenG, I just see a lot of consistency, Mike, across the board. But you know, you're really looking for a texture here to pop off.
Have you been finding the series really fun? I think it's been good to watch the teams struggle with a lot of it. Like, it just comes down to like individual moments and composure of teams more than anything. But there's still a lot of really good ideas and really good clutch moments in there too.
Icebox could be really interesting for things.
I think it's going to be about that Jet head-to-head, honestly. Second is looking white hot. It's the same for texture last map. And also, this one's really interesting because a lot of the times with new Icebox, we get different head-to-heads. We get to see the Gecko KO versus the Harbor Viper or versus the old default. This is straight up Gecko KO versus Gecko KO. Both these teams playing that new standard of composition, which means they're going to be hyper-aggressive, using those flash combos to set their Jet up, having tons of util.
Seems so evenly matched, yeah. I mean, at this point, I think even though you would say that this is the most heavily favored map for GenG out of these two teams that's in the pool now, it doesn't matter because Sentinels now have like managed to keep themselves in it, claw it back. And you look at the fact that it was, what, 13-11? Was it 13-11 or 13-10 split? And then it was OT
Sen taking it, the constant left and right hooks
combined.
That we are seeing to make a boxing reference to contextualize it here. That's what it feels like.
It's the Masters trophies look a lot better than the USB trophies that they've had in the past.
I mean, I'm still leaning GenG. I have to give it to them.
That's
again. Statistics coming in. I agree with Mimi's point, obviously, about the emotion, the mental game.
I really want GenG to win, and I think that if they do win it here,
I feel like GenG are going to be.
You can't complain about any of the way that they got to win this trophy. But they had really good composure. They battered teams. They clawed it back. They lost series and still came out on top in areas like kickoff.
And I was like, hey, man, what's going on?
And then they go into a series like this, where a lot of the strategies and composure goes out of the window, and they still have enough about them to win.
Coming out of this one. All right, well, let's go ahead and see. As far as the agent select goes, nothing crazy, as you pointed, Mimi. It's going to be that Gecko KO, Gecko KO.
Both these teams know how the other plays. GenG is good on this map in the past. They're favored here, but this is going to come down to the individuals. Pacific will either lift their first ever trophy.
I'm really not sold on going for like the Gecko plants without the Sage Wall. I wonder if Gecko Harbor could have something about it too.
Yeah, and looking at Texas to be the one to step up here. Alongside that, it's got to be Lakia and Munchkin to really enable him.
This is
like I like KC's Gecko Sage.
Who lifts the first trophy of the 2024.
But I think KO's becoming much more like valuable now.
Send it back over one final time to the one and only Brent and Sideshow.
Both these teams went through the planes for their respective kickoff. That's true.
Quite as electric as this. Two teams pushed to the
and hopefully it's the last time that we ever see like a play-in position. Because what would the other teams be? It'd be KC and it'd be Trace. It'd be the other play-in squads that came through that way.
One at the end of Icebox, all the glory. The other will be gutted to have come so far and go away empty-handed. Texture takes a little bit of space.
With how dominant they've looked. I mean, I think playing more series has benefited both squads, especially now. The meta's not set. Both of these teams are new, recently put together. At least in comparison to like last year.
But they're not going in that
direction. And then,
I think Sen are just starting to realize before.
Yeah, just more chance to build up their map pool. Because these are the two teams that have like the deepest map pool, I'd say.
Creeping into their heads, wondering,
so I'm pretty sure both of these teams, actually, I'll have to check this. I think both of these teams to qualify for Madrid are the only two that played every single map. HyperX didn't. EDG didn't.
They full board it.
FPX might have done, I'm not too sure.
Calling his team back. You saw GenG doubling back towards mid just for a second, and now they've started walking their way into B. You're right, Sen, they bought this hook, line, and sinker.
Now realizing the errors of their ways, Dizzy lays the groundwork now to try and take towards this B site. Man with the plant down, but it's an open angle here that wasn't actually smoked off. And it's not available for them. Still fights ready to be taken here. Sentinels trying to get fast onto the approach and hot on their heels. The kill onto Lakia. It evens it out to 4-4, but you got to think the advantage now to GenG.
All right.
Sassa's going to have this on the line, I think. Was he able to pick that one back up? Surely.
Late lurks. Elsis seeming like he might be aware of it. Drifting back and forth. What a shot. Straight
Great
to the
shot.
cranium. Sassy defusing is already on half. Sassy defusing. Wingman, hello, already on the half.
It
but it just brought them that critical, crucial
Oh, it's still going.
From the side.
Wow, he's trying to get onto a better angle, but he can't quite stop it. Oh, and John QT saves the day. Great pistol.
Absolute beauty.
I didn't see how that round started. I just saw it was a 4v4 post plant.
In the round. They were forced to play retake.
I feel like he died 3 times on bind. A really bad throw or errors from him. Cost him the game for real. I mean, twice that he did it on an eco. It was definitely like an error, but I think it's an error from the comp that they play. I think there's more a good read and a good exploitation from Sentinels rather than Lakia making a mistake. Because he does the thing that all Sky players do.
Some new players as well, like John, who's been calling a lights-out game and playing one too.
Exactly right. I mean, there's a chance of history on both sides.
Dust is given a lot of respect up here for Meteor. He doesn't try to fight it at all. I guess he has a stinger, so it's not the best weapon to have in these kind of fights. He's peeked and I don't think it's seen him. Like, Meteor had the better angle, and now he's a bit worried about behind him.
There with Munchkin caught out into the open. Still a plant down for GenG. Can't be too much more behind.
Good damage to butter them up. Then maybe not going to expect the Texture's in on site. No, they don't. Nobody clears him.
Not clearing.
Oh, that's 2 good kills. Only 1 alive.
Makes a good go of it.
I don't see how Karen wins this, though, in a 1v3.
Yeah, no chance.
Force him out.
Not possible.
Open to drop.
I swear, Texture's always just in these ratty spots and not getting cleared.
Double Bulldog and a Guardian saved into the next. And you're right, Brent. While there's history on the line,
I just can't believe the Texture went for this fight and then wide peeks this way to get the fight here. When he's seen 2 people walk past him.
Only Paper Rex in that final against FPX at Copenhagen, who were in a
Sassy's reaction, look how quick this is.
And it slipped away from
both of them just turn around and deal with him.
Not only are they on the precipice for,
but it was also at the same time that a snakebite was used, so they had to get off the spike. So
Sentinels, Sassy and Tens both wanting to get into that, as the Death said, very exclusive club.
Bit chaotic.
Double trophy lifters, and Sen as an org would only be the second org.
Oh yeah, true. Sentinel's been able to have 2 trophies.
The first and the last.
I keep forgetting about Reykjavik. I guess it's just because it's so long away, and before we had like the international leagues.
Sen looking aggressive.
It just doesn't feel like it counts almost. Obviously it does. I'm not saying that they don't deserve it, but
I think Sen look very confident and comfortable in playing the B retakes. They seem set up for it. And also, you've got to be aware that GenG at some point could try to flash Dizzy combo into Snowman.
Yeah.
That's another thing that Sen might be ready for.
Dizzy's
nice flash.
The handshake there.
These guys have to go to
the shots of
the
fire
back.
here, but the plant's still down now for GenG.
Can't pick it up again though. It's just so deep. Air flash, good utility. Mosh and the fragment there is really nice. But this snakebite is amazing. Pretty much all assists from the Viper there. An assist ace from Karen.
Does not matter how good your utility is if you're not able to get the kill on Talakia as he sprays down 4.
He would have been there for both trophies, yeah.
Just didn't really seem to have the guns out ready to take a duel. Not anticipating that.
Doing this with a Vandal too. Average Gecko player. Average Gecko player.
That can really start some momentum going. Huge play from Lakia.
And some of these like bonus wins, anti-bonus wins for GenG have been really tight. Only 1 player surviving kind of thing.
I was just going to say, Brent, by the numbers, this would be...
Who was it that was saying that like Lucky doesn't have those moments?
If you care about them. 0 and 6.
Just had one there.
Xbox Sentinels since May 2022. God.
Average Asia Pacific player.
Basically, right? It's but essentially just not a map that they've ever had success on. Does it matter in a big moment like this, though? I would say it doesn't really. There's so much more to it.
The emotional aspect, playing to each other's forms, cooking up plays on the
I mean, there's a better way to do that lineup. Like, I don't like jump peeking though.
With the knife.
Crash is stopped, but it's stopped in a good place that you can pick it up and use it again.
Be stopped and stunted, and the full group up again from Sentinels, looking like they are.
Look at all these people here.
Tooth and Nail seems to be the core.
KO knife to stop any like anti-plant utility. Brash is not going to get anything just because of everybody up on 410. It's a really good fight, really good read. It does stop the plant. This Mosh of Zelsis, he pushes into his own teammates. Mosh goes all the way into elbow and gets the kills.
2 versus 2, and guess what? Spike.
This is the thing that I don't like about this comp though, without the Sage.
Delivered that one like a juicy little
delivery. Speaking of delivery, Sassy out wide.
Zelsis got a ace. Oh, I do feel like Sentinel's got a little bit over aggro there though. In the 2 versus 2, the spikes in heaven. Let GenG make the next move. The ball's in their court. They have to rewrite this. I love that he decides to do this though, because nobody's going to expect that you push for a Mosh.
Doing a retake before Wingman can even get started, making sure to break that as well so the spike's lost in enemy territory. But GenG got too many picks as Sen were trying to flood.
With absolute focus.
That round win for GenG has knocked the economy of Sen.
But yeah, like just the actual stall of the Wingman plant, and then it's so difficult to get in onto the site to replant again. I mean, we literally saw that the first time that GenG pulled out this comp against RRQ, because both teams ran the same thing. And RRQ struggled with, like, oh shit, Wingman got broken by a nanoswarm while it was trying to plant.
Looking to pick apart this Sentinels players.
What do we do?
And this top 4-10 position is one where GenG were able to get value in the previous round.
Just broken. Just creeping right.
Spider walks right into the angle.
By the way, throughout all of this, Caron has just walked up B into Snowman and is calling for his team, listen, you don't need to take the risk of going into A. Yeah, you're favored, but why even bother with it? Let's go B. Let's make sure that Munchkin gets...
Did they use the wingman to like clear some of these angles, or did they just send it out faking a plant and then it got broken?
Advanced positions. I mean, if there's any
because I think if it's the latter, that's one thing I want to see like more of from pros.
If not Lakia.
Great position for Lakia to be in too.
Looks like a great game plan for GenG here. Not just applying crazy pressure over towards A.
There it is.
Calls it quick enough for Texture to react.
On B. The GenG...
They send it to clear, right. They got to pick it up again.
Powerful. And really, this flash dizzy lineup that they use with Munchkin on top of pipes and then Lakia following it in afterwards, it's crazy hard to deal with. And that means that Sentinels are starting to stack A to deal with it more and cheat over towards the A side.
Was he forced out to peek on this angle? I don't think he was.
That opening on B as a reaction.
He just has to crouch peek out because of how tall the box is.
About how to stop Sentinels counter strat.
More importantly here for GenG,
right, oh, second.
Recurring wins. Rounds online, they have big
They're fighting aggro towards A main. KO Knife getting 2. This point, you should probably be expecting the operator, especially when the jet is pushed up this aggressively. They're dizzy, but it doesn't hit. I mean, dizzying from this spot is just really difficult.
It's all about the reactions, but again, they could come from any direction.
No command, and they're going to let the KO go in first and peek first.
Expecting there to be that level of aggression. Still tens.
And tens is still here. They do get meteor. They don't clear tens. Nice triple kill, double kill. Everybody goes down 1 versus 3.
Deciding to take the fight to GenG.
Wow, these guys stacking their playing it together. Looks like John is going to be focused more on watching mid.
Using Zekken as a distraction.
They are rotating this. They are reading this the right way.
Everyone's going to be focused on.
John's now going to be watching towards B and also watching the rotation.
Just end up running. Tens waiting arms.
And I think the longer that Munchkin takes it, the more that Sentinel is going to expect it's going to be B. But of course, I think he's not running because he doesn't want to get ahead. If he ran there, he would have been ahead.
Does still have chances here.
I mean, the money's stacked. Make a go of it.
Yep.
Spotted.
Back up, run away.
Now 1v3.
IGL in a 1v3.
He needs to seek out the weaknesses, really.
Looking for the gates.
Send, give him any. Doubled up, shoulder to shoulders, an updraft peak here from Zekken. So he's just clearing all the potential possible spots. But there is that blind spot. There is that blind spot. Munchkin.
Another player heaven. Unfortunate.
But knowing this team, I'm a believer in almost any scenario.
I don't know why I called this that. It's fence.
Now that Munchkin's had his go at winning the 1v3, he'll have to start thinking about what went wrong in terms of the macro of that round. Did they need to put more B pressure in order to pull players away from A? Was it that they need to be applying a little bit more utility to clearing out pipes?
It's really good setups because they know with a null command that this alarm bot's going to go down, so they have Zekken watching that way.
As the score's at 3-3.
And then leaving tens on pipes. You're just not going to like expect him to be there, I suppose. Bit of a gamble in areas, but well placed. Also, look at this turret to watch basically here. And if they go here. So, I guess Meteor going for these lurks is going to find a lot less. I wonder why you got the alarm bot and 2 nanoswarms there. It's not quite ready for a lockdown. I couldn't see with the numbers.
In fact, it's on the other side of things. Do they have anything to deal with Zelsis? This lockdown.
Wow, they're really focused on like getting a mid lurk here.
Finally, the mollies being used to try and take that backside control texture.
Oh, Texture's aggressive. Oh my god. It missed. The Mosh didn't. Does it do enough damage? No.
So the additional util just doesn't add up.
One player detained. It was the Gecko. Fragment used on this side. Great push from Meteor. Great angle to be on. He's trying to go and get more, but he can't. Look at these guys, how aggressively they're fighting. The Karen in the 1 versus 3. Can't get it. Ooh, on a dime round. And keeping 4 alive. There's a buy still here now for GenG. But what a mistake. The fucking fragment missing.
At this point has a setup to try to counter that lockdown. We're talking the best teams in the world. Of course they have setups for that. But it got missed somehow.
Sassy got Mosh kill too.
I don't know what piece of architecture that hit onto.
I won't claim to know as well.
So, I don't, no idea who that guy is. But he's my hero.
Pioneers of differences.
Thrash again. Bladestorm.
In map 5. Grand finals on
Keeping the money. Like, they're going for the Bladestorm so they can maybe get up. There's a lot of money to save here.
Creeping closer to those ults, and Lakia already has his. It's going to be difficult for Zekken, I think.
Just Cove on Little Man. Yeah, I feel like Fahaba would be the good shot there.
Just disrespects it, and Zekken is out of there on top of the ropes. He does not want to be hunted down and away.
But I guess Sassy. Can they follow up on him? No, Tens has him covered. That's GenG maybe getting a bit horny to get this kill afterwards.
But Sassy's done enough.
Just chasing the Thrash Detain. And this has been watched so often for Zelsis.
Yeah, by the turret. Great turret position there.
Same one as around previous.
Got carved out of
And now there's more support to deal with this. Means it's going to be really hard for Sentinels to spot the rotation. I mean, this is a risky peak for Tens to go with. And it costs him. He does a lot of damage to Meteor. Lucky, I'm really surprised that he went for the refake on it. Oh! Literally, Tens going for that peak mid has just opened up this round for GenG.
Absolutely brutal for Sen. Great punishment on these peaks by GenG.
Reaction test here for Zelsis.
What a flash, and Zelsis still gets the kill.
But he still sprays him down, but he can't follow through with the second kill. 1 versus 2. Knife.
Oh my god.
Anticipating it. That pace.
Oh, Sentinels, that's iffy.
Into the round by GenG at just the right moments.
Who do you switch out? The Killjoy or the Harbor?
Because while you're talking about the post plan,
I think you just do. You'd have to do. You'd basically take KC's comp, where it was the Sage and the Gecko. So everything's the normal one. So you don't have the KO. So you have Viper, Killjoy, Jet, Gecko, and KC's comp would have the Sage. You take out the Sage and put Harbor here. So it's like Loud's comp with the Harbor Viper, but instead of a Sova, you have a Gecko.
You dash into that angle and he is punished.
Wow, what a flash from Munchkin. Just bleach the eyeballs of Zekken, and Tens looking to try to take the fight.
Ooh. Oh, it actually gets him.
Right through the wall.
And Tens is in the same spot again. He's done a lot of damage, but he hasn't got quite the kill.
Your turn to strike back if you can.
Oh, and it's just enough for everybody else to play off. Zelsis is farming them in those fights.
Stand your ground, say your piece. The Divine Merchant on his feet.
GenG cannot crack this A defense. I've not seen any team put up as good as a defensive setup against this as Sen have. Multiple layers to it, right? The Zekken going aggressive at the beginning, drawing attention, Tens up on pipes, and then crossfire setups on the site. And yes, Sen are overstacking A, but they're doing it at the right times. They're actually getting the read on when GenG are executing. GenG need to throw a few fakes of their own into it. That's something we've been talking about Sentinels attack side the whole time.
All right, what's the plan here?
They need to try to pull people towards A and use that B lurk timing that Karen found.
You just have a Sheriff now for texture. You have so many good ultimates, though. Another Thrash available for Lackey at this rate.
Oh,
that'd be his third.
It's not like Sen have figured it out, and that's them with the trophy in hand.
What a position for Zekken to be in, though.
Great fight on a bad map for them.
You don't have an Aldron either. That's the one weakness with this comp, so you can't clear these positions that well.
The intent of GenG, but out wide.
So much damage done to Munchkin. Surely Munchkin gives the rifle over to Texture, just plays with a Sheriff now. Oh, also, Null Command is a good shout. Basically back to full HP. Lackey kind of caught out in no man's land. Look at the space given up. You have your own Thrash, you have your own Viper's Pit. Lockdown. The spike hasn't been planted yet. And you can't plant with the Wingman because the Wingman's dead. You have to go do it yourself. So the lockdown is not really being respected. Like, they have to get off, and now they instantly have that response. Now they've just planted. Meteor's gone down. They managed to get past. Karen's managed to slip through the stream. Munchkin is still low. He only has a Sheriff still. The Mosh is good, but it's going to pull Munchkin away. The Sassy now is just out.
It's hectic, it's frantic, he's looking this way and that way, Wingman,
Oh, Munchkin manages to pick up a gun. Oh my god. utter chaos.
See the nerves at play here, just by taking a look at normally a calm and very experienced player. What is this as well?
It's always tense. Like, it's not even him playing badly. It's always him just getting in those unlucky situations. Anytime that he's taken a fight in the smoke, he just seems to lose.
Superbly, Caron making the play to dodge it, keep the pit up. 5-5, GenG. They came into that.
Meteor is super quiet here.
I mean, the money wasn't good. See 3 rifles to play with.
I think Sentinels now is winning. I don't know.
Fast play, fast approach. Over towards A. Sen stacking it with players.
I really don't know.
This time playing it for retake again with Zelsys lockdown. I mean, they must realize though that they got kind of lucky with Munchkin missing the fragment grenade before.
Great flash onto Zekken. He's still up on screens though.
Just can't break it, can't withstand it.
Lockdown. Have you got the lineups this time?
Fast by Sen.
Is there anything to break it?
Pushing back right into the flank, Sassy.
Oh my god, Sassy, he gets caught. It's just way too fast, way too much.
He thought GenG were going to fight the lockdown, but the lockdown came too early. GenG weren't in position for the lineups.
Oh, Meteor, play off your turret here, please. The Viper's Pit to stop these guys from going in. Oh, it's such a good read from Zelsys to make steps away, but still look at the smoke. John's ult might have won send around there.
The spike, it went down.
Yeah, it did get planted.
In the midst of all of this. But this pit, it's not a post-plant pit.
It's
for Sen to go for the retake.
And they got all that space, still have to clear through this one. Caron has a snake bite, at least one with the tap. And now they're floating through onto the side.
Great flash from Tens. Oh, Munchkin. He's not on it.
Stand and do it now. The tap, forcing out the bullets, no more.
What? Yeah, really well played timing-wise. Like, let Munchkin spam out the guns, have a read on where he is, to a point where he needs to save as many bullets as he can, and then peek him out.
Absolutely tied first half on a map where, by all accounts, GenG should be hugely favored. But I don't feel like I'm seeing the nerves hit the GenG players. It doesn't feel like a collapse from them.
No, it feels like Sen stepping up.
It definitely does.
Yeah.
The adaptations they've made and the awareness of how GenG want to play Icebox, loving the way that they're defending. The pit there from GenG.
Yeah, John's decision after Sassy goes down here to ult on this side.
All working really nicely together.
Just enough of a read to know that, like, with GenG with that kill, it's like, oh, we're fucking sending it to B. We're not faking this. We're just going to go, especially in a game like this.
Deep Knife gives him peace of mind there, so Ten's going to earn himself up to his ult. Wasn't pushed back in a full group up by GenG.
Round 12. Last round. Buy is rough with some of these Guardians, and no ultimates to really work with on either side other than an ult command.
They caught Sassy pushing out of B in the previous round after they'd applied their pressure on A.
Wait too long, the knife might be back online for Ten to just throw it from Boiler.
Tens has his ult to be able to work with too, so the closer they get, the less they can really rely on the Viper wall to do anything for them.
What's good, Ryan? Hello.
An idea of where Tens is. He's set up for another knife lineup. Here comes the knife again. Might get bad info though here.
Hell of a game that we have here. I'm just glued.
Back over to A.
Yeah, that knife caught onto Munchkin. But then Tens is still rotating off.
It's really
oh man, it's really fun. I'm enjoying it so much. I thought the GenG would be like heavy favorites here, but it is nice to see Sentinels stepping up. Yeah, just the Guardian barrel is just too long.
Close now. In their faces.
The null command to stall all of this out.
25 seconds left. There's the final round.
Even like second hiding behind the box, just the little mini gambles the Sentinels are making to lean into like how chaotic of a game this is. However, 2 versus 3, and they just clear that corner just as the flash comes in too. A good idea. Scroll wheel jump. 7-5 half. I'm twice as happy because I predicted this final. Halftime now, so I don't mind sharing it. These are my preds.
But 3-2 would do the job. Heartbreak on the horizon.
So I just got the Loud stuff wrong. I thought Loud would beat Sen here. They almost did. And then Paper X being knocked out in 4th.
Absolutely.
So I'm not that far off.
They want to break it all down, I can tell.
The electricity in this room is unreal as everyone is on their feet and honestly just blown away by what we've been seeing in this game.
Keep my eye on emails.
But we're getting even better
Give us ads. We're still 35 minutes before ads need to be ran again. Unless you think it's going for like a super giga overtime.
Which is this A-site execute. Josh was talking about it.
He switched to rifle before hiding it up on rifle. Good God. He's just so set up.
Start stacking towards B, baiting GenG into.
Also, thank you for the bits, Geekus. Again, I didn't see them.
These players, they've never been in a grand finals of an international event.
Like they don't show up on the telestrator, so.
They're rookies in their first ever
That's my bad.
at an international. You can see the nerves, even in the veterans. The shots from Sashi's shaky at times, but what matters is how you convert.
I'd love to see Lakia win. Fucking love that guy.
Of hero plays, of moments towards the end to come back, but Sentinels is up. But at this halftime,
I thought GenG just because of the veto, but I think that Sentinels have set up this veto really nicely.
Plan to lift that trophy in front of them.
This is it.
There's too many rounds that were like not shown that much. Like even the Ascent, the Binds,
some questionable decisions,
Icebox.
a couple of misplays here and there. Is this where it all comes apart?
Pacific is
because if you have these maps late,
they've never lifted
it just doesn't really come down to like the general game plan. It just comes down to who has the cojones to see it through.
They are ready for it.
This is it, folks. The next time you'll hear our voices, we have crowned a a Masters champion.
Oh yeah, not champions yet. They're still, that's end of the year. 1 second.
Back over to Brendan Sideshow to send this bad boy home.
The tension is palpable, energy building in the arena. You can see it, we can feel it. History will be made right here on this half of Icebox.
GenG won every single pistol the last time that these two teams played in the upper bracket final and walked away with a comfortable win on 2 out of 3 of the maps. They need this one.
I've lost count of what we are at pistols.
By Caron, almost with the punishment.
Oh, he's got solo, 26 HP.
Destroyed and removed some of that mid-round information.
That's not the only piece of aggression in mid. Texture, Lakia, still trying to get posted up there, making sure that Sen don't play in that area.
Jump spot from Tentier, but he's out wide now with the face in top of the Dizzy. They have to give up their space here, but GenG might seek to try and fight this one. Wingman, he's already in the fray, through the back of the side here.
Oh, the Dizzy gets so much flashes, all utility. It's a casual commentary round. That guy's a dog.
In the name of the game, but GenG not willing to give up even a scrap of territory.
Oh, this position of Texture's in.
And no gain really for them. GenG takes.
He's buttered them up, but I don't know if that's enough. Karen's still alive. He's still solo. Spike is left on site. Oh, Meteor gets caught.
They keep getting tucked behind.
Yeah, GenG are sort of doing what Sentinels were doing at the start of their defense. Just, you have the control of this. You don't need to wait for utility to come back online, but you're just facing. I don't think Meteor needs to peek this.
Zelsis on his feet again. And Sen in the driving seat, despite having that map veto.
I mean, that's a hell of a shot from Sassy.
They had to come through the lowers. Sassy on that stage for the 3rd time knows that it can be done. He, every time he'd made it to a grand finals before, went through the
Jesus Lord, this is a fantastic series. I am very worried now for GenG. Don't buckle now.
Energy just is truly, truly palpable for GenG. A shy investment. Utility, maybe a sheriff of Meteor to get something done, but this is Sentinels, in all likelihood, wrapped up to that 9th round.
4 players stacked on A. And then just the Viper on B.
I feel like you can't count out GenG even when they only have pistols and Meteor, who hasn't really been hitting this map, the only one with the sheriff.
At least sending a KO over here with a Stinger.
Stinger, maybe something can snowball off the back of it. Sen are playing this so cautiously. They do not want to give an inch.
Somebody stepped.
GenG. Caution can spell defeat sometimes.
And the knife actually missed.
That's an amazing timing for Sen to start to hit A.
It's so unlucky that the KO knife manages to get past onto 10s.
We talk about it, the tiniest of differences affecting so much
more. Where you going, mate? Where are you going?
A Stinger from that distance. Yeah. Okay, fine.
Getting away with all sorts of murder. It's a massacre in front of the back of the site, but it gives
Any other damage really been done to Sentinels? Not really.
I can't believe he took that decision, but I think that shows you the confidence on play.
Nice high-low there. Sassy and Zekken.
GenG's composition can be very potent when you allow them to get into retake.
They're just bullying Meteor. He can't get going on this map.
Planning to play forwards even when this turns into rifle rounds.
Like, is everybody positive right now for Sen?
GenG are going to struggle to get back into sight if they allow Sen to walk in like that. Yes, it was a gamble. Yes, they need.
I'm not going to say that this is a GG's based on like winning the after pistol, but this is a really good bonus to be running with.
And realized an opening could be his. A 4-round lead for Sentinels.
GenG, unfamiliar position that they're in here in this grand finals on this big stage.
Good aggressive positions, but not stupid positions.
Hearts, calm down the nerves, get some form of collection together.
You got the AWP here. Texture glass cannon, no shield. And where is he placed? He's on B.
For a glass cannon operator this round.
Everybody chill out. There's not like this can't be the time that you're like GenG are done and out. Like you lose a round that you probably should do because you lost the pistol. Like ease up. Also, what happened the last international event on Icebox, the first of last year? What was the score towards Loud again?
To the angle now.
Is it 11-3 and they lost?
Lots of angles to really choose from too.
He can't expose himself to Zekken's position at any point.
You can never write off teams at no moment.
And he just doesn't know. He just does not know.
Every pro player has the ability to bring it back.
Risks are necessary in this particular position.
And at this rate, Sentinels might just lose because they've all turned to stone in fucking B main.
Everybody crossing. Texture can feel it now, and he's going to be tagged up by the knife. Has to respect this now and back away. No, he's just out in the
GenG are not out at all.
Flash, though, eventually respecting it and backs behind the wall.
Still a chance. Still a chance hiding from the Gecko.
Trying to be fast.
Still a chance. Still a... Oh my god. They broke the Gecko wingman, so that's good.
3 seconds left now. Cavalry has arrived.
30 seconds
all 5 players here. There's 25 seconds left. How are they getting back in?
That's the question, isn't it? Waiting for that regen util, but again, there's only 20 seconds remaining. Got to get.
How are you going to do this now?
For Sen, what is the game plan?
It's all based on this Viper wall.
Push forwards, and that's why Terrence is
there. Oh, they missed up the snake bite.
Takes it. The fight straight to Intermediate.
Oh my god. Who's winning the fight? I can't even tell.
It's 1 versus 2.
Ooh.
Rifle
Celsius has been insanely impactful. He's going to wrap around. He's going to go kitchen.
They know where he is. Wingman.
What's he cooking because he's in the kitchen?
Half on the defuse and even more. No kills.
Texture's just not peeking him. Can't stop it. But you stopped him getting the off. That's massive for Celsius. And like he can't risk going to peek for it. So even though the round goes GenG's way, that's still an amazing bonus for Sentinels. The flash that comes in from the KO there is nice.
It wasn't the most successful round in the world, but that was their bonus. They were coming into it with Stingers, Spectres. And they've hurt the economy in the sense that GenG
everybody's on half arm and you have 2 Guardians. Texture is close to having a Blade Storm. I'd almost give this, like, fight for the AWP B main. Oh no, you can't, you're on defense. You can fight for the AWP A main. And you're going to give it to Munchkin.
Familiar scenes here. Seen that one before. The deep
so they have 3 rifles, sorry, and then 2 Guardians. And they're fast they execute.
It's a call made here by Sentinels. Looking to disrupt.
You can't stop the plant either, I don't think. It's right in this corner.
So again, into the post-plant situation we go. GenG going to be tested now on their retakes.
GenG are looking for the lurker, coming around throughout mid. There isn't one.
Yeah, they look for Celsius.
Sassy can play so far back.
And Thrash too.
Does Munchkin have some kind of knife to be able to deny this?
Mosh pit.
Oh, the mosh is a really nice combo. Snake bite there.
Finally being used, but it's offloaded all the mollies as well.
Texas managed to break it. Oh, and tries to go off the KO flash. The Dizzy flash broken, but it pulls everybody's crosshairs away. Lackey was trying to defuse it with a wingman. It's 1 versus 2. Nice lineup with a mosh. A good peek from Zelsis.
Smile on the face of Zelsis.
misses.
I don't know if anybody died to the spike, but I assume not.
In the wide swing, knowing that the aim is going to be at its shakiest in this, the latest.
Oh my god.
Zen creep ever closer. It was a tough one. They had to hold off all sorts. The swing that came through here.
Good hold from Zelsys, like fighting for this.
Could have been punished, but GenG just didn't have it in them. They've been stuck, paralyzed at 6. As Sen creep up and up. 3 rounds away now. Within touching distance, they can see the trophy.
Timeout for GenG.
What they've been working for since October.
You got the Blade Storm at least.
All throughout last year as well. Through the turmoil of their roster, of trying to figure out an identity. And since adding John,
It would be really sad if GenG lose it.
stage like this as well, doesn't appear to be a rookie.
No. He's been delivering in every twist and turn.
One round at a time.
It is the grand finals, this best of 5.
No timeouts used at all for Sen either. They've never been put into a rough position. And honestly, at this point, I think for Kaplan, you don't really have too much that you can add, because this is a map that you don't really play that much. So I guess they're just like, let them play. Let the players just keep it up.
Sen outplaying them. This is what we were talking about earlier, Brent. It's not always the game plan or who's won in the past.
There's not what you can say in a timeout to fix this, you know?
It's can you deliver?
Even if they end up losing at this point.
Determination in you. Timeout that was taken for GenG here. They have to pick themselves up. We've seen comebacks on Icebox before. On the biggest stages
Another swarm.
of the world.
Going to go break the turret.
But it takes a special kind of team to be able to pull that one off.
So they recall it.
The Molly misses the Nana Swarm.
But going off the sound cue there, the turret still gets retracted.
Yeah, pulled back.
GenG do not have the weaponry to hold on.
Heavy Zelsys' energy, yeah.
Collecting onto 2 at least, possibly
It's
even
pretty much all they're relying on. I think it means so much to Sentinels to have somebody like that to keep their mental up.
And then goes back as Munchkin
He's not doing it for the crowd or for his own like following. He's doing it to keep the morale for his teammates up.
Really nicely against GenG and the way that Munchkin likes to make hard reads.
There's so many players that are like that. When they start losing, they just drop in energy, but Zelsys doesn't.
Not just that, but they're pressing the advantage, scaling deep into the back of the site. They're giving an edge to.
Not really too much that you could do with this. There's a Blade Storm and a couple of sheriffs. Saying that, however, GenG have been really good on some thrifties. Now would be an amazing time to pull one out.
There it is.
Mosh for Heaven. Just as the Dizzy comes out, Dizzy responds.
Sailed right over, but a bit of miscommunication. Out.
The flash as well from Pens, I guess it would be. Oh, there we go. Oh, texture just going too fast. Gonna get on the defuse. They've forced these players back. Spam is missing. Oh, but the wall goes down. Karen needs to not die there. Oh, that's unlucky. Because you were in a position that wasn't being spammed. Karen keeps that wall up. Although I think the wall was going to go down before then. Even if he did stay alive.
Another player who was there at the very beginning. And he's 18-8, making sure to be the backbone of this team. Emotional.
What a time for Zelsys to show up, though.
Thriving under the pressure. Making sure that every one of these tight moments is closed out. GenG, they must pick this timing to respond if they want any chance of forging their place in history.
Oh, man. All on the up. All on this up from texture. Don't try to overheat. Don't try to overdo it.
Pressure against them. Either crumble or makes diamonds.
Oh, he fluffed it. He's got to leave. I mean, GenG aren't going to try and chase.
Even activates the dash, anticipating like it could be a follow through, but it's not.
But actually, these guys are going towards A, but they're going into the stack.
The fact that Texture popped the dash and got back on the angle is telling GenG to keep 3 players A. And they have Lackier on pipes too. This is looking like the way that Sen wanted to defend.
Oh, and they clear Munchkin. The Dizzy. Oh no, he doesn't get any of them. Oh no, there's no multi-kills coming in. All of the fights going down. The money is bad. You have the operator 1 versus 3. Do you even go for this? Do you just try and save and then play for OT?
He's got to try to hold on to the last shreds of hope in his heart.
It's a shame because 2 of these players are low and there's big ultimates to go into round 12 too.
Look at the triangle they formed as well. Crossfire setups. It would have to be.
They're not showing anything for this op. You just jump peeking this if you tends to. You gotta give it up.
In his posture.
You see that
they buckled. GenG are fucking buckled.
The smart play and back off. But this has got to be devastating. The silence in the GenG camp as they allow Texture to play the clutch, settle in like fog. Memories flashing back.
Sorry.
Where did it go wrong in the series?
Good job I didn't do that like in the middle of a game, like in the middle of a round.
Icebox, surely we had the advantage. How are we in this position? 6 rounds in a row that GenG would need to take, and Zelsis, he's on his feet. The round was still going on, and he's already celebrating.
Still logged into an account.
Orchestrating the crowd.
HSK head in hands.
Thanks.
And this is it, the precipice. The line that's been drawn, and Sentinels willing to cross it. And this will be them as an org, as players, as individuals, etching themselves in the history books. But one last hurrah for GenG. Has to put a stop to it now. Thrash clears through. That's a detainment.
He gets detained on Texture. That's the op gone. It's all like Guardians and a rifle now.
Up to Lakia. He's called for the reinforcements, but this is it. It's a brutal scenario. They're picked to pieces. Thread unravels.
Is it done?
Sentinels can feel it.
Lockdown. They haven't even planted. The mental boomed.
They're in a 3v5. There's nobody on A. Where's the win condition?
If they go A, they've got a Viper's Pit. Managed to pick up the Thrash as well. Again.
Play down mid and it gets cancelled. Why would you even bother taking the risk?
Play it together. Thrash, second round. To clear the way through. It's Munchkin.
Munchkin has to respect this. KO knife. Does it hit him?
Just a little bit too late here. They can feel it now.
He doesn't get detained, but they know that he's there.
Stacking, but they will topple. They will fall. The rifles are too good. 1,000.
They're even going for the ult.
Sentinels maintaining their relevancy.
30 seconds left.
Wow, look at this.
They were at an international event. Last time they earned any sort of accolades. And Caron, from rank to rookie to tier 1 play, left to Stu.
Stu was mentioned.
Laid on his shoulders. GenG's hopes and dreams laid on his shoulders. But how much can one man do? First one found.
Oh, not enough. Nicely done, Sen.
City, here to play, here to stay. And history has been made.
Oh man, GenG. How have
this Sentinels organization
TRX punching the air right now.
became a household name because of the win that they got in that first ever Masters event.
I feel so bad for them, but like Sen earned that so much.
Was devastated, but
I still think back to like just the second half of Bind for GenG.
Sentinels back on top. The best team in the world to open 2024.
But man, like, I'm really happy for Kaplan as well. Just all of the shit that Sentinels had to deal with like last year. Everything being called out, like not playing Pancada, putting 10s on Omen.
Dreams, and that's what they'll remain, but for Sentinels.
Every like element, I suppose, of Sentinels' general plan for this year got criticized, and look at where it is now.
It was supposed to go differently for them, but they just couldn't pull it over the finish line.
They've still made history. They've still made history, but
Are they going to get that chance again? Sentinels, though, 6 circuit points. GenG still have 3, which is more. So I think more than anything, that it doesn't confirm Sentinels to be champions, but it's such a good position for them to be in. So literally for like circuit points in their own specific region, it is like 6 for Sen, 3 for GenG, 3 for EDG, 3 for KC.
Congratulations to your Masters Madrid champions!
Oh, wow. They're giving it to Zekken. The most clouted team in the world wins.
A team that went from rags to riches right here in Madrid, Spain.
EMEA IGL low, so I'm taking it as a win for this region.
And now they can finally say they are champions.
Also, what a fucking year TenZ has had, like with all of the shit with Sen, with like Kaede, like all the shit she's had to deal with. Like, what a win it is for just everybody there.
Every single member of the Sentinels hoist that trophy over their head. A long and difficult path for each and every one of
Win for EMEA, I'll take it. And a win for bald people, bald gecko players, you know? So we take those. Oh, they're letting Drew come up as well. I mean, he looks like a fucking...
Sentinels are finally back on top, solidify their start to this year as world champions. Madrid will forever be known as
All men always wins. Yeah, exactly.
They did it the hardest way possible. They played every match in the offseason, grinded
What are
since October.
What are the classes called in D&D to play music to heal people? Why is Drew in a kilt? Because he's like family history from Scotland. Also, the like colors and the design is like his like family heritage one. Yeah, he looks like a fucking bard.
In Valorant.
An unreal run from an unreal team. Guys who joined in a unified vision to bring a trophy to the fans of Sen City, to the organization that has stood by this game from the very beginning. And for them to do it in the way that they have done it, taking the hard road.
I'm so happy for Zekken.
This right here is something that, oh boy, it's a special moment for sure.
And you see TenZ on that stage. He's been there since the beginning, since that first trophy lift. Went through 3 years of turmoil, of grinding it out in North America. Unable to make another run happen. But now he has that trophy.
Oh, absolute cinema.
How they managed
Man's
to put
repping
this
heritage. Yeah, exactly.
But also, I do want to say real quick, commiserations for GenG on one hell of a tournament as well. They played hard. They played this team as tough as they could. Pacific's got a lot to be proud of. But on this day, Sentinels got the better of them. But I will say this much. I don't think that this is going to be the end of us seeing this rivalry between Sentinels and GenG, because I want more.
We're bound to get it. You see Zekken lift the trophy just days after his 19th birthday.
Crazy. Actually crazy. To even put that in
I'm downloading the play test server because I think the embargo's like now.
Status here in Madrid. Just an individual performance for the history.
So we can go check her out ahead of time.
For his opportunity, and he finally had the right team around him to make it happen. Saucy as well. Champions 2022, the last time this man felt a trophy.
Yeah.
They could definitely be proud. They should be. But I do think it's like
He took that risk after winning a world.
It's going to weigh on them a lot.
Decided that he wanted
But it's whether they take that with them or whether they like let it basically flounder. We've seen a lot of teams get close and then never really get close again.
And now for him to be right here, I mean, it's just unbelievable.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate for GenG.
And for Zelsis, the man's more than just a salesman. He's the guy who kept him in it. You saw him on that last map, standing up, shouting at every moment.
This feels like such an eternity ago now. Watching Bad Breeze.
Reminds them what they're after.
Yeah,
this is it. They don't need a reminder anymore.
Yeah, his contribution in and out of the game today has been so visible the whole way through, regardless of when the wins came for GenG.
Is there any winners interview or anything? I guess because it's in Spain, it's a little bit more awkward, but I don't know. What was the plan?
Of course. It was a back and forth affair between both of these teams, and it really couldn't have gone any other way. When you think about the great finals that we've had already in the history of this game, the short history of this game, whether it's Fnatic versus Loud, EG, PaperX last year, some great matches across the board. This one, most definitely a special one, as it just goes to show me how the game has just continuously evolved.
And I'm just so impressed in Sentinels.
Even like watching the send back.
In this series, the final map not favored to them whatsoever, but they played their damn hearts out and earned that trophy. JeonQT, his first international event as an IGL, regaining with Kaplan, the coach who he played with, what, 2 years ago now, back in Tier 2, failing then, but reuniting and lifting a trophy together here in Madrid.
And I'll be honest,
I really need to go to a Masters next time if I get a chance. They're really good events. I mean, I went to Copenhagen, which was probably one of the more chill and quiet events. But yeah, I don't know. Like, I feel like Miss Madrid sucks definitely because this audience looks crazy. But I am really excited to see what Shanghai and Seoul are going to be like. Everybody's leaving. I mean, they stayed longer than the Brazil fans stayed at kickoff, so there's that.
And now from Riot Games joining us on stage, we have some very important guests that are joining us to celebrate.
It's John Riot. Look how fucking hench he is.
We have head of president of esports,
Man's Superman, I swear. This is Clark fucking Kent.
Global head of Valorant esports, Leo Faria, and our wonderful Anna Donlon, head of studio, Valorant studio head. Amazing. Please.
Oh, you got it wrong.
Celebrate with them. And I feel like Madrid, I haven't heard you enough. I feel like we have to give it up for Sentinels one more time.
I'm pretty sure Anna sent Kaide a load of stuff, like when she first got her diagnosis.
Madrid, lo habéis estado haciendo de locos. Menudo partidazo que hemos tenido en el día de hoy. Os habéis portado, ¿eh? Habéis sido unos magníficos reyes. Muchísimas gracias por venir hasta aquí y por celebrar con nosotros. Now, as in for the interview, you ready? Since I'm gonna start with you. Of course, everybody's chanting for you. But after 3 years, you can say that you are finally back. Talking about being back. Your mom is right there. Don't get emotional, because I would get emotional too. What does this mean for you? You lifted that first Masters International trophy, and you get to celebrate this one as well.
Honestly, it's just an amazing experience getting to do it with these guys here. Being able to lift it once again, and of course, a big shout out to the amazing audience here in Madrid, Spain. Appreciate all the fans of Sentinels, and thank you to my family.
Le he preguntado que qué significa para él. Claro, después de tanto tiempo, él estuvo en ese primer trofeo que levantamos en una Masters internacional.
Sassy and Zeka are so much shorter. They're probably not that short. Because Kakuka's in heels, so she's probably like, that's my height.
De lo mejor que con este equipo se puede cualquier cosa. Now, Zekan, for you, you are probably now the best duelist in the world. Do you consider yourself to be that?
Yes, he is. He is the best duelist in the world. He is the best.
He's so humble.
100% undoubtedly the best.
Okay. You do not consider yourself the best, but you're definitely different, right? How would you consider yourself different?
Oh, that's...
I'm just willing to do the job.
I'm just a little boy. I'm just a little boy that plays Valorant.
They make my life so easy. That's pretty much it.
In China, people call Chishu Shorty.
Yo le pregunto si se considera que es el mejor duelista del mundo y él dice que pues que no.
What's Shorty though in Mandarin?
Tan claro que es realmente el equipo el que hace que tenga tantísimo éxito, pero todos sabemos, lo estamos escuchando, que es el MVP probablemente de esta Masters.
I think probably Zeka is MVP. Either that or Zelsis. Just Zelsis like the vibes.
But please give me a bit the best of both worlds, okay? We know, we have seen you on stage. You're given everything. Of course, going to 5 maps, the vibes need to be up, and I feel like you've been in charge of that.
Yeah, I mean, there's a joke always going around that I'm only the vibe merchant, so it feels really nice that I got to lift a trophy, especially with these guys. Like, they really believe in me, everything I bring to them and everything they bring to me. And
Entire Demon 1 must kills are the best of 5. It really is like heel versus babyface, isn't it?
By the Sentinels bundle!
Tengo que dejar que haga eso, que celebre. Le pregunto que cómo ha estado manteniendo la energía tan arriba, sobre todo cuando nos vamos a un quinto mapa. Y él dice pues que todos sus compañeros
Am I gonna have the chance to show off Chloe? Oh, it actually has downloaded.
de persona que siempre tiene las
I guess we'll
manos
watch
arriba.
this.
Y desde luego que hoy lo ha demostrado. Sassy, this is your second trophy, right? But you have been competing for a very, very long time. There's been some ups, there's been some downs. How do you see this moment in your career?
Think I'm old, I know. But yeah, I think I've been here for like 10 years already playing esports. I don't know, I'm just grateful. I consider myself lucky to play so much like good teammates like Zach and Tyson, Jordan, John. Also the coaching staff made a great job.
Sassy's born in 2000? I don't know actually.
Happy to be here.
I don't think so.
Get my second trophy, international.
I think he's like 28.
Porque obviamente este es el segundo trofeo que él consigue, pero lleva compitiendo muchísimos años también en otros títulos. Me hace la broma, ¿no? De que a lo mejor es un poco mayor, pero la verdad es que está muy agradecido de tener al equipo que tiene, de poder estar aquí y de celebrar todo esto y de seguir ganando. La verdad que un momento muy humilde para él. Now, John Kitty, how are you feeling? You feeling good?
Feeling great.
Yeah?
Feeling dangerous.
I feel like there was a lot of eyes on you coming into this tournament. Of course,
Sassy's 26. Okay. There's something in between.
but what you did here during this entire tournament, but especially today, as a fresh, IGL coming into the big stage, what do you think has been your biggest struggle that you faced during this tournament?
Biggest struggle? I don't know. Our biggest struggle as a team was just like not playing like ourselves. We know we're the best team in the world, and yeah, we just need to play like that, pretty much.
I mean, it worked. I think even on Breeze, like, even though there were maps that veto-wise wouldn't suit them, they played so much better and so much like themselves.
No se viene abajo ante nada. Dice que con lo que más han dudado, con lo que más les ha costado,
1997.
como ellos mismos, sabiendo que son el mejor equipo del planeta. Now, Kaplan, you're in for last. We have been hearing your thoughts during the tournament, some things that you agree with, some things that your ups and downs as well. But what has been your biggest learning point from this entire experience?
I did not know the resilience my team has was possible, and it means the world to me. I don't think we would be standing up here having won if we didn't have the hardest road in kickoff, and maybe if we didn't lose 2 days ago. We just get back up and we keep going, and they fucking want it, and whoops, they really, really want it, and I'll never forget that people can want it that bad, and I love them.
He was going to do it again.
I love you.
Me preguntaba que cuál ha sido, pues desde luego con las opiniones que hemos estado escuchando de él durante el torneo, que qué ha sido lo que ha aprendido, ¿no? De todo esto. Dice que de no haber perdido hace 2 días, de no haberse visto contra las cuerdas, no se habrían visto en esta situación de levantarse, de darlo todo y por supuesto de ganar este torneo.
That's the I just wanted to say it. I mean, he almost did the second time. I mean, it's just like, I think when Sentinels won it before, like all of the family coming in.
Thank you very much to everyone for joining us, for enjoying our passion the way we did.
Oh, this is really nice, actually. Like, it's wholesome that people get to have their family and stuff.
Every single team. Thank you very much for this. Muchísimas gracias a todos por venir aquí, por disfrutar con nosotros, por compartir vuestra pasión minuto a minuto. Ha sido una experiencia alucinante. Muchísimas gracias. Esta es la primera, pero no la última que estaremos aquí.
Fucking Tens, his mum talking to everybody is nice. That's very wholesome way to end it.
A beautiful moment with a team that
like, I think before when Sentinels won Reykjavik, I wasn't as keen just because like they'd win everything and they were just villains. But like these guys, there's so much like pressure and expectation on them to perform, and they have just as many haters as they do fans, it feels like. So being able to fight all of that back and win is really nice.
In the history of this game, I mean, no one knew who
But,
was
yeah, honestly, what a fucking amazing event this has been.
Was this one a banger?
Pretty much every roster coming
Like the Swiss stage, the stories and playoffs. Like I'd say that this has probably been the best like
since last October.
Masters event that we've had.
They found their identity.
Yeah, I think easily this is the best Masters event we've ever had.
Hard to get to this point. You heard it from Kaplan. The hardest.
Because it felt like there were so many different challenges for it.
Yeah, it's really, really great.
Like this goes up there. Does it beat a Champions? I don't know.
I mean, it's taken so much. You can see how much it means to them as well. Somebody is cutting onions out there, but it's just, yeah, it's so fantastic for these guys.
Yeah,
Right, I do want to check out Clove. I'm probably not going to stick around too much with it, but I did want to like watch and fuck about with them a little bit to see what it was like. I want to kind of go from. Did I change the title on this, or did it not change? No. I should have changed it. I guess it didn't work. I don't know. Like there'll be people that'll be playing and stuff, but it's honestly playtests over time have got harder and harder to find actual people to play with, because people just tend to go off into their own like streaming friend communities. It's hard to actually find like series to play in EMEA. But let's use it as a chance anyway. Also, we don't need to play through the playtests. Like, we don't need to go through the tutorial, which I'm a big fan of, because doing that every single time we had to do one of these events is a pain in the ass. Wait, how does this work again? Nerf, firing error, none of that. None of that, please. Is it inner lines that I want to turn off? No, I want it. Pretty much fine. And also I couldn't get an account for some reason. That was weird. Do it on the range. How come the what'd be really good to test stuff on would be the thingy maps, the TDM ones. So what's a good map to show on? I guess the Sen is always a good map to do it. Tell me that I don't need to unlock the agent, please.
They think I'm an old dog. I'll show them just how many.
There's always something. Yeah, I'm looking through the Discord now. I don't see any content creators I recognize. There's a German lobby. Oh, there is a UK one. Zilver's playing. But I'm not really gunning to like
Let's ready
what's
up.
the word?
We're here for Radio Night.
Also,
we're not leaving till it's ours.
Let me turn this off as well. I haven't used this in ages. I need to turn it off. Here you go. Go back. Collections. Wait, is it agents? Do I have the points for it?
I've got all
Oh yeah.
the time in the world.
All the time in the world. Nice. What's the battle pass like? Oh no, the battle pass will be the same as this one because we're powered into the series season. Anders, thank you very much for the host. I was arguing in my chat before. Obviously, this agent isn't particularly mid-rangey. They're mid-range, yes, but they're obviously a lot more aggro. But are they as mid-range as you'd want them to be? Because I think the utility after death does lean into that a lot more, but their other utility is a lot more like aggressive. Mid-range aggro, more mid-range than aggro, almost straight hybrid. I think the elements of control as well
But bullets still hurt.
feel like they could. I think they're in the ring of power, as you like to put it.
My ult is ready.
How much is everything is a good question. Let me. So how much is? 250. So that's expensive for an ability. There's no way to know for that. I'm wondering what her like utility arc is like.
I have one of these.
Reminds what is.
Here, catch. Have one of these.
I'm wondering how it moves. This is the one that always works.
Here, catch.
Not quite. Oh, I don't have ghost set up. Controls. I think it's Mosh Physics. Ah, yeah, you're probably right. All possible smokes in around is crazy to me. You mean exactly the same? I keep pressing C to try to do the mosh. I'm gonna have to change that. It's their, yeah, their ultimate. I'm gonna have to rechange it for the Q to be C to play it.
Here, catch.
And then this is what, like footstep range? No, a little bit more than footstep range. Like 1.5 it. Because you can see the footstep range is like just in B main. But I can smoke all the way to here. Which I think this is more than Brimstone gets. Like the fact that you could stand mid and smoke both chokes. It's kind of crazy. Face second cooldown. Can you do both of them together, I imagine?
Dropping smokes.
How long did it last? They're 30 seconds on cooldown. So I wonder what they're trying to challenge with this, because Penguin on the cast said that as a solo initiator, they're meant to feel weak in comparison to other people like Omen.
Dropping smokes. Have one of these.
Also, it's a little bit finicky because part of me always assumes that just like with that you'd throw it and it'd instantly come out. Can I right click throw it? No. It's very initiator-esque, but I almost feel instinctively when I go to press the ability that it would throw it out straight away. They won't cut any meta share from Viper or Omen. My point is that they not only do they aesthetically kind of clash into Astra's whole thing with the astral divides and stuff, but also, I mean, I just think that they're a better Astra. And they're a good combination of like what Astra and Brimstone could do. The K is also minus 90. I saw on the gameplay as well that they used the medal and it hit an ISO with his shield on and they one-shot them. Non-global makes it a bad pickup many places you'd want to bring Astra. A C in the ult I can't use because it's based off like getting a kill. I could probably shot in the practice range. And then for trying to think of like lineups I have for the other stuff. Yeah, we can do it in the shooting range. But obviously I can't show what the ult is because I need to like die. I'd have to like throw myself off high ledges. You can't cover GenG split comp. I think Clove. I keep saying Cove. Clove Viper could have a lot going for it. Like on stuff like Icebox, where you Breeze, where you do see some teams mess around with like double controller with the Viper. I think that could work a lot more, and you feel a bit more comfortable like Viper walling over towards B, and then you'd naturally have your Clove leaning towards A. Even if they die, you could still execute late onto an A site if you got a Viper wall on B, you know? Wait, I thought they changed this so you can actively do it. That's weird.
Have one of these.
I wonder how... Can I decay myself? Yeah, you can. And so how long is it? 10 health for however long. And then 2/3 into the time it starts to come back up again. So I've got an idea on how I can show how this would work. I need to get somewhere high though. And I don't want to do the whole adventure to get there. Can I do it like this? There we go. And then I ult. I dismiss for 2 seconds. And now, if I don't get a kill in the next 10, is this going to count as a kill? I guess we'll see. No, it doesn't. But if I get a kill, I then come back properly. If I don't get a kill... And then you can obviously ignore that. GenG's breeze rather. Yeah, I figured that you meant like that. Probably do the retake drill to show. I guess so. Oh, not the retake one. But it's a plant one too. Why does it never give me a gun? So how would this... Well, doesn't really work there.
Have one of these.
Wait, does they count as kills? No, they don't. I want to die to this guy. I can't use my ability again. Kill me. End it. End me. Come on. I mean, there's easy, and then there's that. I'm fucking doing it now. There we go. Gonna be some position.
Like I never left.
So you can end it early, but it doesn't count as a kill, which is annoying. Oh, just give me anyway. Oh yeah, he hits that, of course. So yeah, let's look at what the medal physics are like, because I think you might be right on it being similar to Mosh, because there's no other Mosh, there's no other abilities like Mosh that have their like physics and travel arc. I'm pretty sure. I could be wrong, but I don't think I am. Where do I know the most mollies? The icebox.
I've got
Yeah.
all the time in the world.
Maybe put them out on TDM to get those maps. That's true. But now I just want to check on the mollies. But yeah, you're right. Is she out right now in EU? No, it's not going to be available until... I imagine like normal patch day, but don't know for certain. Wait, sorry, I want to see the price actually. 100 for pick me up, which I think is fair. 150 credits per smoke, and then 250 for medal. The medal's a really good ability, but it is also kind of expensive. 250. That could be like a defining factor of it. What's the molly lineup is like here, isn't it? And then about there. One of the two.
Have one of these.
No.
Here, catch.
Yeah, it explodes too. Well, obviously explodes a lot earlier than a Mosh. Wait, isn't it up here actually? And then you do it like that. Can't remember the lineup. There's one for here for Gen.
Have one of these.
So many of these though, they just break. So the lineups for them are not actually going to be. So you got to be a lot more punchy with them.
Here, catch.
Can't break it either. Wonder if you could do like a.
Have one of these.
When does she actually get released? I imagine next week. Been given no expectation it'd be otherwise. Yeah, for so many of these, I just think it's they explode too high up. Even like plus point ones. So what was it like? Yeah.
Here, catch.
No, not quite.
Here, catch.
Wait, where is it on here?
Have one of these.
I thought it was like looking at this right hand wall.
Have one of these.
I don't know if it is the same trajectory as Mosh. I feel it's faster, so it arcs further. Because Mosh bounces off this.
Right here. Here, catch.
Yeah, I think it feels almost more like a snake bite, plus to guess.
Have one of these. Have one of these. Here, catch.
Yeah, this feels more like a snake bite. Gravnet? Maybe. But I don't know any lineups with Gravnet to know if that's true. And honestly, I think that's something that... It looks very snakebite with just how punchy it is.
Have one of these.
It like arcs down more like a snakebite does. But I don't know for certain. I think snakebite makes the most sense though. What are we thinking about Clove? I think she's they're a really nice addition. I think that a lot of the utility that they have is like it contests with other controllers without making them completely invalid. Like I think there's elements of like power creep in the kit, just like with this, I feel like you've got a nice mix of like brimstone smokes and like how quickly you can put them down for an execute. They're putting them both together and then executing. They're not as big or last as long as brimstone smokes, and obviously you have tunes that are free, but the fact that they recharge is really nice. And also the fact that they can be used after you die. Let's see about...
Have one of these.
I want to show this. Oh, this is going to count as like the round lost though. If I also spawn, you can smoke after death. Yeah. Oh, I can shut now. There you go. Is the range less? This is also just funny. Like, ooh. And then yeah, you get these smokes to go in. Can I put those down that time? And obviously you can ult.
I can't use that.
Why can't I use that? I guess it's the end of a round. It's quite small. I don't know in comparison. So what can we see if we tried to smoke here? What's the furthest it goes? Pretty much right onto the edge of tube. So if we just auto respawn, we smoke, we see a little bit more. I mean, you can only ult for like 2 to 3 seconds after dying. Oh yeah, maybe. But it might also be that the round is like ended, so maybe you can't ult. I guess that's an interesting thing to test. Let's try that. I want to see if you can ult as like an eco ult. But I guess you'd do it so you would res. You wouldn't get a kill to survive because there's nobody to kill. And obviously you'd need to be alive for 10 seconds. And then the end of round is 7. So it's a good question, actually. Can I like res to like eco ult, basically? Why did I think that would work? Hold on. Oh my god, Ryan. Long day. Also, why? Oh, because I'm like... Oh, sorry, I got auto respawn on. Jesus, I am stupid right now.
30 seconds left. Overthinking is just as bad as underthinking. Oh, this reminds me of this one time where I had one of these.
Yeah, you can't use it.
I can't use that.
Yeah, just because the round ends. Which I think is fair. You can't just like ult yourself back up and economy. It says something about target switching. Could she smoke out of teammates' areas? I think it's more like you can obviously... It's observing your teammates. So if I had a teammate to observe, I would be able to go from there. Is there anybody looking for a team? I don't think I'm going to stream for much longer. I just wanted to give them a quick check and then see what works. So I think I was very like, oh my god, this agent is going to be like amazing. But I do think like Medal especially is such a strong ability, but I do think like the effective time, like it explodes in the air if you have a lineup, like you need to have like quite quick stuff to work with. So it's almost like very anti-lineup in comparison to like a mosh or like a post-plant setup. I saw Zilv, but I don't see Zilv now. I guess they didn't get a game, or they're getting a game somewhere else. Who the hell knows? Checking in all of the other Discords. I thought Zilv was in there, but I don't see him now. I guess the chance of getting a game is pretty slim. Oh, Smart 7's in the playtest as well. That's funny. He was there earlier. You can ult if the spike is down. Yeah, but that's not the end of round, right? Like, that's what I mean. Like, you can't die and then your teammates win the round and then ult to bring yourself back up so you have the economy. That's more what I mean. Which I think is more than fair. Like, very valid. I'm just checking YouTube comments if I missed anything. Not really, not too much. And then, yeah, you can switch for spectator target. So, yeah, like there. I guess so it's so you can always be in the smoke UI. You don't need to worry about left clicking or right clicking to change targets. So, it's a nice little, like, UI adjustment there. So, your range is less, but I don't know by how much. This feels more like Brimstone 1-for-1. But I might be wrong. Actually, no, this doesn't... Brimstone isn't that bad. Maybe he used to be, but he isn't now. But this is footstep range. And then smoke range is 1.5 times that. Wonder if the round doesn't end when you die on defense while the spike is planted and you still have the ult. You can self-revive and defuse. Yeah, you can, but you need to do it in 10 seconds or get a kill. There's a lot of like specific interactions, I guess. Color of death smokes is different. Is it actually? Oh, yeah. That's even more confusing when you're observing this game because I fell from the show match. It was really hard to tell like blue team smoke away from the red team smoke. So the fact that you have inverted colors almost. Oh my god. Yeah, you have inverted colors instead of it being like this color. You could do a comparison. Like inverted. I also feel like maybe for colorblind people that might be a bit of a pain. I feel like on Icebox Clove could find a lot of use.
Have one of these.
So many like little things you could do. Like, even just, you know, like having a nano swarm in his choke and then just having that to go across. Or they try and plant. How quick can this be? Like Snakebite can bounce back pretty fast, but you have to really like send it if you want it to bounce down. It's not going to bounce down quick enough. How long does a smoke last? Let's see. Let's end this game mode.
I could just outlive them.
And then we could just do it the normal way. 6, 5, 4. I think it's 14 seconds. So if it's start at 134. Yeah, 14 seconds. 15 seconds-ish? 14, 15. Same as Omen.
Have one of these.
I do like this ability, though. I don't think it's as good as an Omen Paranoia. But it's a good option.
Have one of these.
Is the death smell timer the same? I don't know if we can check it, because... I just needed to knock... I need somebody else in here to survive so I can check, but... I'm going to try and probably do all of that tomorrow. Like, the utility seems kind of more straightforward than I thought it was going to be. So this is like left click to put
30
it down.
seconds left.
It only lets you put down 2 at a time, which is, yeah.
I can't use that.
Don't know how that works. Because I thought there'd be a lot of things that you could do with...
Here, catch.
Because if you do have a mosh or a snake bite and you do this, like instant death. I guess that's why it is like expensive one charge and also can't be up in the air for too long. I do love the way that it moves though. Like it's fast paced. It feels really intuitive to throw out lineups. I like that it gives more versatility to smoke players. Yeah, I mean, I think we need more agents that are like what Chamber is for Sentinels and what Clove is for controllers. Just something that's a little bit more... Gives you more skill expression. Gives you the ability to pop off more.
Have one of these. Here, catch.
That's a good point. Does it go through walls?
Have one of these.
No. Be a bit OP if it could. What's it like for levels? Oh, that's going to be hard to check. Let me go on this.
Here, catch.
I guess because it's quite high. So it can hit people far up. Is there anywhere that I could do like a high-low? Like, I imagine because I'm not in line of sight of this, it won't hit me?
Have one of these.
No. It would be really OP if it would actually hit people through walls too.
Here, catch.
How far does it go? I don't know. Like, how long does it... Trying to count how long it lasts. Like 2 seconds?
Have one of these.
Maybe even like 1.5. Because what, like a Phoenix, Molly, and a Fade Haunt drop at 2 seconds? This feels like it explodes way earlier.
Have one of these. Here, catch. Here, catch.
Guess we run the timer again and see. 10.
10 seconds left.
Like, yeah.
Here, catch.
About 1 second.
Have one of these. Here, catch.
Oh, 1.5. It's quite quick. So it doesn't give you, like, room to do stuff over here.
One downside to being immortal. I can't play dead. Here, catch.
Like, the upward range as well is quite good. So, like, having it, like, quite vertical lineups, I think would be good. Because you are going to hit people's heads. Because I can see, like, stuff here being really useful.
Here, catch.
Like, anywhere that's going to get them out in the open.
Here, catch.
You know? Like, you're almost using it to explode in the air. I think that's going to be more likely. Instead of throwing it down on the ground, using it as, like, a open... It's almost like a flash. That's a good point, actually. Does the KO... Because it probably moves in the same trajectory? If I do the GenG, like, KO flash... Here, I think it is. And then, I can't remember where it is. You, like, look at something that isn't there anymore. Oh, no, it is. Sorry, I didn't see it. Let you get... sorry, ghost. There we go. You get right into this corner. You look at... I think... It's here. And I think it's a running throw?
Have one of these.
Maybe it's not running through.
Here, catch.
Yeah, that seems about right for the KO flash. Maybe a bit lower. I mean, it's the same, different trajectory as the flash, for sure. But you can, like, having something like this to, like, explode basically in the air. More like this.
Have one of these.
Oh, not that. This.
Here, catch. Have one of these.
18 Bazzi. If it does the same, it's the same. I don't know what 25 meters is on Icebox. I'd have to go to the range. But I'm just trying to see, like, you want, like, a lineup, I guess, that sort of explodes. Instead of it hitting the ground, you want it out in the open, somewhere like this. Like there. That's the kind of lineups I think people are going to want. Oh, yeah, you're right.
The spike. Right here. Right here.
I mean, it goes a lot further than that.
Have one of these. Have one of these.
There.
Plant the spike.
35 meters. What does the C do? It's basically a... I can't show it because I need somebody to show it on. And it doesn't work with the bots. But it basically is a... If you get a kill, you get an overheal. Like Reyna. And you get a, like, Empress Stim. So it's your own little Stim Beacon Empress. It just seems cracked, not gonna lie. I think... I mean, in ranked, yeah. I like that they seem to be a good option. I don't think they're gonna really carve into Omen's pick rate that much and Omen's effective use. But I think in the places where Astra was really strong, Clove could find some impact there. This just looks like a better Omen. I think Omen's just a lot better, like, util-wise. Medal is nice, but there's a lot of downsides to it, and also, like, it's very expensive. And, like, the Paranoia is still one of the best flashes in the game. The TPs are good.
Have one of these. Here, catch.
Like, it depends on your comp and style overall, because, like, teams still run Chamber. He's more aggressive and has less utility usage than a Killjoy or a Scythe on, say, Lotus. I think it's kind of like a couple of maps where Clove could be used instead of an Omen. Or, like, even a Brim on Bind, perhaps. I don't think that's really a good idea. Yeah, you kind of want it to, like, bounce up here. A bit further across. They're just hitting all people gen behind backside. You just want to kind of, like, throw it up, too. Up and down. Do you consider Clove as an S or A tier agent? I feel more like a strong B. I think A is like you would expect to see them really meta on one map or like an option on all the maps. And I don't think that Clove is quite in that position. In ranked, yeah, maybe A. I think for what we need as an agent in the game, definitely S. Like having what Chamber is to Sentinels as a controller is nice. Because Lord knows people struggle to lock fucking controllers like Omen anyway. So given a bit more agency of like, you play this agent, you can pop off. You can do a lot of stuff for yourself. You can smoke for your team, but you can also, you know, play individually if you want. Lots of really cool stuff that you can do. Does this... No, this is going to be really hard to get as a lineup. I don't know if it's really even possible. And yeah. Be nice if it worked. I don't think it's going to.
one of these.
Oh, what am I doing?
Here, catch. Have one of these. Have one of these.
We need more support agents with more than only support util kits. Yeah, exactly. Like, especially for ranked. Like, just let people aim duel and fight people more. The fact that you can team decay though is a little bit. That's gonna be troll, you know? Because if you hit your own team with it, like I'm gonna want to play a lot of Clove, but Lord knows I'm not doing a solo queue. That's just asking for a fucking disaster.
Have one of these.
Maybe we'll get rid of it before going live. Do we know that for certain, or are you just assuming that? And one of these, yeah, I'm just spamming it.
Here, catch. Have one of these.
You could really get it going.
Here, catch.
Does the decay take the shields? Let me buy shield and find out.
Have one of these.
Yep. It does 90, so that includes the shield. If I didn't have shield, I'd go down to 10 HP, which I think is actually more fair.
Here, catch. Here, catch.
Does it bounce up? It doesn't. As soon as it hits the ground, it sticks. But it bounces off like all over terrain.
Have one of these.
The effect is cool. Can't show off the pick me up. I already shut off the up before.
Dropping smokes.
I think it is kind of cool that when you die, the smoke color is different. But I don't know how long that would... observing, like in observing spectating position, how long would that actually last? Because that's going to be really confusing to keep up with, perhaps. Also, does metal show up on the UI at all? Doesn't look like it. Which is a shame. It'd be nice to see where this utility lands. It is actually so fun to spam this ability, though. Feels like something out of Overwatch with how, like, good it feels to use as an ability. Because a lot of, well, some other abilities feel super clunky. This one doesn't. But the downside is just how quickly it explodes. Like a lot of the, like, snakebite lineups you might have. Just gonna get people in the air. But it's so fast and covers so much ground. I'm trying to think of where. Like stuff like that I think it's gonna be really good at. And if people play in jail. If they don't remove team decay, Clove will be a permanent pick for trolls. Yeah, I mean you don't get decayed by your teammates like Viper Wall or Viper Orb. Maybe it's only that you can decay yourself. Like, you can fuck it up and just hit yourself, so you're not just inting. But, I mean, I doubt it. Not really sure how it would work, necessarily. But, yeah. I think I'm gonna probably leave it there for today. This has been a really fun event to cover. But, not gonna lie, I'm kind of excited to get back to, like, normal time streams instead of streaming till 10 PM on an evening. Like, way too late to do anything. I'd love to play some like Valorant now, but it's way too late. But yeah, tomorrow we're probably gonna maybe we don't stream. I don't know. Depends if I can get somebody on board to like help me myth bust stuff. But yeah, not really sure. Guess we'll see how it goes. What's the smoke size? I think it's a little bit smaller than Omen's.
Drop in a smoke.
Looks like some of the smallest smokes that we've seen. But yeah, I'll leave it there for now. Thank you very much for everybody that tuned in for all of Madrid. It was a lot of fun to watch the China teams play, and we will be back. Actually, it's a good question. When will we be back? I mean, I think the first game back for stage 1 is going to be China. Like, EMEA, I think, starts around like here, but I don't think I'll be doing that. But yeah, China starts here. Pacific starts here, but we'll be missing these days because we're focusing on China. And then we'll be watching Pacific like on the 8th, 9th, and I'll come up with a schedule and share that across when it comes up. But see you guys next time. I'll be streaming a bit earlier tomorrow to try and test out stuff, see how it goes. But yeah, I'll keep you posted if it's different. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for watching, everybody. And see you for stage 1. Bye, 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 bye.